Hey my sleepy friends, I'm glad you're here with me tonight. The fire is low and steady, sharing a quiet warmth that invites everything to slow. As we sit with that glow, we'll reflect on the hard realities of Arctic fishing life, where cold, hunger, and patience shaped days that asked a great deal from the people who lived them. If these calm nights help you unwind, you're welcome to subscribe or leave a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, let your head sink into the pillow, soften your breath, and let the fire's gentle rhythm carry us into the story without rush or expectation. You're along the Arctic coastline, where the rhythm of life moves with the tides and seasons. Here, fishing is not adventure but daily work, shaped by patience, knowledge, and the quiet repetition of tasks passed down through generations. You wake when your body tells you the day has begun. There is no alarm, no sudden jolt into consciousness. Light filters differently depending on the season, sometimes pale and persistent, sometimes absent entirely. Your internal clock adjusts to these rhythms without complaint, guided by years of living in sync with your environment. The air inside your dwelling is cool but still. You can see your breath, though not dramatically. It simply hangs there for a moment before dissipating. You dress in layers you laid out the night before, each piece serving a specific purpose. The innermost layer sits against your skin, made from materials that wick moisture away. The middle layers trap warmth. The outer layer blocks wind. This process takes time, but you do not rush. Rushing leads to mistakes, and mistakes in dressing can mean discomfort throughout the day. You pull on your boots, checking the seams and laces. These boots were made carefully, and you maintain them just as carefully. A small tear repaired now prevents a larger problem later. Outside, the landscape stretches in familiar directions. You know this coastline the way you know the lines of your own hands. That rock formation marks where the current runs strongest. That stretch of ice typically holds firm until late in the season. That distant point is where you set nets during certain months. The wind touches your face with cold fingers, but you expected this. You always expect this. Cold is not an enemy here. It is simply a constant presence like the sky or the water. You have learned to work alongside it rather than against it. You walk toward the shore with steady steps. The ground beneath your feet might be frozen earth, packed snow, or solid ice depending on the season and location. Your boots grip well. You have walked this path hundreds of times and your feet know where to step without conscious thought. Other people are already moving about, tending to their own morning tasks. Someone checks the dogs. Someone else examines yesterday's repairs on a kayak frame. A group gathers near the water's edge, discussing the day's plans in low, practical voices. These conversations are not dramatic strategy sessions. They are simple exchanges of information, where the ice looks safe, which direction the wind is moving, and whether anyone noticed changes in the water yesterday. You join them, listening more than speaking. Much of what needs to be said has been said before. The patterns of fishing life repeat themselves, and everyone knows their role. You contribute what you observed on your walk down to the shore, a detail about ice thickness, a note about where birds were gathering. The water itself is often still, a dark presence extending to the horizon. Sometimes it is grey-green, sometimes deeper blue, and sometimes nearly black. Small waves lap at the ice edge with a gentle, rhythmic sound. This sound is one of the constants of your life. Even when you're away from the water, you can recall it perfectly. You check your gear methodically. Your fishing line is coiled properly, free of tangles. Your hooks are sharp and secure. Your harpoon, if you're carrying one today, is balanced and ready. Everything has its place, and everything is in its place. This organisation is not obsessive, it is simply practical. When you're working on the ice or in a boat, you cannot afford to search for tools or untangle equipment. The ice near shore gets examined closely. You and others walk its edges, testing thickness with gentle pressure from boots, or the butt of a harpoon. Ice that seems solid can have weak spots, especially where currents run underneath or where the water has been warmer. You look for colour changes, listen for sounds, and feel for texture differences. This knowledge keeps you safe, and it comes from years of observation and teaching. When the ice is judged suitable, you move out onto it. Your steps remain careful and deliberate. There is no bravado in Arctic fishing life. Confidence comes from knowledge and preparation, not from taking unnecessary risks. You place your feet where the ice shows its strength clearly. You drill a fishing hole using tools designed for this purpose. The ice gives way gradually, chips and fragments coming free as you work. The physical effort warms you slightly, though you pace yourself. Overheating inside your clothing creates moisture, and moisture makes you colder later. You have learned to work at a sustainable rhythm. When the hole breaks through to water below, you clear away the loose ice carefully. The water beneath is dark and cold, moving slightly with currents you cannot see, but know are there. You lower your line, feeling its weight descend. This is familiar. This is what you do. Fishing in the Arctic requires patience above all else. You do not expect immediate results. Sometimes fish come quickly. Sometimes they do not come at all. You cannot control this, so you do not worry about it. You simply wait, keeping your hands moving occasionally to maintain circulation, shifting your weight to prevent stiffness. While you wait, you observe. The quality of light tells you roughly what time it is. The direction of shadows, when there are shadows, provides additional information. You notice which other fishers are having success, watching their techniques without staring. If someone pulls up a catch, you note what depth their line was set at and how they work their bait or lure. When you feel a pull on your line, your response is measured and practiced. You do not yank or jerk. You assess the weight and determine whether it is truly a fish or simply current drag or bottom contact. If it is a fish, you begin to bring it up with steady, even pulls. The line runs through your hands and you can feel everything transmitted through it. The fish's movement, the water's resistance, and the ice's friction at the hole's edge. The fish that emerges is cold and firm. You handle it efficiently, removing the hook and dispatching it quickly if needed. There is no drama in this. It is the purpose of fishing. The fish becomes food, and food is the reason you are here. You place the catch in a protected spot where it will not slide back into the water. On cold days, it begins to freeze almost immediately. This is good. Frozen fish keeps well. The day continues in this pattern. The routine consists of fishing, waiting, checking other holes, and occasionally moving to new locations based on success, or lack thereof. You might fish alone or near others. Conversation happens sporadically, brief exchanges about technique or conditions. Long silences are normal and comfortable. Your body tells you when you need to move around for warmth. You stand, walk a short distance, and flex your fingers and toes. These small movements maintain circulation without burning too much energy. Energy conservation is built into every action. You do not have unlimited calories to spend on unnecessary movement. The light begins to shift as the day progresses. In some seasons, this means the approach of darkness. In others, it means only a subtle change in angle or intensity. You read these shifts automatically, using them to gauge time and plan your next actions. When you decide to head back, you gather your equipment carefully. Your catches are collected, and your holes are noted for future use or marked, so others know they are there. You walk back across the ice with the same care you use coming out. Familiarity does not make you careless. At shore, you secure your catch and clean your tools. Fish are sorted by size or type if needed. Anything that needs immediate attention gets it. Everything else is prepared for storage or further processing. The evening tasks are already beginning as you finish. Someone is lighting lamps, someone is preparing a communal space for shared work. The day's fishing transitions into the day's other work without a clear line between them. You're tired in the ordinary way that comes from physical work in cold conditions. This tiredness is expected and not unpleasant. It means you have done what needed doing. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks, and you will approach them with the same steady attention you brought today. The routines of coastal life are not exciting, but they are reliable. They provide structure and purpose. They connect you to your community and to the environment that sustains you. This is enough. Your fishing gear is not purchased from a store or factory. Most of it exists because you made it, or because someone you know made it and taught you how to maintain it. This relationship with your tools is intimate and practical. You know every piece because you have handled it, repaired it, and sometimes created it from raw materials. The process of making fishing line begins with sinew or other strong fibres. You prepare these materials carefully, cleaning and drying them, then twisting them together with practiced hand motions. The twisting must be tight enough for strength, but not so tight that the line becomes brittle. Your fingers know the right tension without measuring. This work happens indoors, often during darker months when fishing is less productive or impossible. You sit in good light when available, working steadily for long periods. The repetitive motion is meditative rather than boring. Your hands stay busy while your mind settles into a calm, focused state. Hooks come from bone, carved and shaped with patience. You select pieces with the right density and grain, then work them slowly into the shapes you need. The carving tools are themselves carefully maintained, sharp enough to cut cleanly but controlled enough not to slip and waste material or injure you. Each hook takes time. You cannot rush bone. If you apply too much pressure, it splits. If you heat it incorrectly, it weakens. You have learned these lessons gradually, through observation and occasional failures. The hooks you make now are better than the ones you made years ago, and you expect the hooks you make in future years will be better still. Harpoon points require even more attention. The balance must be perfect. The attachment point must be strong. The tip must penetrate but not break. You test each point carefully before trusting it in actual use. A failed harpoon point might mean lost food or damaged equipment, so the testing is thorough. The shafts for harpoons and fishing spears are selected from available wood, which is sometimes scarce. You know which driftwood pieces will serve and which will not. Density, straightness, and absence of rot. All these factors matter. You might spend considerable time searching for the right piece, knowing that a good shaft will last for years if properly cared for. Lashing materials hold your tools together. These might be more sinewy, carefully prepared strips of hide or other binding materials. You learn to tie secure knots that will not slip when wet or frozen. Each type of knot has its purpose. You use the right knot for each application without thinking about it consciously. Kayak and boat maintenance is ongoing work. The frames are made from bone or wood, covered with prepared skins sewn together with waterproof seams. These seams require constant attention. Salt water and cold work against them. You check them regularly, resealing any areas where water might penetrate. The process of waterproofing uses materials you have prepared specifically for this purpose. You apply them carefully, working the waterproofing compound into seams and over the skin covering. Your hands get thoroughly coated in the process, but this is normal. You clean them afterward using methods that do not waste the waterproofing material. When a skin covering develops a tear or weak spot, you patch it properly rather than making temporary fixes. A proper patch, done well, can last as long as the original material. A rushed repair will fail, possibly at an inconvenient moment when you're away from shore. Paddles are personal tools, often made to fit the height and strength of the person using them. You know your paddle's balance point, its weight, and how it feels in your hands. If you must use someone else's paddle, it feels slightly wrong even if it is well made. The difference is subtle but noticeable. You maintain your paddle by keeping it clean and checking for cracks or weak points. Wood can develop hairline fractures that worsen over time if not addressed. You can sometimes see these cracks, but you also run your hands over the paddle surface regularly, feeling for any changes in texture or soundness. Nets, when you use them, require patient work. You weave them from prepared cordage, creating consistent mesh sizes appropriate for the fish you're targeting. The weaving is rhythmic work, easily done while sitting and talking with others, or while simply letting your mind rest. Damaged nets get repaired as soon as possible. A small hole becomes a large hole quickly once fish begin testing it. You carry repair materials with you and fix problems in the field when you can. Larger repairs wait until you are back in better working conditions, but they do not wait long. Your clothing is as much a tool as your harpoon. It keeps you functional in conditions that would otherwise make work impossible. The layers you wear are each made with a specific purpose and careful construction. The innermost layer against your skin is often made from bird skin with feathers facing inward. This creates air pockets that trap warmth. The preparation of these bird skins is delicate work, scraping them clean without creating holes and drying them properly so they remain supple. Middle layers might be fur, with the hair facing outward. Different furs have different properties. You learn which animals provide the warmest fur, which provides the best wind resistance, and which is most durable for specific uses. This knowledge guides your choices when making or maintaining clothing. Outer layers must block wind and shed moisture. The preparation of these materials involves processes that make them as waterproof as possible. You might use marine mammal intestines, carefully cleaned and sewn together, or specially treated hides. These outer garments get the most wear and require frequent maintenance. Seams in clothing are potential weak points. You sew them carefully using techniques that create weather-resistant joins. The stitching is tight and even, and you sometimes run waterproofing compound along seams as additional protection. Your hands know the motion of the needle without watching. Boots deserve special attention because your feet are crucial to your mobility and safety. Wet feet in Arctic conditions are not merely uncomfortable, they are dangerous. Your boots are constructed with multiple layers, each serving a purpose. The soles are sturdy, the uppers are warm, the closures keep snow and water out. You stuff your boots with dried grass or other insulating material that you replace regularly. This material absorbs any moisture from your feet and provides an additional layer of warmth. When you remove your boots in the evening, you remove this stuffing and set it aside to dry completely before reusing it. Boot maintenance happens nearly every day. You check seams, replace worn laces, apply waterproofing materials, and inspect soles for damage. Small problems get addressed immediately. A loose seam spotted in the evening gets sewn before you sleep. This prevents it from becoming a crisis during the next day's work. Your gloves or mittens are another critical piece of equipment. You need your hands to work, but exposed hands lose heat rapidly. The balance between warmth and dexterity is always a consideration. Sometimes you need thin gloves for precise work. Sometimes you need thick mittens for warmth. You carry both and switch between them as needed. Storage of your gear matters as much as its construction. Tools left lying about can be damaged, lost, or degraded by weather. You keep everything organised in its designated spot. This organisation saves time and frustration. When you need something, you know exactly where it is. You treat your tools with respect but not sentimentality. They are functional objects that enable your survival and livelihood. When something wears out beyond repair, you use what materials you can salvage and create a replacement. This cycle of use, maintenance, repair, and eventual replacement is continuous. Learning to make and maintain equipment happens gradually. You began learning as a child, watching adults work and helping with simple tasks. As you gained skill, you took on more complex work. Now you might be teaching others, passing along the same knowledge that was shared with you. The pride you feel in well-made gear is quiet but real. A harpoon that flies true, a boat that handles smoothly, clothing that keeps you warm and dry. These things matter. They make difficult work more manageable. They represent accumulated knowledge and careful attention to detail. When you work on your equipment, you're not merely preparing for fishing. You're engaging in a form of problem-solving that connects you to generations of knowledge. Each technique you use was developed and refined over time. Each material was chosen because it works. You are part of this ongoing tradition of practical innovation. The time you spend maintaining equipment is not separate from fishing. It is fishing. Without proper gear, you cannot fish effectively or safely. The hours spent sewing seams, carving hooks, waterproofing boots, and checking lines are as essential as the hours spent on the ice or in a boat. This understanding makes the work meaningful rather than tedious. You're not just fixing things, you're ensuring your ability to continue doing what you do. You're maintaining the tools that maintain you. Fishing in the Arctic is never truly solitary work, even when you are alone on the ice. Your success depends on knowledge shared freely, equipment borrowed when needed, and help offered without being asked. The community around you functions as an interconnected system where individual effort and collective support are inseparable. Information moves through your community like water finding its level. When someone discovers that fish are running well in a particular location, this knowledge spreads quickly. There is no hoarding of successful spots or techniques. If something works, others should know about it. Their success contributes to everyone's security. You might share the news yourself, mentioning casually where you had good results today. Someone else might ask directly and you answer honestly. This exchange is not considered giving away secrets. It is simply how things are done. Next week someone else might share similar information with you. Teaching happens constantly but rarely in formal lessons. A young person watches you prepare fishing line and asks a question. You show them the hand position that creates the right tension, let them try it, and correct their grip gently. This interaction might last only a few minutes, but it transmits knowledge that will serve them for decades. You learned this way yourself. Someone showed you how to read ice conditions by looking and listening. Someone else demonstrated the wrist motion that sets a hook properly. Another person taught you how to judge when a skin covering needs replacing rather than just patching. Each small lesson built on previous ones until you accumulated a comprehensive understanding. When large tasks arise, people gather without needing to be organised. A boat needs new skin covering, and suddenly several people are there, helping stretch and sew and waterproof. Hands that have done this before work alongside hands that are learning. The work proceeds with quiet efficiency. These group efforts are social occasions, but not parties. People talk while working, but the conversation is relaxed and practical. Someone might tell a story. Someone else might point out a better technique for a particular step. Children play nearby, absorbing the atmosphere of cooperative work even if they are not directly participating. Food from successful fishing is distributed according to need and custom. If you have caught more than your household can use immediately, you share it. The distribution is not dramatic or ceremonial. You simply give fish to others, and they accept with thanks. When your own fishing is less successful, you receive fish from others in the same casual way. This system creates security that would be impossible individually. Some days everyone catches fish. Some days only a few people do. Some days no one catches much. Over time, the sharing evens out these variations, ensuring that everyone eats regularly even though daily catches fluctuate. The elderly and those unable to fish for health reasons are provided for without question or fuss. They contributed in their time, and they still contribute knowledge and other forms of work. They are fed because they are part of the community. The calculation is not transactional. Equipment borrowing happens regularly. Your harpoon point breaks, and you need to borrow one until you can make a replacement. Someone's fishing line is lost and they use yours for a few days. These exchanges are tracked informally through memory and reciprocity rather than formal accounting. When you borrow something, you return it promptly in the same or better condition. If you damage borrowed equipment, you repair it or replace it. This is understood without needing to be stated. Your reputation within the community depends partly on how you handle such responsibilities. Boat crews work with established rhythms and unspoken communication. When you paddle with others, everyone knows their position and timing. The paddles enter and exit the water in coordination. Course corrections happen through subtle shifts that the person in the lead position initiates and others follow. This coordination comes from practice and familiarity. You have paddled with these same people many times. You know their pace, their strength, and their habits. They know yours. The boat moves efficiently because everyone works together without needing constant verbal instruction. Safety depends on this collective attention. When one person goes out onto questionable ice, others watch. If someone does not return when expected, a search begins without anyone needing to raise an alarm. People simply notice the absence and respond. The watching is not intrusive or anxious. It is simply background awareness. The same way you are aware of weather changes or tide movements, you keep track of who is where, roughly, as part of normal observation. Children learn by being included in appropriate ways. A young child might help carry light equipment or watch from a safe position while adults work. Older children take on more active roles, first helping with preparation and maintenance, then gradually participating in actual fishing under supervision. This inclusion teaches not just techniques but also attitudes. Children absorb the patient approach to work, the matter-of-fact acceptance of cold and difficulty, and the automatic sharing and cooperation. These lessons are more powerful than any verbal instruction could be. Women's work and men's work have traditional divisions, but these are practical rather than rigid. Certain tasks require physical strength that makes them more efficient for some people. Other tasks require fine motor skills or patience that anyone can develop. The divisions reflect practical efficiency more than ideology. You might primarily do certain types of work, but you understand and can perform other tasks if needed. This flexibility is useful when situations change or when someone is unable to do their usual work. The respect for expertise crosses these divisions. If someone is particularly skilled at a task, others defer to their judgment regardless of who typically does that work. Knowledge and skill earn respect that outweighs other considerations. Decision-making about fishing activities happens through discussion and consensus. If the weather is questionable, people talk about whether to go out. Experienced voices carry weight, but anyone can contribute observations. The decision that emerges feels collective rather than imposed. Sometimes disagreement exists, and people make different choices. Some might decide the weather is acceptable while others stay in. This is normal. The next day, everyone discusses how the decision turned out, and this information feeds into future decisions. Conflict within the community is handled through subtle social pressure rather than confrontation when possible. If someone is not pulling their weight or not reciprocating properly, this becomes known through quiet observation. Others might reduce their cooperation gradually, creating natural consequences. Serious conflicts are addressed more directly, but still with an emphasis on resolution and continued coexistence. You will be living and working alongside these same people for years, possibly for life. Maintaining workable relationships is essential. The community's collective memory preserves knowledge that no individual could hold alone. Different people remember different techniques, different locations, and different solutions to problems. When you face an unfamiliar situation, someone else has usually encountered it before and can share relevant experience. This distributed knowledge means that the loss of any individual is felt not just personally but practically. Each person carries unique pieces of the collective understanding. When they die, some knowledge dies with them unless they have shared it successfully with others. You make efforts to share your own knowledge for this reason. When you discover something useful or develop a better technique, you mention it to others. You demonstrate when asked. You answer questions patiently, even if they seem basic. The community's continuity depends on these transfers of information and skill. Each generation must learn from the previous one while also developing their own adaptations and innovations. The balance between tradition and adaptation is maintained through collective practice. Celebrations and gatherings, when they occur, often revolve around shared meals featuring fish and other foods from the environment. These occasions are not frequent, but they serve to reinforce community bonds and provide breaks from routine. Even during celebrations, the work continues in the background. Someone is always keeping an eye on weather conditions, tending to equipment that needs attention, or preparing for the next day's activities. The line between work and rest is not sharply drawn. Your identity is partly individual and partly collective. You are yourself, with your own skills and preferences and personality. but you're also part of this community, shaped by its practices and expectations, contributing to its function and receiving its support. These aspects of identity are not in conflict, they are complementary. The community will continue after you are gone, just as it existed before you were born. This continuity provides a form of stability and meaning. Your work today is part of a long chain of similar work, stretching backward and forward through time. Rest in the Arctic does not follow a fixed schedule. Your body and the environment determine when you work and when you pause. Light levels, weather conditions, and the demands of fishing all influence the rhythm of your days. You learn to read these signals and respond appropriately rather than fighting against them. During summer months when daylight persists, you might work for extended periods, then rest when fatigue dictates. The lack of darkness does not prevent sleep. You simply darken your dwelling or cover your eyes and let your body take the rest it needs. Your internal awareness of tiredness guides you more than any clock. In winter, the opposite occurs. Darkness stretches for long periods, and you sleep more than you would in summer. This is natural and expected. Your body conserves energy during the cold, dark months. You wake, do necessary tasks, and return to rest without fighting the inclination towards sleep. The transition periods between seasons bring their own patterns. As light increases in spring, you gradually sleep less and work more. As light fades in fall, the reverse happens. These shifts occur gradually enough that your body adjusts without shock. Resting during the day is not laziness or weakness. If you have been fishing since the early hours and exhaustion sets in, you stop and rest. You might return to your dwelling, or you might simply sit on the ice or shore for a period. Other fishers understand, they have done the same. These rest periods are not wasted time. While sitting still you observe. You notice patterns in water movement, bird behaviour or ice conditions. You think through equipment repairs or plan future activities. Your mind processes information even when your body is still. The cold itself demands periods of inactivity. After exposure to extreme cold, your body needs time in warmth to recover. You cannot simply push through without consequences. Frostbite and hypothermia are real risks that require respect and response. When you come in from cold conditions, you warm yourself gradually. Sudden heat after extreme cold can be harmful. You enter your dwelling, remove outer layers slowly, and let your body temperature rise naturally. You might drink something warm but not too hot. You might eat something replenishing calories burned in staying warm. And during these warming periods, you are resting but also preparing. You check your clothing for damage, lay wet items out to dry, and organise equipment for next use. The rest is active in a low-key way. Sleep itself happens in cycles influenced by environment and need. You might sleep for several hours, wake for a period of activity, then sleep again. In continuous darkness, this pattern can repeat multiple times in what would be called a single day elsewhere. You do not fight this. You work with it. Your sleeping area is arranged for maximum warmth with minimum fuel use. You sleep on insulated platforms raised off the frozen ground. You use sleeping furs and skins arranged in layers. Your body heat, trapped by these layers, creates a warm pocket even when the surrounding air is cold. You often sleep fully clothed, or nearly so. Undressing completely in a cold dwelling makes no sense. You remove only what is wet or uncomfortable. In the morning, you're already mostly dressed, ready to add outer layers and begin the day. Shared sleeping arrangements provide additional warmth. Bodies close together create more heat than bodies apart. This is practical rather than purely social. The warmth allows for better rest with less fuel consumption. Dreams during long sleep periods can be vivid, though you do not usually dwell on them. They are simply part of rest, the mind processing experiences while the body recovers. Sometimes dreams reflect the day's work, fishing, walking on ice, repairing equipment. Sometimes they wander to other subjects entirely. Waking is usually gradual rather than abrupt. You surface from sleep slowly, becoming aware of sounds, temperature and light levels. You lie still for a moment, assessing how you feel, whether anything demands immediate attention. Often nothing does, and you rise when ready rather than when required. Naps are common and unremarkable. If you feel sleepy during the day, you might lie down for a short period. This is especially true after eating or during weather that prevents outdoor work. The nap refreshes you without making you feel lazy or guilty. Children and elderly people sleep even more than active adults. Children need extra rest for growth. Elderly people have earned their rest through years of work. Both groups are allowed to sleep as much as they need without judgment. You learn to rest while remaining alert to danger. This seems contradictory but becomes natural with practice. You can doze lightly while still hearing changes in wind sound or ice movement. Your subconscious monitors while you rest, waking you if something requires attention. Patience is built into rest periods. When bad weather keeps you inside, you do not pace anxiously or complain about lost fishing time. You simply wait, using the time for indoor tasks or genuine rest. The weather will change when it changes. Your frustration will not speed this process. These enforced rest periods during storms can last days. You prepare for this possibility by keeping enough food and fuel stored. Then when the weather arrives, you settle in without stress. You've been through this before and will go through it again. The sound of wind and snow on your dwelling becomes familiar background noise during these periods. Initially it might prevent sleep, but you adapt. Eventually the sounds become almost soothing in their constancy. Boredom during long rest periods is managed through small activities. You might work on equipment repairs, tell stories, play simple games, or simply sit quietly. The ability to be still without entertainment is a developed skill. Your mind does not always need stimulation. You also rest your eyes deliberately. The glare from snow and ice can strain vision over time. You periodically close your eyes or stay in dim light, giving your eyes relief from constant brightness. This prevents headaches and preserves your sight. Physical rest includes stretching and gentle movement. After sleeping or sitting for long periods, your body benefits from careful stretching. You move your joints through their range of motion, relieving stiffness without causing strain. Rest and work blend together more than they contrast. Your work pace is sustainable rather than intense. You do not sprint through tasks only to collapse afterward. You work steadily, rest periodically, and maintain a rhythm that can continue indefinitely. The concept of weekends or days off does not apply in the same way. Every day includes both work and rest in whatever proportion makes sense for that day's conditions and needs. Some days are more work than rest. Other days reverse that ratio. You honour your body's signals about needing rest. Pushing through fatigue when you have the option to rest is counterproductive. Exhausted people make mistakes, and mistakes can be costly. Rest is part of maintaining your ability to work effectively. The community expects people to rest appropriately. Someone who constantly pushes themselves without rest is seen as foolish rather than admirable. Sustainable effort over time matters more than short bursts of intense work. Your relationship with rest is practical and positive. Rest is not failure or weakness. It is necessary maintenance. You rest so you can continue working. You rest so you remain safe and functional. You rest because your body and environment require it. This acceptance makes rest more effective. You do not feel guilty or anxious while resting. You simply rest, allowing your body and mind to recover fully. When you return to work, you do so refreshed rather than carrying accumulated fatigue. The fish you catch are food, but they do not remain edible without proper handling. From the moment a fish leaves the water until it's consumed, you follow practices developed over generations to prevent waste and maintain nutrition. This process is skilled work, as important as the fishing itself. Fresh fish are handled immediately. You cannot leave them sitting in warm conditions. Even in cold weather, proper care matters. You clean fish efficiently, removing entrails and saving organs that will be used. Nothing is wasted casually. The cleaning process happens in designated areas near water, where waste can be disposed of appropriately. You use sharp knives designed for this work. making clean cuts that preserve as much flesh as possible. Your hands know the anatomy of different fish species, where to cut, what to save, and what to discard. Blood and fluids from cleaning are allowed to drain away or are buried in ice or snow. This keeps work areas from becoming slippery and prevents scavengers from being attracted to living spaces. Cleanliness in food handling is not about aesthetics. It is about safety and practicality. Fish for immediate consumption might be eaten raw, cooked, or prepared in various ways depending on species and preference. You know which fish are good raw, which benefit from cooking, and which parts are best for different preparations. Cooking, when it happens, uses carefully managed heat sources. Fuel is not unlimited, so cooking methods are efficient. You might use small oil lamps or carefully rationed wood or other fuel. The cooking itself is simple. The goal is nourishment rather than elaborate cuisine. Some fish are boiled, the simplest cooking method. Water in a container is overheated, fish is added, and the liquid is kept at a steady temperature until the flesh is done. The resulting broth is consumed as well, providing additional nutrition and warmth. Other fish are dried, a preservation method that works well in Arctic conditions. You split fish open, remove bones if desired, and hang the flesh in cold, dry air. The wind and low humidity slowly remove moisture, concentrating nutrients and creating a stable food product. Drying racks are positioned to maximise airflow, while protecting fish from direct precipitation. You check drying fish regularly, turning pieces to ensure even drying, removing any that show signs of spoilage before they can contaminate others. The dried fish become lightweight and easy to store. They can be eaten as is or reconstituted in water. They provide concentrated nutrition during periods when fresh fishing is impossible or impractical. A small amount of dried fish provides substantial calories and protein. Freezing is another preservation method that Arctic conditions make simple. Fresh fish left in cold air freeze solid quickly. Once frozen, they remain stable for extended periods. You store frozen fish in protected areas where they will not thaw and refreeze repeatedly. The challenge with frozen food is thawing it for consumption. You cannot simply apply high heat to frozen fish. The outside overcooks while the inside remains frozen. You thaw fish gradually, either in cool air or cold water, allowing the process to happen evenly. Fermentation preserves some foods through controlled aging. Fish buried in specific conditions develop strong flavours and altered textures that some people prefer. This process requires knowledge of safe fermentation versus dangerous spoilage. You learn the signs that indicate proper aging versus contamination. Fermented foods are not to everyone's taste, but they provide variety in diet and preserve fish that might otherwise spoil. The strong flavours and smells are normal and expected. What would seem spoiled to outsiders is recognised by you as properly prepared food. Fish oils and fats are saved carefully. These provide concentrated calories essential in cold conditions. You render fats slowly, separating pure oil from other tissues. The oil can be consumed directly, used in cooking, or employed in equipment maintenance. Storage containers for fish and oil are cleaned thoroughly between uses. Old residues can contaminate new food or create off flavours. You use materials that can be cleaned effectively. Smooth wood, skin containers, or other traditional materials. Portions are managed carefully. You know roughly how much fish your household needs for various time periods. You plan to consume fish while they are at their best quality, rather than letting them deteriorate unnecessarily. When community members contribute fish to shared meals, each person brings what they can. The combined result provides variety and abundance that individual households might not achieve alone. Everyone eats well, and different preparation methods allow people to share techniques and preferences. Children learn food preparation gradually. They begin with simple tasks like carrying water or tending small fires. As they grow, they learn cleaning techniques, preservation methods, and cooking skills. By the time they are adults, they know the full range of food handling practices. Mistakes in food preparation are learning opportunities but are avoided when possible. Spoiled food is wasted calories and lost effort. You pay attention to signs of spoilage, off smells, unusual colours and strange textures. When in doubt, you discard questionable food rather than risk illness. Meals are regular but not elaborate. You eat to maintain function and energy. The food is nourishing rather than gourmet. You might eat several small meals throughout the day rather than a few large ones, keeping your energy level steady. Hot drinks provide warmth and comfort. You might prepare tea from local plants or simply drink warm water. The heat helps raise your core temperature after cold exposure. You hold the warm container in your hands, letting the heat penetrate your fingers. Eating together when possible reinforces social bonds. Shared meals are times for conversation and connection. The food might be simple, but the act of eating together matters. You discuss the day's work, share information and make plans. During hard times when fishing is poor, food gets shared more carefully but still fairly. Everyone's portions might be smaller, but everyone eats. The community does not allow some to feast while others starve. Resources are distributed to maintain everyone's survival. You develop a practical relationship with hunger. Sometimes you feel hungry but must wait to eat. This is uncomfortable, but not a crisis. You know you will eat when appropriate. Sometimes you eat even when not particularly hungry because you know you will need the energy later. The cycle of catching, preparing, preserving and consuming fish creates a rhythm alongside the fishing itself. These activities fill time during weather that prevents fishing. They keep your hands busy and your mind occupied. They are integral parts of the fishing life rather than separate from it. Quality of food preparation affects quality of life. Well-prepared food tastes better and keeps you healthier. Carelessly prepared food can make you sick or provide insufficient nutrition. You take pride in doing the work properly, knowing it directly impacts your well-being. The knowledge of food preparation is passed down with the same care as fishing knowledge. Someone shows you the best way to split a particular fish for drying. Someone else teaches you which organs are most nutritious. Another person demonstrates proper fermentation techniques. This knowledge is practical wisdom, tested over generations. You trust it because you have seen it work. The methods might not make sense from a modern scientific perspective, but they achieve their goals effectively. Your relationship with fish as food is straightforward. Fish are not pets or companions. They are resources that keep you alive. You respect this role without sentimentalizing it. The fish serve their purpose, and you are grateful for what they provide. As daylight fades or the workday ends, you turn toward the shelter of your dwelling. The transition from outdoor activity to indoor rest happens gradually. You do not rush inside and collapse. You move through a sequence of tasks that prepare you for the evening ahead. Outside your entrance, you brush snow from your clothing methodically. This prevents bringing unnecessary moisture indoors. You stamp your feet, dislodging packed snow from boot treads. These small actions reduce the amount of water vapour that will accumulate inside. Inside, the temperature is noticeably warmer than outdoors, though still far from hot. The difference is enough to make you comfortable after proper clothing removal. You peel off outer layers carefully, checking each piece for damage as you remove it. Wet or damp items get hung to dry in positions that maximise air circulation without blocking pathways. You arrange them carefully, knowing that improperly dried clothing will be stiff or frozen by morning. The air inside holds limited moisture, so drying happens slowly but steadily. Your boots get special attention. You remove the insulating material from inside, spreading it to dry completely. The boots themselves are loosened to allow airflow, but not removed entirely until you are sure your feet have warmed adequately. Sudden temperature change can be painful. Once your outer gear is addressed, you can attend to comfort. You might sit near a small heat source, warming hands and face directly. The heat feels pleasant after hours in cold air. You do not take it for granted. Light inside comes from oil lamps burning fish oil or other rendered fats. The flames are small but sufficient. They provide enough illumination for close work without consuming excessive fuel. Your eyes adjust to the dimness easily after time outdoors. The smell of burning oil is a constant presence, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. It is simply the smell of being indoors. You associate it with warmth, safety and rest. The smell becomes comforting through familiarity. Evening meals might be prepared now, though cooking and eating schedules vary based on the day's activities. If you're hungry, you eat. If not, you might wait or have something small. There is no rigid meal schedule to follow. Food preparation during evenings is often simple. You might warm something already cooked, eat preserved fish without additional preparation, or make a simple stew from available ingredients. The goal is nourishment rather than culinary achievement. While food warms or between other tasks, you work on equipment maintenance. This is prime time for detailed work that requires good light and warm fingers. You sit near a lamp, tools and materials spread around you, and address whatever needs attention. Sewing torn seams is common evening work. You thread sinew through a needle, the material stiff, and difficult to work with until it warms in your hands. The stitches must be tight and even. You work slowly, ensuring quality over speed. Other repair work might involve sharpening blades, adjusting bindings, waterproofing seams, or crafting small replacement parts. Your hands stay busy while your mind settles into the calm focus that detailed work requires. Conversation happens naturally if others are present. You might discuss the day's fishing, share observations about weather or ice conditions, or tell stories from the past. The talk is relaxed and intermittent. Long silences are comfortable. Children, if present, are winding down from their own day. They might be working on small tasks appropriate to their age, playing quietly, or simply sitting near adults and absorbing the evening's calm atmosphere. Bedtime for children happens when they become sleepy rather than at a fixed hour. The sounds of evening inside are gentle. The crackle of lamp flames, the scrape of tools against materials being repaired, occasional voices, and the rustle of people shifting position. These sounds create a peaceful backdrop to the hours. You might check food stores during the evening, assessing what you have and what you will need soon. This mental inventory helps plan the next day's activities. If supplies are running low, you make a note to prioritise fishing or preparation of preserved foods. Personal hygiene receives attention when possible. You might wipe down with snow or water, cleaning face and hands at minimum. Full bathing is not frequent due to the difficulty of warming enough water and the cold air, but you maintain basic cleanliness. Your sleeping area gets prepared while you're still fully awake. You arrange furs and skins, check that everything is positioned for warmth, and lay out clothing for morning. This preparation means you can settle into sleep smoothly when tiredness arrives. Stories might be shared during evening hours, passed down knowledge mixed with entertainment. Someone recounts a hunting experience from years ago, detailing the decisions made and lessons learned. These stories serve multiple purposes. They preserve knowledge, entertain, and reinforce community bonds. You listen to these stories even if you have heard them before. Repetition is part of oral tradition. Each telling might include slightly different details or emphasis. The familiar stories are comforting in their predictability. If you are skilled in storytelling yourself, you might share when the moment feels right. You do not perform dramatically. You simply recount events or knowledge in your natural speaking voice. The value is in the information and connection, not the theatrical presentation. Songs exist in your culture, though they are not performed constantly. Someone might sing quietly while working on a task, the melody helping maintain rhythm. Or a song might be shared as part of a story, demonstrating something about the past. The evening is also a time for teaching moments. A young person asks about a technique, and you demonstrate using materials at hand. The lesson is informal but valuable. Knowledge transfers through these small exchanges as much as through formal instruction. You might inspect items that will be needed tomorrow, making sure everything is ready. This prevents morning confusion and allows you to start the day efficiently. Preparation is easier when you are alert and comfortable rather than rushed and cold. As evening deepens toward night, activity gradually decreases. Lamps might be extinguished except for one or two kept burning for safety. The light level dims, signalling to your body that sleep time is approaching. You begin to feel the day's fatigue more clearly as you relax. Muscles that were tense from cold or effort start to ease. Your breathing slows. Your mind shifts from active planning toward quieter, less directed thoughts. The final tasks of the evening are completed without rush. You check that everything is secure, that heat sources are safe, and that morning necessities are accessible. Then you settle into your sleeping area, arrange for maximum comfort within the constraints of your environment. The transition from waking to sleeping is gradual. You lie still, feeling the weight of furs and skins over you, aware of warmth accumulating in your sleeping space. Outside, wind might be audible, or the dwelling might be silent. Either way, you're sheltered and safe. Your thoughts drift without particular direction. You might review the day briefly or think ahead to tomorrow, but mostly you simply allow your mind to settle. Sleep will come when it comes. You do not force it. The evening has served its purpose. You have eaten, completed necessary work, maintained equipment and dwelling, and prepared for rest. This routine provides structure and satisfaction. The day has been lived, and now it can end. Night in the Arctic is measured less by clock hours than by darkness and quiet. During winter months, night extends for long periods, blending with day into a continuum of cold and stillness. During summer, night might barely exist, the sun hovering near the horizon before rising again. Your body adapts to these extremes through seasonal rhythms built over years. In your sleeping space, darkness is deep when lamps are extinguished. The blackness is complete, unbroken by streetlights or ambient glow. This darkness is restful. Your eyes have nothing to track, allowing complete relaxation of visual focus. The cold presses against your dwelling's walls, but inside your sleeping arrangement warmth accumulates. Your body heat, trapped by layers of fur and skin, creates a microclimate that allows sleep despite temperatures that would be dangerous if you were exposed. You sleep in positions that maximize warmth retention. You might curl slightly, reducing surface area exposed to air, or you sleep close to others, sharing heat. The positions are not always comfortable by modern standards, but they are familiar and functional. Your breathing creates small clouds of moisture in the cold air beyond your sleeping covers. This moisture freezes sometimes, creating frost patterns on nearby surfaces. In the morning, this frost will need to be managed, but during the night, you ignore it. Dreams during Arctic nights can be vivid and strange. The long darkness and isolation sometimes create unusual dream content. You might dream of fishing, as expected, but also of impossible things, warm places you have never seen, people who do not exist, and situations that make no sense upon waking. These dreams are not concerning. They are simply how your mind processes experiences and stimuli. You wake from them without distress, letting the strange images fade as you orient yourself to waking reality. Sometimes you wake during the night for practical reasons. Your body needs to urinate, or you hear a sound that requires checking, or you're too warm and need to adjust your covers. You address these needs without fully waking, moving in a half-sleep state. Getting up during the night means exposing yourself to cold. You do this as quickly and efficiently as possible. You emerge from your warm sleeping space, attend to what is needed, and return to warmth immediately. The cold shock helps you appreciate the comfort of your sleeping arrangement even more. If you must go outside during the night, you pull on essential outer layers first. You do not venture into the Arctic night unprotected. Even brief exposure can be dangerous if you're not properly dressed. The few minutes outside feel very long in deep cold and darkness. Returning inside after such a trip, you feel profound relief at being back in shelter. Your sleeping space, which seemed merely adequate before, now feels luxurious. This contrast is part of Arctic life. Comfort is relative and deeply appreciated when present. Children sometimes wake during the night with fears or discomfort. They are comforted quietly without fuss. A hand on their shoulder, a quiet word, and the reassurance of presence usually suffice. The night holds no unusual dangers beyond the ordinary cold and dark that everyone manages. The elderly sometimes sleep fitfully, waking multiple times during the night. This is accepted as normal. They might lie awake for periods, listening to the sounds of the dwelling, thinking their own thoughts. Eventually sleep returns or morning comes and the night has passed. Snoring from sleeping people is common and mostly ignored. If someone's snoring is particularly loud, they might be nudged to shift position, which usually quiets them temporarily. This is done without anger or complaint. It is simply a practical adjustment. The sounds of night are different from day sounds. The wind might change pitch or intensity. Ice makes occasional cracking or groaning sounds as it shifts with temperature changes. These sounds are familiar and usually not alarming, though you remain somewhat alert to anything unusual. If a storm intensifies during the night, you might wake to louder wind noise or the sound of snow being driven against your dwelling. You assess whether any action is needed. Usually it is not. You're inside, safe, and can simply wait out the storm. You return to sleep knowing you will deal with morning conditions when morning comes. Occasionally night brings sounds that do require response. Ice movement near the dwelling might need to be checked. A shift in wind direction might mean securing something that has come loose. You address these issues promptly, then return to rest. The total silence that can occur during calm Arctic nights is profound. No traffic, no machinery, no human activity beyond your small community. The quiet is so complete that your own heartbeat becomes audible. This silence is peaceful rather than eerie for you. It is the normal sound of night. Your sleep cycles during long Arctic nights might be different from sleep in other environments. You might sleep for several hours, wake for a period, then sleep again. This biphasic or polyphasic sleep is functional for your lifestyle. You do not fight it or see it as insomnia. The waking period during the night might be used for quiet tasks. You might tend to a lamp, check on someone else, or simply lie awake thinking. Eventually drowsiness returns, and you slip back into sleep without stress about having been awake. Physical comfort during sleep is managed through careful arrangement of bedding and clothing. You might adjust layers during the night if you become too warm or too cold. These adjustments happen semi-consciously without fully waking. Safety concerns during sleep are minimal once you're settled in a secure dwelling. You're not vulnerable to predators or weather. The main risks are fire from unattended lamps or extreme cold if heating fails. But these are managed through careful preparation before sleep. Trust in your dwelling's construction allows relaxation into deep sleep. The structure has been tested against Arctic conditions many times. You know its limits and capabilities. This knowledge enables rest without anxiety. Morning approaches gradually in some seasons, rapidly in others. During winter, you might wake to continued darkness, with only your internal sense of time telling you morning has arrived. During summer, increasing light eventually penetrates through whatever covering your eyes or dwelling's walls. The transition from sleep to waking is gentle when possible. You become aware of your body, the temperature, and the sounds around you. You assess how you feel, rested or still tired, warm or cold, ready to rise or needing more rest. If you feel genuinely rested, you begin the process of getting up. If you still feel tired and nothing urgent demands attention, you might doze longer. The flexibility to match waking to actual rest needs is a practical luxury. Rising from your sleeping space means leaving warmth for cold. You do this decisively once committed, pulling on layers while still lying down when possible, then emerging ready to face the day's temperature. The night has passed. Your body has rested, repaired, and prepared itself for another day. Sleep has served its essential function. You're ready to begin again. The life you lead as an Inuit fisher in the Arctic is not a story of dramatic struggles overcome or exciting adventures survived. It is a long, quiet practice of attention and adaptation, repeated daily across years and generations. This continuity is both the challenge and the reward. Each morning looks similar to the one before. You wake, dress, tend to equipment, and move toward the water. The specific details vary, weather differs, fish respond differently, small problems arise and are solved. But the overall pattern remains constant. This sameness is not monotonous, it is reliable. Your children observe this reliability and absorb it. They see that life continues through steady effort rather than dramatic gestures. They learn that survival in the Arctic depends on doing ordinary things well, repeatedly, without expectation of praise or excitement. The knowledge you hold was passed to you by people who learned it from others before them. Techniques for reading ice conditions, methods for preserving fish, designs for clothing and equipment, all of this arrived to you through chains of transmission stretching back further than anyone can remember. You will pass this knowledge forward in turn. A young person watching you today will remember how you handled a particular task. Years from now, they will perform that same task using what they learned by observation. The chain continues unbroken. This transmission happens without ceremony or formal recognition. Knowledge flows through daily life, absorbed gradually through participation and observation. The learning is practical rather than theoretical. You do not explain principles, you demonstrate practices. Adaptations occur slowly within this conservative system. If someone discovers a slightly better way to accomplish a task, it spreads gradually through the community. The improvement is evaluated through use rather than declared revolutionary. What works persists. What does not work fades away. Your relationship with the environment is neither romanticized nor antagonistic. The Arctic is not an enemy to conquer or a paradise to praise. It is the place you live, with its particular conditions and requirements. You adapt to it because you must and because you can. The hardships you face are real but not exceptional to you. Cold is expected. Limited resources are normal. The constant attention required for safety is simply part of living here. You do not compare your life to easier lives elsewhere because such comparisons serve no purpose. Comfort when it exists is deeply appreciated precisely because it is not constant. The warmth of your dwelling after cold exposure feels genuinely good. A successful fishing day brings real satisfaction. These moments of comfort and success are earned through the surrounding context of difficulty. You do not complain much about hardships because complaining changes nothing. The cold will remain cold regardless of your feelings about it. Fish will either be present or absent independent of your wishes. Energy spent on complaint is energy wasted. Instead, you focus on what can be controlled. You can maintain equipment well. You can make careful decisions about when and where to fish. You can share resources fairly. You can teach younger people accurately. These actions have effects. The seasons cycle through their patterns and you cycle through corresponding tasks. Winter work differs from summer work. Spring preparation differs from fall storage. This variation provides structure to the year while maintaining overall consistency. Your identity is shaped by this life in ways you rarely articulate. You are a person who knows how to function in extreme cold. You are someone who can read ice conditions. You are part of a community that depends on fishing. These aspects of identity are foundational rather than decorative. The connection between generations creates a form of continuity that transcends individual lives. You are living a life similar to your grandparents' lives, and your grandchildren will likely live similarly to yours. This long view can be comforting. You are part of something larger and more enduring than yourself. Change does occur over time. New materials might become available. Different fishing techniques might prove effective. Outside influences might introduce new ideas or tools. You evaluate these changes practically, adopting what helps and discarding what does not. The core practices remain stable, even as details evolve. You still need to catch fish, preserve food, maintain equipment, and survive cold. The methods for accomplishing these goals might adjust, but the goals themselves persist. Your days are full of small decisions made automatically based on accumulated experience. You decide which fishing spot to try based on factors you're not even consciously considering: ice appearance, wind direction, time of year, recent success, and intuition built from decades of observation. These automatic decisions are a form of expertise that cannot easily be explained to outsiders. You might not even be able to fully explain your reasoning. You simply know what usually works, and you follow that knowledge. Mistakes still happen, despite experience. You misjudge ice thickness occasionally. You fail to notice equipment damage in time. You make errors in preservation that cost you food. These mistakes teach you or remind you to pay attention. They are part of learning that never completely ends. The community tolerates individual mistakes while maintaining expectations of general competence. Everyone makes errors sometimes. What matters is learning from them and not repeating the same mistake carelessly. Patterns of incompetence are noted and addressed, but isolated errors are accepted. Your contribution to the community is measured over time rather than in single events. You might have an excellent fishing week followed by a poor one. Over months and years, your overall contribution balances out. This long-term view reduces pressure while maintaining accountability. As you age, your role shifts gradually. Physical tasks become harder, but your knowledge becomes deeper and more valuable. Younger people begin to consult you about decisions or techniques. You transition from primarily doing to primarily knowing and teaching. This transition is not retirement. You remain active and contributing as long as you're able. The nature of your contribution simply changes. You might spend more time on detailed work and less on heavy labour, but you are still part of the community's function. Eventually, you will not be able to continue. Age or injury or illness will end your fishing life. When this happens, you will be cared for by the community you have contributed to throughout your life. The cycle of giving and receiving balances across generations. After you're gone, the fishing life will continue. Other people will walk the ice you walked, fish the waters you fished, and maintain equipment in the ways you demonstrated. Your individual presence will be missed, but the continuity will not break. This is the nature of Inuit fishing life in the Arctic, a long, quiet practice of survival and skill, passed forward through time by people who value competence over comfort and continuity over change. The hardships are real, met with patience and practical knowledge rather than drama or despair. You settle into sleep tonight having lived another day in this long tradition. Tomorrow will bring similar tasks and challenges. You will meet them as you did today, with attention and steady effort. The ice will be cold, the work will be demanding, and you will persist because this is what you do. This is what has always been done. This is what will continue. The sun is lowering toward the western horizon, and you're standing on a slight rise in the Kalahari, watching the afternoon transform into something entirely different. This moment, what photographers centuries later would call the golden hour, is when experienced hunters would begin reading the landscape with the attention most people reserve for their favourite books. You're travelling with a small hunting party from the Sand People, often called Bushmen, though that term never quite captures the sophistication of their relationship with this land. These are people whose ancestors have lived here for tens of thousands of years, accumulating knowledge the way a library accumulates books, one generation carefully adding to what came before. The light at this hour doesn't just illuminate the savannah, it reveals it. Shadows grow longer, creating texture and depth that make animal tracks stand out like writing on a page. The hunters you're with have been walking since before dawn, covering perhaps 15 miles, and they're now scanning the environment with eyes that notice everything. They're not looking for big, obvious signs. They're reading subtle changes in how grass bends, noticing where dust has been disturbed, and observing which birds are alarmed and which are settling down for evening. One of the hunters kneels beside what looks to you like unmarked dirt. To him, it's a story written in soil and shadow. An antelope passed here, maybe 2 hours ago, moving at an unhurried pace toward water. The track shows no signs of injury, no irregularity in gait. This animal isn't worth pursuing now. It's healthy, alert, and heading away from where the group needs to camp. Better to note its passage and move on. The temperature is beginning its evening descent, dropping from the mid-80s toward what will be a surprisingly cool night in the 60s. In the Kalahari, the dry season creates these dramatic temperature swings that catch visitors off guard. You've learned to appreciate how the hunters adjust their pace with the changing temperature, moving more slowly as the day's heat releases its grip, conserving energy for the work of making camp. Water defines everything in this landscape. The nearest permanent water source is 2 days' walk from here, but the hunters know about temporary pans, shallow depressions that hold rainwater for weeks after storms. They also know about roots and tubers that store moisture, about the buffroot that can be squeezed for liquid, and about dozens of plants that offer hydration to those who know where to look and how to prepare them. The evening air carries scents that create an invisible map of the environment. Somewhere to the northeast, maybe a mile distant, there's a herd of wildebeest. You can catch their musky smell when the breeze shifts. Closer, there's the sharp green scent of crushed leaves where some animal has been browsing. And underneath everything, there's the distinctive smell of the savannah itself. Dust, dried grass, and the faint mineral tang of distant water. Bird calls create a soundscape that the hunters interpret as fluently as you might read traffic patterns in your neighbourhood. A pair of fork-tailed drongos are mobbing something, their aggressive calls suggesting a snake or perhaps a small predator. Go-away birds, named for their distinctive call that sounds exactly like their name, are announcing their displeasure at being disturbed. A nightjar begins its churring song, signalling that twilight has officially begun. The hunters are looking for a campsite now, and their requirements are specific but not difficult to meet. They need a slight elevation, enough to catch breezes but not so exposed that wind becomes a problem. They want to be near enough to water-bearing plants but not so close to game trails that curious animals will wander through camp. They prefer a location with several escape routes, not because they're worried about predators, but because being able to move in multiple directions is simply sensible practice. You notice they're also reading the landscape for signs of previous human presence. Are there old firings here? Do certain trees show signs of bark harvesting? Has someone built a small windbreak in the past? The Sand people have been using this landscape for thousands of years, and their camps are spaced across it like invisible settlements that appear and disappear with the seasons. The chosen spot sits beneath a sprawling camel thorn acacia, its canopy providing both shade and a sense of enclosure without being claustrophobic. The tree is old, perhaps a century or more, and its presence indicates subsurface water that its deep roots have tapped. Thorn trees are good neighbours. They shelter smaller plants, their pods feed animals, and their wood burns with excellent coals for cooking. As the sun continues its descent, the colours of the savannah shift through a spectrum that painters spend lifetimes trying to capture. The grass, bleached almost white by months of dry season sun, now glows amber and gold. The red Kalahari sand takes on deeper hues, ranging from rust to burgundy depending on how the light strikes it. The sky begins its evening performance, transitioning from blue to colours that don't quite have names. Something between peach and rose, between lavender and grey. This is when experienced hunters perform their final environmental check. They observe where birds are settling for the night, which reveals safe roosting spots away from predators. They note which way smoke from a small test fire drifts, showing wind direction for the night ahead. They look at clouds gathering on the horizon, reading them for signs of distant rain that might arrive in days or weeks. The pace of everything begins to slow as daylight fades. Animals that have been active during the afternoon start seeking shelter. Diurnal creatures give way to nocturnal ones in a changing of the guard that happens twice daily, every day, in an endless rhythm that predates human presence on this continent. You're watching a transition that has occurred here for millions of years, and being part of it, even as an observer, feels oddly grounding. Understanding how sand hunters navigated and inhabited the Kalahari requires appreciating just how different this environment is from the landscapes most of us consider normal. The Kalahari isn't quite desert, and isn't quite savanna, it's something in between, a semi-arid landscape where life has adapted to scarcity and developed remarkable strategies for survival. Picture an area roughly the size of France, covered primarily in sand that ranges from deep red to pale yellow, depending on iron content and exposure. This sand creates a surface that's soft enough to preserve tracks beautifully, but firm enough to walk on without difficulty. After generations of walking this terrain, sand hunters developed a gait that barely disturbs the sand, leaving tracks so light that rain can erase them in minutes. The vegetation consists primarily of grasses, low shrubs, and scattered trees that have learned to thrive on minimal rainfall. Most years, the Kalahari receives between 6 and 10 inches of rain, and sometimes much less. Everything that grows here has evolved strategies for the dry season. Deep roots, small leaves that conserve water, and dormancy periods that can last months. But calling the Kalahari barren would be like calling a library empty because it doesn't have furniture. The landscape holds incredible biodiversity for those who know how to see it. There are dozens of edible plants, numerous medicinal herbs, fibres for crafting, and wood that serves everything from toolmaking to fuel. The trick is knowing where to look and when to harvest. The terrain rolls gently, with fossil dune systems creating long parallel ridges that run roughly north-south. These ridges, created by ancient wind patterns during wetter periods thousands of years ago, influence everything from where water collects to which plants grow where. Walking perpendicular to these ridges means constantly ascending and descending gentle slopes. Walking parallel to them provides easier travel but sometimes means going out of your way. Pans, those seasonal water sources that fill during rains, dot the landscape like irregular pearls on a vast necklace. Some are tiny, holding water for only days after a storm. Others are substantial, becoming temporary lakes that attract game from miles around and hold water for months. Knowing which pans fill first, which hold water longest, and which provide the cleanest drinking water represents knowledge that takes decades to accumulate. The temperature extremes shape everything about how people live here. Summer days can exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, while winter nights can drop below freezing. Even during the moderate seasons, daily temperature swings of 40 degrees are common. This means that clothing, shelter, and daily routines must account for these dramatic changes, and the hunters you're with have developed strategies that work without any of the technology we take for granted. What makes sand hunters so remarkably adapted to this environment is their mental map of resources. They don't think of the Kalahari as empty space between points. They see it as a richly textured landscape, where every feature has significance. That termite mound indicates certain soil conditions and marks a reliable navigation point. That cluster of shepherd's trees signals underground water. That particular type of grass means the soil beneath holds moisture, suggesting certain edible roots might be present. This environmental knowledge extends to understanding seasonal changes with precision that would impress modern ecologists. The hunters know that certain plants flower when the Pleiades constellation reaches a specific position in the sky. They know that particular birds arrive from the north exactly 3 weeks before the first rains. They can predict weather patterns by observing insect behaviour, cloud formations, and wind shifts. The animal life of the Kalahari adds another layer to this landscape. Large herbivores like gemsbok, eland, and springbok have adapted to survive with minimal water, getting moisture from the plants they eat, and cooling themselves through specialised circulatory systems. Predators like lions, leopards, and cheetahs follow these herds, and smaller creatures, from meerkats to ground squirrels to dozens of bird species, create an ecosystem where everything is connected to everything else. Understanding these connections is what made sand hunters successful. They didn't just hunt animals, they understood the animals' relationships with plants, water, weather, and each other. They knew that lions hunt most actively 3 to 4 hours after sunset and just before dawn. They knew that gemsbok can sense water underground and will sometimes dig for it. They knew which vultures find carcasses first, and how to interpret the vulture's behaviour to locate game. As the last direct sunlight fades from the sky, leaving only the diffuse glow of twilight, the hunters begin transforming this spot beneath the camel thorn acacia from raw landscape into temporary home. Watching this process is like seeing a stage set assemble itself, except everything is functional rather than decorative, and every action serves multiple purposes. The first task involves clearing the immediate camping area of anything that might cause discomfort or problems during the night. Small stones get pushed aside with feet, not tossed away, because even stones have their place in this environment, but simply moved to the perimeter. Thorny branches that have fallen from the acacia get collected for a specific purpose we'll return to shortly. The ground gets swept lightly with a branch to disturb scorpions and spiders that might otherwise settle in for the evening near human warmth. Next comes gathering firewood, and this task reveals another layer of environmental knowledge. The hunters don't just grab any fallen wood, they select specific types that burn at different rates and produce different qualities of heat. Camelthorn burns long and hot with excellent coals, perfect for the main fire that will last through the night. Other woods burn quickly and bright, useful for light but not sustained heat. Some woods, when green, produce smoke that helps keep insects at bay without being overwhelming. The wood collection happens efficiently but not frantically. There's no sense of racing against darkness, because the hunters know exactly how much time they have and how much wood they'll need. They gather enough for a fire that will burn all night but not wastefully large, just sufficient to provide warmth, light, and psychological comfort. Each person contributes to the pile, and the wood gets stacked in a specific way that keeps it dry and makes different types easy to identify by touch after dark. Creating the fire itself is less dramatic than movies might suggest. These hunters carry fire-making tools, friction sets made from specific woods that create embers through practiced technique. But more often, they carry coals from the previous night's fire, kept alive in a carrying vessel made from a hollowed root, packed with specific fungi that smoulder without flame. Transferring these coals to a nest of fine, dry grass takes perhaps 30 seconds, and gentle blowing creates flame almost immediately. The fire location has been chosen with care. It sits far enough from the tree that sparks won't threaten the canopy, but close enough that the tree's trunk reflects heat back toward the camping area. The fire is also positioned so that smoke drifts away from where people will sleep, but not so far away that its light and warmth become useless. Around the fire, the hunters create sleeping areas that demonstrate impressive economy of effort. They don't build elaborate structures. Instead, they work with what the environment provides. Grass gets gathered in armfuls and laid out in thick piles that will serve as mattresses, insulating sleepers from the cooling ground. These grass beds are positioned in a semicircle around the fire, close enough for warmth, but far enough that sparks won't be a hazard. The thorny branches collected earlier now serve their purpose. They're arranged in a loose barrier on the side of camp away from the fire. This simple windbreak serves multiple functions. It deflects breezes that might otherwise make the night uncomfortable. It creates a psychological boundary that marks the camp's edge. And it discourages curious animals from wandering through, not by being an impassable barrier, but simply by being mildly annoying to navigate around. Animals, like people, generally take the path of least resistance. Personal items get arranged with the same thoughtful efficiency that characterizes everything these hunters do. Hunting tools, bows, arrows, and digging sticks are placed where they'll be immediately accessible, but won't get accidentally kicked or stepped on during the night. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells, stoppered with grass bungs, are secured in scooped-out sand depressions where they won't roll or tip. Leather bags containing various items get hung from low branches or placed on elevated spots away from ground-dwelling insects. As camp takes shape, what strikes you is how little it looks like what most people consider camping. There are no tents, no chairs, and no designated cooking areas. Everything is minimal, functional, and completely adapted to this specific environment. This isn't primitive, it's sophisticated. These hunters have distilled thousands of years of experience into practices that use minimal materials to maximum effect. The psychological transformation of space is perhaps most interesting. 20 minutes ago, this was just another spot in an endless savanna. Now it's camp, a place that feels qualitatively different from the surrounding landscape. This transformation happens not through barriers or structures, but through human activity, firelight, and the subtle organisation of space. It's the same instinct that made your ancestors gather around fires in caves. The same fundamental human need to create a sense of place and safety, and Full darkness has settled over the Kalahari now, and the camp has taken on the quality of a small island of light in an ocean of night. The fire burns steadily, its flames dancing in patterns that humans have been watching since we first learned to control combustion. The wood crackles and pops occasionally, sending brief showers of sparks upward towards stars that are beginning to emerge in truly remarkable numbers. The hunters settle into evening routines that balance work with rest. Someone is preparing food, though preparing might be too elaborate a word for what's actually happening. Dinner tonight consists of items collected during the day's travel, tubers that were dug from the ground, their locations revealed by specific leaf patterns, summer melons that provided both food and water, and nuts from a mongongo tree, already roasted in today's earlier fire. The tubers get buried in the coals at the fire's edge, where they'll roast slowly, their tough skins protecting the starchy flesh inside. This cooking method requires no pots, no utensils, and no complex preparation, just fire, time, and experience knowing when they're done. The mongongo nuts, which are extraordinarily nutritious and taste vaguely like cashews, get passed around for anyone who's hungry now rather than waiting for the tubers to cook. There's meat as well, from a successful hunt 2 days ago. The hunters had pursued an eland, the largest antelope species, and after a chase that combined tracking with endurance, they'd brought it down with poison arrows. The meat was butchered on site, with some eaten immediately and the rest cut into strips and dried. Tonight, some of that dried meat gets briefly warmed over the fire, not enough to cook it, but enough to soften it and bring out the flavours. What's notable about this meal is its absolute lack of ceremony. People eat when they're hungry and take what they need, and there's no formal structure or designated serving time. Food gets shared automatically, without negotiation or accounting. If someone is hungry and you have food, sharing isn't generosity, it's simply what you do, as automatic as breathing. This isn't primitive communism or noble savage idealism, it's practical adaptation to an environment where food availability fluctuates and mutual support increases everyone's survival chances. As people eat, conversation happens in the unhurried way that characterizes most of their interactions. The San languages include click consonants that sound almost like percussion, creating speech patterns that blend beautifully with the nighttime soundscape. Discussions cover practical matters, observations from today's travel, plans for tomorrow's movement, and news about other groups they encountered weeks ago. But there's also storytelling, which serves purposes that go beyond entertainment. Stories encode information about the environment, animal behaviour, proper conduct, and historical events. A story about a hunter who ignored certain signs and got lost becomes a lesson in reading landscape features. A story about someone who was greedy and didn't share becomes a lesson in social cohesion. The stories aren't heavy-handed or obviously instructive. They're entertaining first and educational second, which is why they work so well. The night has brought out different sounds than dominated the day. Insects create a constant background hum that rises and falls in waves, primarily crickets, but also cicadas and other creatures whose names you don't know. A jackal calls in the distance, its cry eerily reminiscent of a crying baby. Another jackal answers, and their conversation creates a back and forth that sounds almost like they're commenting on the day's events. Somewhere much farther away, maybe 2 or 3 miles, a lion roars, the sound carrying with remarkable clarity through the cool night air. The hunters pause briefly when they hear it, listening to determine direction and distance, then return to their conversation. They're not alarmed, just aware. Lions generally avoid human camps with fires, and these particular lions sound far enough away that they're not an immediate consideration. As the evening deepens and the hunters settle into rest, it's worth examining the tools and equipment that make this lifestyle possible. What you notice immediately is how much can be accomplished with what seems like very little, and how every item serves multiple purposes. The hunting bow deserves particular attention. It's not the heavy, powerful longbow of medieval Europe or the compound bow of modern sport hunting. This is a small, elegant tool made from carefully selected wood, often a hardwood that combines flexibility with tensile strength. The bow is perhaps 3 feet long when strung, small enough to maneuver through brush, and light enough to carry all day without fatigue. The bowstring is sinew, carefully prepared from animal tendons and twisted into cordage that's surprisingly strong, despite being thinner than your pinky finger. This string requires periodic attention to keep it properly conditioned, and the hunters check their bows regularly, rubbing the strings with fat to keep them supple, and inspecting the wood for any developing cracks or weaknesses. The arrows are engineering marvels in miniature. Each consists of a reed shaft, hollow and light, with a separate wooden foreshaft inserted into the reed. The foreshaft can be replaced if it breaks, meaning one reed can serve for dozens of uses. The arrowheads are made from bone or metal when available, carefully shaped and sharpened. But the real sophistication is in the poison that's applied to these points. The poison comes from beetle larvae harvested from specific plants and prepared through a process that's both art and science. The larvae are squeezed to extract a substance that's then mixed with plant saps and possibly other ingredients depending on family recipe variations. This poison doesn't kill quickly like venom. Instead, it creates a systemic effect that gradually weakens the animal, making it easier to follow and eventually approach. Using poison might sound unsporting to modern sensibilities, but it's actually more humane than alternatives. A small bow can't deliver the kinetic energy to kill a large animal quickly. The poison allows hunters to take game they couldn't otherwise pursue, doing so in a way that minimises the animal's suffering compared to what would happen if a wounded animal escaped and died slowly from infection or blood loss. The digging stick is another tool that reveals sophistication through simplicity. It's a hardwood shaft about 3 feet long, fire-hardened at one end and weighted with a stone that's been pierced and permanently attached. This weight gives the stick momentum when you're digging, making the work less exhausting. The tool serves for excavating tubers, breaking open termite mounds, defending against aggressive animals, and dozens of other purposes that arise in daily life. Clothing represents another area where Sand people demonstrate impressive adaptation to their environment. During the day, men might wear only a loincloth made from softened animal hide, just enough to protect and maintain modesty without causing overheating. Women wear slightly more, usually a leather apron front and back. Both use lightweight leather cloaks that can be worn or carried depending on temperature. But at night, as temperatures drop, these same people know how to layer effectively. The leather cloaks wrap around shoulders and torsos, providing insulation that's remarkably effective. People sleep close to the fire on their grass mattresses, sometimes using their own limbs as pillows or sharing body warmth on particularly cold nights. The leather clothing they've been wearing all day now serves as additional bedding, folded and placed strategically for extra insulation. The Sand people also use animal skins in ways that demonstrate a thorough understanding of material science. Different hides serve different purposes. Gemsbok leather makes the most durable sandals because it's tough and resists thorns. Duiker hide, being softer and more pliable, works better for bags and pouches. Eland hide, thick and substantial, makes excellent sleeping mats when properly prepared. The preparation of these hides is a process that would exhaust most modern people just watching it. Fresh hides must be scraped to remove flesh and fat, then stretched and worked to prevent stiffening. They're treated with animal brains, which contain natural oils and enzymes that cure the leather, then smoked over specific types of wood that prevent insect damage and mould. The entire process takes days and produces leather that's soft, supple and durable. Water containers made from ostrich eggshells represent another innovation that's so perfect for its purpose that it hasn't been significantly improved upon. An ostrich eggshell holds about a litre of water when properly prepared. The hunters find empty shells. Ostriches lay eggs throughout certain seasons and not all survive to hatch. Then carefully drill a hole in one end using a stone tool or bone awl. These eggshell canteens are nearly ideal water containers for nomadic life. They're lightweight when empty, strong enough to withstand rough handling, and their shape distributes impact stress evenly. The narrow opening minimises evaporation and prevents spills. Each family might own a dozen or more of these containers, cached at different locations throughout their territory, so that water is available at various points in their seasonal movements. The most impressive tool, however, might be knowledge itself. The hunters carry in their heads detailed mental maps of their territory that span hundreds of square miles. They know where to find water in different seasons, which plants are edible at which times of year, how to track dozens of different animal species, how to read weather patterns, and how to navigate by stars and landmarks. This knowledge isn't written down, it's transmitted through observation, practice, and storytelling, each generation learning from the previous one. As you lie on your own grass mattress near the fire, the night reveals itself as anything but silent or static. The darkness has brought out a completely different set of life forms, and the experienced hunters around you remain casually aware of this nocturnal world even as they relax. The soundscape has layers that become apparent once you stop trying to identify individual sounds and instead listen to the whole composition. There's the constant bass note of insect life, that steady hum we mentioned earlier. Over this, bird calls punctuate the darkness. Nightjars with their churring songs, owls with various hoots and shrieks depending on species, and occasionally the distinctive call of a thick knee, which sounds like someone whistling for their dog. Mammalian sounds add another dimension. Small animals rustle through grass and brush, their movements creating discrete sounds that experienced ears can identify. That particular rustle, combined with a soft munching sound, indicates a spring hare, a large rodent that moves by hopping like a miniature kangaroo and feeds on roots and grass. That different type of disturbance, more deliberate and heavier, might be a porcupine, one of the few animals that moves with complete confidence because its quills make it effectively invulnerable to most predators. Larger animals announce their presence through different means. You can hear zebras in the distance, their barking calls distinctive even if you've never heard them before. Hyenas occasionally whoop, a sound that carries for miles and serves to maintain contact between clan members. That rhythmic sound that almost resembles someone chopping wood is a giraffe walking, its hooves striking the ground with a distinctive cadence that no other animal quite replicates. The hunters listen to all of this with attention that's alert but not anxious. They're not worried about these animals, they're simply staying informed about their neighbourhood. That lion from earlier, they note when it roars again, tracking its movement mentally. It's now farther away, moving east, probably following zebra herds. This information might be useful tomorrow if they decide to hunt in that direction, or it might simply be filed away as part of the ongoing environmental awareness that characterises their lives. What predators are they actually concerned about? Surprisingly few. Lions almost never attack humans without provocation, and they especially avoid groups with fires. Leopards are more cautious of humans than humans are of them. Hyenas can be aggressive near food, but generally give people plenty of space. The most dangerous large animal is probably the Cape buffalo, but they're not present in this particular region of the Kalahari. The real nighttime concerns are smaller and more mundane. Scorpions become active after dark, hunting the insects that also come out at night. This is why the hunters cleared the ground before settling in, and why they shake out clothing and check shoes before putting them on. Snakes also hunt at night, but they're generally more interested in avoiding people than confronting them. The barrier of thorny branches around camp serves partly to discourage these smaller creatures from wandering through. As the night progresses, the temperature continues dropping. You notice the hunters adjusting to this gradually, pulling their leather cloaks more tightly, shifting closer to the fire, and adding another stick when the flames die down to coals. There's an art to maintaining a fire through the night. You don't want it blazing so high that it consumes wood too quickly, but you also don't want it to die completely and have to restart it in the middle of the night. The person tending the fire does so with minimal disruption to others. They add wood quietly, position it so it catches without creating excessive flame, and settle back to sleep. This rotation of fire tending happens organically, with whoever wakes naturally taking a turn. There's no formal schedule, no assigned shifts, just the understanding that someone needs to maintain the fire, and everyone takes responsibility for it. The moon rises late tonight, and its appearance transforms the landscape once again. Suddenly you can see beyond the immediate circle of firelight and the savannah takes on an ethereal quality in the moonlight. Shadows sharpen, the distinction between earth and sky becomes clearer, and the overall sense of being in vast open space intensifies. In moonlight, you can see why sand hunters sometimes travel at night when necessary. The landscape becomes navigable, though not easily. Tracks are harder to read, and thorns you'd see in a void in daylight become invisible hazards. But the cooler temperatures make movement less exhausting, and certain animals become easier to approach because the moon doesn't reveal human presence as clearly as sunlight would. Tonight, however, no one has any intention of travelling. This is rest time, a pause in the constant movement that characterises their lives. The hunters aren't sleeping heavily. That kind of deep, unconscious sleep probably isn't adaptive when you're living outdoors in an environment with occasional genuine dangers. Instead, they're in a state of restful awareness, sleeping deeply enough to recuperate but lightly enough that unusual sounds or movements will wake them. Understanding how sand hunters sleep in the open requires recognizing how different their relationship with rest is compared to what most modern people experience. There's no bedroom, no mattress, no climate control, and no privacy in the way we usually think about it. Yet they achieve something that eludes many people in technologically advanced societies: genuinely restorative sleep that leaves them refreshed and ready for the next day's challenges. The grass mattresses they've created are more effective than you might expect. The thick layer of dried grass provides insulation from the ground, which becomes surprisingly cold during the night as it radiates the heat it absorbed during the day. The grass also provides cushioning, not the luxurious softness of a modern mattress, but enough that sleeping doesn't mean lying directly on hard sand and small stones. Position matters too. The hunters sleep in a loose semicircle around the fire, with each person's feet oriented toward the warmth. This arrangement means your torso and limbs can be wrapped in your cloak for insulation, while your feet receive radiant heat from the fire. It's also a social arrangement that allows conversation before sleep and ensures that everyone is within easy reach if something goes wrong during the night. The leather cloaks serve as remarkably effective blankets. Animal hide provides excellent insulation, while being breathable enough that you don't wake up drenched in sweat. The cloak wraps around your body, creating a cocoon that traps body heat, while still allowing you to move if needed. On particularly cold nights, people might share cloaks, using social bonds and body heat to maximize warmth. Your head rests on whatever you've designated as a pillow. Sometimes a folded piece of clothing, sometimes a small leather bag filled with grass, sometimes simply your own arm. The sand people don't seem to suffer from the neck problems that plague people who use elaborate pillow systems. Possibly their bodies have adapted through generations to sleeping this way. Or possibly our modern sleep systems have created problems that wouldn't exist without them. The sounds of the night, which you might expect to be disruptive, actually seem to contribute to rather than detract from sleep. That constant insect hum creates white noise that masks other, more jarring sounds. The fire's crackle provides a rhythmic, somewhat hypnotic background. Even the occasional animal calls, once you've learned they're not threatening, become part of the nighttime soundscape rather than disruptions to it. What's particularly interesting is the flexibility of sleep patterns. The hunters don't sleep straight through for 8 hours, as sleep experts constantly tell us we should. Instead, they sleep in segments, waking occasionally to tend the fire, relieve themselves, or simply lie awake for a few minutes before returning to sleep. This segmented sleep pattern was probably normal for humans throughout most of our history, and it seems to work perfectly well for people living this lifestyle. Dreams, when discussed the next morning, are taken seriously as sources of information and meaning. A hunter who dreams of water might influence the group's decision about which direction to travel. Someone who dreams of a particular animal might suggest they focus their hunting efforts on that species. This isn't superstition in the way we usually think of it. It's recognition that our subconscious minds process information in ways that our conscious awareness might miss. The quality of sleep also varies with the moon phase. On dark, moonless nights, sleep tends to be deeper and longer, because there's simply less to see or do once darkness falls. On bright moonlit nights, people tend to stay up later, talk more, and sleep more lightly. The hunters' sleep schedules are naturally synchronized with lunar rhythms in ways that modern artificial lighting has completely disrupted for most of humanity. As the night deepens into its quietest hours, that period around midnight when even nocturnal animals seem to pause, the camp settles into its most peaceful state. The fire has burned down to glowing coals that provide steady heat without much visible flame. The hunters sleep in various positions, some curled on their sides, some on their backs, some with legs drawn up, and some stretched out. Each person has found their comfortable position through a lifetime of sleeping this way. There's something deeply reassuring about sleeping in a group like this, even for an observer like yourself. The quiet sounds of other people breathing, the occasional shift of position, the knowledge that several pairs of eyes and ears will wake if anything unusual happens. All of this creates a sense of security that solitary modern sleepers often lack. We evolved sleeping in groups, and being around others at night probably satisfies some ancient need for social proximity during vulnerable times. The first hint of dawn arrives not as light but as sound. Bird calls change their character. The nightjars fall silent, replaced by early rising species whose songs announce the coming day. A chat begins its distinctive call from somewhere nearby, a cheerful series of notes that seems to celebrate the end of night. The insects that dominated the evening soundscape fade as diurnal species begin stirring. The temperature at this hour is at its lowest point, and you notice the hunters drawing their cloaks more tightly in these pre-dawn moments. The fire has burned down considerably, though someone, you didn't notice who or when, has fed it during the night, so it hasn't gone completely cold. Now someone stirs more fully, adds several sticks, and begins coaxing the fire back to life with gentle blowing. Light arrives slowly at first, then more rapidly. The eastern horizon develops a pale glow that gradually strengthens, shifting from deep blue to lighter shades, then picking up warm colours as the sun nears the horizon. The stars fade in this growing light. First the fainter ones disappear, then the brighter ones, until finally only Venus remains visible, the morning star hanging in a sky that's transitioning from night to day. The hunters wake gradually rather than all at once. There's no alarm, no urgent need to leap up and begin moving. Instead, people transition from sleep to wakefulness in their own time, lying quietly for a few minutes, perhaps adding another stick to the fire, eventually sitting up and stretching muscles that have been still for hours. The morning routine has its own gentle rhythm. Someone checks the coals from last night's buried tubers. A few were left deliberately for morning eating. These get dug out, brushed free of ash, and broken open. The interior is soft and steaming, with a sweet, earthy flavour that's satisfying without being heavy. Shared around the fire, these tubers serve as breakfast for people who will be walking again within an hour. Water gets passed around in those ostrich egg containers, each person taking a drink that's measured not by conscious restraint, but by practiced habit. In an environment where water requires significant effort to obtain, nobody wastes it, but nobody hoards it either. You drink what you need, aware that there will be opportunities to find more later today, if you remember the landscape lessons you've learned. As full daylight arrives, the savannah reveals what the night had hidden. You can see now that your camp sits in an area where animal tracks crisscross in dozens of directions. During the night, creatures pass nearby. The prints are fresh, probably made in the hours before dawn. There are small antelope tracks, the distinctive marks of ground-dwelling birds, and the scratches where something dug for insects or roots. The hunters examine these tracks with casual interest, reading them the way you might glance at headlines in a newspaper. They're not alarmed by this evidence of nighttime visitors, they expected it. But they note which animals passed, in which directions, and at approximately what times based on how the tracks overlap and how much the sand has shifted around their edges. The morning air has remarkable clarity that will last only a couple of hours before heat begins creating shimmer and distortion. Right now you can see for miles across the savannah, watching how the low-angle sunlight creates long shadows and highlights every contour of the landscape. Birds are particularly active at this hour, and you can see various species moving between feeding areas. sand grouse flying in swift direct lines toward distant water, hornbills hopping among tree branches and larks singing from exposed perches. Before leaving camp, the hunters perform a simple but important ritual. They scatter the fire and cover it with sand. This isn't about hiding evidence of their presence. Their tracks and the flattened grass make that impossible anyway. It's about fire safety in a landscape where unchecked flames could devastate the environment. The scattered ashes and charred wood will be nearly invisible within days, incorporated back into the soil. The grass mattresses get kicked apart and scattered, returning to the landscape they came from. The thorny branches of the windbreak remain where they are. They'll decompose naturally and might even be useful to the next group that camps here. In less than 15 minutes, the campsite that felt so established last night has been largely erased, leaving only subtle signs that humans rested here. As the group prepares to move, they perform one final check of their surroundings. Tools get inspected to ensure nothing is damaged or missing. Leather bags get checked to verify their contents. Water containers get shaken to assess how much remains. Each person mentally reviews what they're carrying and what they know about the landscape ahead. The direction of travel today was decided partly last night and partly this morning based on weather observations, animal signs, and the group's overall goals. They're not wandering aimlessly. They have destinations in mind, resources they want to check, and a general route that will take them through productive areas. But their planning remains flexible, ready to adapt if they encounter unexpected opportunities or challenges. As you prepare to leave this nighttime experience and return to your own world of climate control and indoor plumbing, it's worth reflecting on what these sand hunters understand about living that modern life sometimes obscures. Their knowledge isn't romantic primitivism or noble savage idealism. It's practical wisdom developed through thousands of generations of lived experience. First, they understand that comfort is relative and adaptable. The same conditions that would leave most modern people miserable, sleeping on the ground, limited water, temperature extremes, no walls or doors, are completely normal to them. They haven't developed superhuman tolerance. They've simply learned what humans are actually capable of when properly prepared. The gap between our comfort expectations and our actual physical capabilities is probably much larger than most of us realise. Second, they demonstrate that less can genuinely be more when it comes to possessions and technology. Their entire material culture, everything they own and use, could fit in a couple of backpacks. Yet they're not impoverished or suffering. They have what they need for their environment and lifestyle. The elaborate systems we've built around ourselves, homes, vehicles, countless possessions, solve real problems but also create new ones. The SAN approach suggests that matching tools to actual needs, rather than accumulating things because we can, might be worth reconsidering. Third, they show that deep environmental knowledge creates a different kind of security than the kind we usually seek. We try to make ourselves secure by building structures that keep nature out, and by accumulating resources we can control. The SAN make themselves secure by understanding nature so thoroughly that they can work with it rather than against it. When you know where to find water, food and shelter across hundreds of square miles, you're less vulnerable to local disruptions than someone who depends on fragile supply chains. Fourth, their social system demonstrates that cooperation doesn't require formal organisation or enforcement. Food gets shared, labour gets divided, and decisions get made through consensus, all without contracts or rules or designated authorities. This works because the group is small enough that everyone knows everyone else, and because their lifestyle creates natural incentives for cooperation. You can't survive alone in the Kalahari, so maintaining good relationships isn't optional, it's a survival strategy. Fifth, they remind us that human brains are capable of storing and processing incredible amounts of information without writing or digital devices. The mental maps the hunters carry, the species identification they perform instantly, the weather prediction they do through observation, and the navigation they accomplish using stars and landmarks. All of this represents cognitive capabilities that most modern people have let atrophy. We've outsourced so much memory and processing to external devices that we've forgotten what our own minds can do. Sixth, Their sleep patterns suggest that our modern 8-hour straight obsession might be culturally specific rather than biologically necessary. They sleep in segments, wake during the night, adjust their schedules to natural light, and seem perfectly well rested. Perhaps the sleep problems that plague modern societies stem partly from trying to force our biology into patterns that don't actually suit us. Seventh, they demonstrate that meaningful work and leisure aren't opposites. Gathering food, making tools, and travelling across the landscape, these activities are simultaneously work and engagement with life. They're not counting down hours until they can stop working and start living. The integration of labour and life creates a different quality of experience than the modern pattern of working at jobs we tolerate to earn money for the free time when we can do what we actually want. Eighth, their relationship with risk shows that trying to eliminate all danger might not be the path to well-being. They live with genuine risks, weather, injury, food scarcity, and occasional dangerous animals. But they've developed competence and confidence that makes these risks manageable rather than paralysing. Modern safety obsessions sometimes create psychological fragility by preventing people from developing the skills and confidence that come from managing real challenges. None of this means their lifestyle is perfect or that we should all abandon modern life and move to the Kalahari. The San face genuine hardships, infant mortality rates that would horrify modern parents, medical problems that could be easily solved with basic healthcare, and vulnerability to droughts that kill people. Romanticising their lifestyle while ignoring its difficulties is both inaccurate and disrespectful, but neither should we dismiss their way of life as simply primitive or inferior to our own. They've developed sophisticated solutions to the challenges of their environment, solutions that work extremely well for their circumstances. And some of their approaches, their environmental knowledge, their social cooperation, their material simplicity, their integration of work and life, contain insights that remain valuable even for people living in very different contexts. The most important lesson might be about adaptability itself. The San people thrive in an environment that would kill most modern humans within days, not because they're physiologically different, but because they've learned their landscape thoroughly and adapted their behaviour to match its demands. Every human society does this to some degree. We all adapt to our environments. The question is whether we're doing so consciously and thoughtfully, or whether we're simply accepting whatever patterns our culture happens to have developed. As you mentally return from the Kalahari Savannah to your own bedroom, carrying memories of firelit faces and star-filled skies, consider what elements of that nighttime experience might translate across centuries and continents to your own life. You probably can't, and shouldn't try to, replicate the San hunter lifestyle in modern suburbia, but you can borrow from their approach to rest and recovery. What would it mean to create evening routines that genuinely prepare your body and mind for sleep, rather than simply marking time until you collapse into bed? The hunter's gradual transition from activity to rest, their attention to comfort and warmth, and their use of fire and social connection to create restful environments. All of these have analogues in modern life if you look for them. You might experiment with reducing artificial light in your evening hours, letting your body respond to natural darkness signals. You could create simple rituals that mark the transition from day to night, helping your mind recognise when it's time to shift gears. You could pay attention to temperature, recognising that cooler sleeping environments often produce better rest. You could even reconsider whether sleeping straight through the night is really necessary, or whether waking briefly is natural and acceptable. The hunter's relationship with possessions offers another transportable lesson. What would your life look like if you evaluated everything you own by whether it serves multiple purposes and whether you truly need it? The freedom that comes from having less stuff, less to maintain, less to organise, less to worry about, is available to anyone willing to question their accumulation habits. Their environmental awareness suggests that paying attention to the natural world, even in urban or suburban settings, can create a richer daily experience. You might not need to track animals across sand, but you could notice which birds visit your area in different seasons, which plants bloom when and how weather patterns develop. This attention doesn't require moving to the wilderness, It just requires deciding that the non-human world is worth noticing. Their social patterns, the automatic sharing, the consensus decision-making, the absence of formal hierarchy won't translate directly to modern life with its complex institutions and millions of strangers. But within your own circles of family and friends, you might find opportunities to practice more generous sharing, more collaborative decision-making, and more egalitarian relationships. Most fundamentally, the sand hunters demonstrate that human beings are adaptable, capable, and resilient in ways that modern convenience sometimes obscures. We've built elaborate systems to protect ourselves from discomfort and uncertainty, but in doing so, we've sometimes prevented ourselves from developing the competence and confidence that come from facing challenges directly. You don't need to sleep on the ground in the savannah to reconnect with these fundamental human capabilities. You just need to occasionally step outside your comfort zone, try things that are slightly difficult, develop skills that aren't immediately useful, and pay attention to the world beyond screens and walls. The specific challenges matter less than the practice of engaging with them. Tonight, as you lie in your bed, probably more comfortable than any grass mattress could ever be, you might notice sounds you usually ignore. That cricket outside your window, the wind moving through trees, and the distant sound of traffic that creates its own kind of white noise. These sounds connect you to the same nighttime world that sand hunters experience, just in a different context. You might feel grateful for your shelter and safety while also recognizing that the sand hunters aren't suffering in their open camps. Different environments suit different lifestyles, and what seems harsh from one perspective is simply normal from another. Understanding this might make you less judgmental about people whose lives look different from yours, and less defensive about your own choices. You might reflect on how much of your life involves trying to control or eliminate variables: temperature, light, sound, social interaction, risk, and wonder whether some of that control costs more than it benefits. The hunters accept variability as inherent to existence and develop flexibility instead of control. There might be wisdom in that approach, even for people who aren't planning to sleep under the stars. As sleep begins to overtake you, imagine that campfire still burning in the Kalahari. It's like creating a small island of warmth in the vast darkness. Imagine hunters sleeping their segmented sleep, waking occasionally to tend the flames, comfortable in an environment that would terrify most modern people. Imagine them waking at dawn to scatter the fire, check their tools, and walk again across a landscape they know as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. Their world and yours are separated by oceans, centuries, and completely different ways of organising human life. Yet the fundamental experiences remain the same: the need for rest, the search for comfort, the desire for safety, the value of social connection, the satisfaction of competence, and the peace that comes from understanding your environment well enough to trust it. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere, someone is sleeping under stars that are the same stars you'd see if you went outside right now. Somewhere, a fire is burning that's made from the same combustion chemistry as the flames humans first mastered hundreds of thousands of years ago. Somewhere, people are living lives that connect directly to the deepest patterns of human existence, patterns that persist beneath all our modern elaborations. And tomorrow, when you wake to alarm clocks and artificial light, you'll carry with you the memory of a different kind of waking, the gradual transition that happens when your body responds to natural light and natural temperature changes, when you open your eyes to see whether the fire still burns and whether your companions are stirring. That memory might change how you think about morning routines, sleep patterns, possessions, environmental awareness, social relationships, and what it means to be comfortably at home in the world. Or it might simply rest in your mind as a pleasant story about people who live differently than you do. Either way, the night in the Kalahari has been real in your imagination, and imagination is where all understanding begins. The hunters rest well tonight, as they have for thousands of years, and so can you. Let's start at the very beginning. Back when your biggest clothing decision was whether to drape that mammoth hide with the fur on the inside or outside. We're talking about roughly 170,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. back when Fashion Week lasted about 4 seasons, literally. Your earliest ancestors had what you might call the ultimate minimalist wardrobe. Imagine waking up each morning and your only outfit choice being naked, or slightly less naked with some leaves strategically placed. It was like having a closet with just one item, and that item was whatever you could hunt, gather, or convince to stay put long enough to provide coverage. But here's where it gets interesting. Those early humans weren't just randomly throwing animal skins over their shoulders like they were playing prehistoric dress-up. They were actually solving problems. The same kind of problems you face today, just with higher stakes. Instead of, will this make me look professional in my Zoom meeting? They were dealing with, will this keep me from becoming a popsicle during the Ice Age? The first real breakthrough came when someone, let's call them the world's first fashion designer, figured out that you could actually shape these animal hides. Instead of just draping a deerskin over your shoulders like a furry cape, you could cut holes for your arms. Revolutionary stuff. This was probably the moment when clothing stopped being just about survival and started being about looking good while surviving. You can almost picture it. Some Paleolithic trendsetter walking around the camp showing off their new fitted mammoth hide jacket, while their neighbours were still wearing shapeless fur blankets. Oh, this old thing. They'd probably grunt in whatever passed for language back then. I just threw it together. It's vintage Pleistocene. The tools they used were beautifully simple. Sharp stones for cutting, bone needles for sewing. Yes, they had needles 40,000 years ago, which means they were probably dealing with the same frustrating experience of trying to thread a needle in dim light that you face today. Some things never change. But the really clever part was how they figured out different materials for different needs. Lighter skins for summer, thicker furs for winter, waterproof treatments for rainy seasons. They were essentially creating the world's first weather-appropriate wardrobes, long before anyone had invented weather forecasts to ignore. And let's not forget the accessories. Archaeological evidence shows they were making jewellery, decorative elements, even what appear to be the world's first buttons. Because apparently, even 100,000 years ago, humans looked at functional clothing and thought, this is nice, but how can we make it prettier? By the end of this era, your ancestors had essentially invented everything we still use in clothing today. Cutting, sewing, layering, accessorizing, and most importantly, the eternal human struggle of having a closet full of options and still feeling like you have nothing appropriate to wear to the clan's mammoth barbecue. Around 10,000 years ago, something remarkable happened that would forever change what you wore to bed. Humans discovered agriculture, which meant they could stop chasing their dinner around and start growing it instead. This was great news for many reasons, but particularly excellent news for your wardrobe. You see, when people settled down and started farming, they suddenly had time to think about things other than, where's my next meal coming from? Questions like, why am I wearing the same mammoth skin my great-grandfather wore? And surely there's got to be something softer than hide for undergarments? Enter plant fibres. Some brilliant early farmer looked at their fields of flax and thought, I bet I could turn this into something more comfortable than leather. And thus began humanity's long, beautiful relationship with textiles that don't require hunting large, dangerous animals. The process of turning plants into clothing was wonderfully complex and completely mind-boggling if you really think about it. Take flax, for instance. You had to harvest it, ret it, which is a fancy word for letting it rot in just the right way. Break it, scutch it, hackle it, and then finally spin it into thread. It was like the world's most complicated recipe, except instead of ending up with dinner, you ended up with linen underwear. But here's what's really charming about this period. People started specialising. Instead of everyone in the village making their own clothes, you had the person who was really good at spinning, the one who excelled at weaving, and the one who had a knack for dyeing things interesting colours. It was the beginning of the fashion industry, though they probably didn't call it that. More likely they called it, hey, can you make me something that doesn't itch? The invention of the loom was particularly revolutionary. Imagine being the first person to see fabric being created on one of these contraptions. It must have seemed like absolute magic. Threads going in one direction, threads going in the other, and somehow out comes cloth. It was like watching a 3D printer, except the technology was made of wood and required actual skill to operate. Cotton appeared on the scene around this time too, first in India and Pakistan. Cotton was like the miracle fabric of its day, softer than linen, more comfortable than wool, and it got better the more you washed it. Ancient peoples probably looked at cotton the way you look at moisture-wicking, stain-resistant, wrinkle-free fabrics today. like some kind of textile wizardry. Wool brought its own revolution. Sheep were basically walking sweater factories, and once people figured out how to shear them, hopefully without too much protest from the sheep, they had access to a renewable resource for warm, durable clothing. Plus, wool had this amazing property of keeping you warm even when wet, which made it the ancient equivalent of high-tech outdoor gear. The really interesting part of this agricultural clothing revolution was how it started creating social distinctions. The quality of your fabric began saying things about who you were. Fine linen suggested you had time and resources. Coarse wool meant you were practical and hard-working. Certain colours became associated with wealth, because the dyes were expensive or difficult to obtain. By the end of this period, you had gone from wearing whatever animal you could catch to having actual choices. Linen for hot weather, wool for cold, different weaves for different occasions. It was the birth of the seasonal wardrobe, and probably the birth of that familiar feeling of looking at your closet and sighing, "I need new clothes." As civilizations began to flourish around rivers like the Nile, Euphrates and Indus, clothing stopped being just about comfort and protection and started becoming something much more interesting. A way to show the world exactly who you thought you were. The ancient Egyptians were perhaps the world's first fashion influencers, though their Instagram would have been painted on tomb walls. They took linen, remember that plant fibre we talked about, and elevated it to an art form. Egyptian linen was so fine and well made that other civilizations literally used it as currency. Imagine paying your mortgage with bed sheets, except these bed sheets were woven so skillfully they were nearly transparent. Egyptian fashion was all about clean lines, elegant draping and accessories that would make a modern jewellery designer weep with envy. The wealthy wore linen so fine it was practically see-through, which might seem impractical until you remember they lived in a desert. Their clothing was designed to be cool, comfortable and stunning, the ancient equivalent of athleisure, if athleisure came with golden collars and enough eyeliner to supply a rock band. But here's what's really delightful about Egyptian fashion. They invented so many things we still use today. Pleating? That was them. They could create permanent pleats in linen that would last for years. Makeup as a fashion accessory? Absolutely Egyptian. Both men and women wore elaborate eye makeup, not just for beauty, but for protection from the desert sun. They basically invented sunglasses, except theirs were painted on. Meanwhile, over in Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and Babylonians were having their own fashion moment. They were the first civilization to really embrace wool as a luxury item, creating incredibly elaborate garments with complex patterns and rich colours. Their clothing tended to be more structured than Egyptian fashion. Lots of layering, fringe and geometric designs that would look perfectly at home in a modern art museum. The Mesopotamians also gave us one of fashion's most enduring concepts, the idea that your clothes should match your job. Priests wore certain styles, rulers wore others, merchants had their look, and farmers had theirs. It was the beginning of dress codes, though thankfully more colourful than most modern office attire. Ancient Greece brought a completely different aesthetic to the table. Where Egyptians loved structure and Mesopotamians loved complexity, the Greeks fell in love with simplicity and the beauty of draped fabric. The chiton and himation weren't really sewn garments in the way we think of clothes today. They were essentially rectangles of fabric draped and pinned in elegant ways. Greek fashion was remarkably democratic, at least in terms of basic construction. Rich and poor wore essentially the same styles. The difference was in the quality of the fabric and the fineness of the weave. A wealthy Greek might wear a chiton made of the finest imported silk, while a farmer wore one made of rough wool, but the basic shape was the same. The Romans, never ones to let the Greeks outdo them in anything, took Greek fashion and made it more Roman, which is to say, more elaborate, more colourful, and with better marketing. The toga became the ultimate status symbol, though anyone who's ever tried to wear a bedsheet as clothing can appreciate what a feat it was to wear one with dignity. Roman fashion gave us the concept of seasonal collections, though they didn't call them that. They had different weights and styles for different times of year, different colours for different occasions, and an elaborate system of accessories that could take hours to put on properly. Getting dressed as a wealthy Roman was basically a full-time job. But perhaps the most important contribution of these ancient civilizations was the idea that clothing could be beautiful for its own sake. It didn't just have to keep you warm or cool or modest, it could be art that you wore. This was the beginning of fashion as we know it today, the moment when humans looked at perfectly functional clothing and asked, but is it fabulous? If you think getting dressed for work is complicated now, be grateful you weren't born into medieval nobility. The Middle Ages turned clothing into something resembling an engineering project. complete with structural supports, complex layering systems, and enough fabric to upholster a small castle. The medieval period began around 500 CE with what you might charitably call simple clothing. After the fall of Rome, fashion became much more practical. People wore basic tunics, simple dresses, and sturdy cloaks. It was the clothing equivalent of comfort food. Nothing fancy, but it got the job done. But as the centuries progressed and society became more structured, clothing became more structured too. By the High Middle Ages, getting dressed, especially if you were wealthy, required assistance, planning, and occasionally architectural knowledge. Let's start with the undergarments, because medieval people were surprisingly sophisticated about what went underneath. Women wore linen chemises that served as both underwear and protection for their expensive outer garments. Men wore brays, which were essentially linen shorts tied at the waist. These weren't just practical, they were essential, because medieval wool could be remarkably itchy. The layering system that developed during this period was like wearing your entire closet at once. Women might wear a chemise, then a tunic, then a surcoat, then a cloak, each layer serving a specific purpose. It was practical for the climate, certainly, but it also created endless opportunities for showing off different fabrics, colours, and trims. Medieval fashion gave us some of the most impractical but gorgeous clothing innovations in history. Take the hennin, those tall, pointed headdresses that look like traffic cones decorated by angels. They could be several feet tall and required careful navigation through doorways. Imagine trying to get into a car while wearing one. Actually, don't imagine that. It's too disturbing. The wealthy medieval Europeans were obsessed with sleeves. Not just any sleeves, but sleeves that defied logic and occasionally gravity. Some were so long they dragged on the ground. Others were so wide you could hide a small child in them. There were detachable sleeves, slashed sleeves that showed contrasting fabric underneath, and sleeves with so many buttons that getting dressed must have felt like assembling furniture. But here's what's really interesting about medieval fashion. It was incredibly regulated. Sumptuary laws dictated who could wear what colours, which fabrics, how much fur, even how long your shoes could be. Purple was reserved for royalty, certain furs were forbidden to merchants, and the length of your pointed shoes was directly proportional to your social status. These laws existed partly for economic reasons, keeping people from bankrupting themselves on clothing, but mostly to maintain social order. Your outfit was essentially your ID card, announcing your place in society to everyone you met. It was like wearing your LinkedIn profile, except more colourful and with better accessories. The medieval period also gave us some of fashion's most enduring mysteries, like the coat hardie, which fashion historians still can't quite figure out how to put on. The instructions have been lost to time, leaving modern costume designers to basically guess how these garments worked. It's like finding a recipe that just says, assemble ingredients fashionably. Trade during this period brought new fabrics and ideas from across the known world. Silk from Asia, fine wools from England, exotic dyes from everywhere in between. Medieval fashion was surprisingly international, though it travelled at the speed of horses and sailing ships rather than social media. By the end of the Middle Ages, clothing had become incredibly sophisticated. The fit was precise, the construction was complex, and the social meanings were elaborate. It was the foundation for everything that would come next. Though thankfully, later periods would be less interested in requiring engineering degrees to get dressed in the morning. The Renaissance didn't just give us incredible art, groundbreaking science, and revolutionary literature. It also gave us the idea that getting dressed in the morning should be a creative act worthy of Michelangelo himself. Starting around the 14th century in Italy and spreading across Europe like the world's most fashionable virus, the Renaissance brought a completely new attitude to clothing. Where medieval fashion had been about showing your place in the rigid social hierarchy, Renaissance fashion was about showing your wealth, your taste, your education, and your ability to afford really excellent tailors. The Italians led the charge, as they did with most Renaissance innovations. Italian city-states like Florence and Venice became fashion capitals, producing silks so luxurious that other Europeans would travel hundreds of miles just to shop. Italian fashion during this period was like wearing liquid sunlight, everything flowing, gleaming, and ridiculously beautiful. But it was the invention of new tailoring techniques that really revolutionized Renaissance clothing. Medieval garments had been relatively loose and flowing. Renaissance fashion introduced the revolutionary concept of clothes that actually fit your body. This required much more sophisticated pattern making, cutting, and sewing. Essentially, it required the invention of tailoring as we know it today. The doublet became the foundation of men's fashion, and it was a masterpiece of engineering disguised as clothing. A good doublet required dozens of pieces, careful padding to create the ideal masculine silhouette, and enough buttons to keep a small factory in business. Men's legs were covered in hose that fit like a second skin, which meant Renaissance men were probably in better shape than most modern gym enthusiasts, simply out of necessity. Women's fashion during the Renaissance was equally complex but in different ways. The gowns required internal structures that were basically wearable architecture. Farthingales created bell-shaped skirts that could span several feet in diameter. Corsets shaped the torso into the fashionable silhouette. Ruffs framed the face like fabric flowers. Getting dressed was like putting on a building. But here's what's really remarkable about Renaissance fashion: the sheer creativity and artistry involved. Fabrics were works of art in themselves: brocades with gold thread, velvets with cut patterns, silks with intricate designs. Garments were slashed to show contrasting fabrics underneath, creating patterns that changed as the wearer moved. It was like wearing a kaleidoscope. The Renaissance also gave us fashion's relationship with celebrity culture. What the nobility wore mattered enormously, and news of the latest court fashions spread across Europe through detailed letters and prints. When Henry VIII decided to favour a particular style of hat makers across England suddenly got very busy. It was the 16th century equivalent of a red carpet fashion moment going viral. Colour became incredibly important during this period, partly because new dyes and techniques made a wider range of colours available, but also because different colours carried complex meanings. Red suggested wealth and power. Blue was associated with loyalty and virtue. Black became fashionable as the ultimate luxury colour because it was incredibly difficult to achieve a deep, rich black that wouldn't fade. The Renaissance also saw the rise of fashion as an international language. Styles spread from court to court, country to country, creating the first truly European fashion trends. A dress style that started in the Spanish court might appear in modified form in the French court 6 months later, then influence English fashion the following season. Perhaps most importantly, the Renaissance established the idea that fashion could be an art form in itself. Clothing wasn't just functional or even just beautiful. It could be creative, innovative, expressive. It could make statements about the wearer's values, education, and aesthetic sensibilities. This period laid the groundwork for everything that would follow in fashion history. The concept of seasonal changes, the importance of fit, the role of celebrity influence, the internationalization of style, all of these started during the Renaissance when Europeans decided that life was too short for boring clothes. As we move into the 1600s and 1700s, fashion entered what we might call its more is more phase. If Renaissance clothing was like wearing art, Baroque and Rococo fashion was like wearing an entire art museum, complete with guided tours and gift shop. The 17th century started with what fashion historians politely call elaborate clothing, but which anyone with modern sensibilities would recognise as completely over the top. Men wore doublets with so much padding they looked like they were wearing life preservers. Women's skirts became so wide that doorways had to be navigated sideways. It was the period when fashion designers apparently looked at practical clothing and asked, but how can we make this much more complicated? The court of Louis XIV at Versailles became the epicentre of European fashion, and Louis took the job seriously. He understood that fashion was politics, and he used clothing as a tool of power. The more elaborate and expensive your outfit, the higher your status at court. It was like a very expensive, very beautiful arms race. Except instead of weapons, people were competing with embroidered silk and precious gems. Men's fashion during this period was particularly fascinating because it was so unapologetically decorative. Men wore silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, yes, high heels were originally for men, elaborate wigs, and enough lace to stock a bridal shop. The modern idea that men's clothing should be simple and understated would have baffled a 17th century gentleman who saw his outfit as a canvas for artistic expression. The periwig, or powdered wig, became the ultimate status symbol for men. These weren't just hairpieces. They were architectural marvels that could cost as much as a house and required daily maintenance by skilled professionals. Wealthy men would own multiple wigs for different occasions, like a very expensive hat collection that happened to be made of human hair. Women's fashion reached new heights of complexity during the Rococo period of the 18th century. The panniers, side hoops that made skirts extend horizontally, created silhouettes so wide that two women couldn't walk through a doorway at the same time. Court dresses required so much fabric that they were essentially wearable buildings, complete with structural engineering to keep everything upright. But the real showstopper was the hair. 18th century hairstyling was like topiary gardening, except on people's heads. Women's hairstyles could be several feet tall, decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire miniature scenes. There are historical accounts of hairstyles that included model ships, miniature gardens, and even small cages with live birds. The cosmetics of this period were equally dramatic. Both men and women wore white face powder made from lead, which was probably not great for their health. Bright red rouge and beauty patches, small pieces of silk or velvet cut into shapes like stars or crescents and glued to the face. It was like wearing stickers, if stickers were considered the height of sophistication. The 18th century also saw the rise of fashion magazines and fashion dolls. Small dolls dressed in the latest styles that were sent between fashion capitals to spread new trends. These were the ancestors of modern fashion photography and social media influencers, though considerably smaller and requiring more delicate shipping arrangements. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of the 18th century fashion was how it reflected the philosophy of the time. The elaborate decoration, the emphasis on artifice over nature, the celebration of luxury and refinement, all of this reflected Enlightenment ideas about civilization, progress, and the power of human creativity to improve upon nature. Of course, all this fashion came with a price, both literally and figuratively. The cost of maintaining an 18th century wardrobe was astronomical, and the time required for dressing and grooming could take hours. Wealthy people essentially needed staff just to get dressed in the morning. By the end of the 18th century, this elaborate system was beginning to crack. The French Revolution put a sudden and violent end to the most extreme court fashions, and a new philosophy was emerging that valued simplicity, naturalness, and practicality over elaborate artifice. But before we move on to that revolutionary change, take a moment to appreciate the sheer audacity of the 18th century fashion. It was clothing that announced loudly and proudly that the wearer had so much money and leisure time that they could afford to dress like a walking work of art, even if it meant they couldn't sit down properly or fit through doorways. The late 18th and early 19th centuries brought political revolution across Europe and America, and fashion revolutions followed close behind. It was the period when people looked at those elaborate 18th century court costumes and said, you know what? Maybe wearing a small building on my head isn't the best way to show I'm in touch with the people. The French Revolution of 1789 didn't just change government, it completely transformed what people wore. It was the ultimate fashion do-over, motivated by actual fear for your life. The revolutionary period introduced what we might call democracy dress. Simpler, more practical clothing that suggested you were a hard-working citizen rather than a parasitic aristocrat. The sans-culotte, literally without knee breeches, got their name from rejecting the silk knee breeches worn by the upper classes in favour of practical long trousers. It was the first time in European history that pants became a political statement. Women's fashion underwent an equally dramatic transformation. The enormous panniers and elaborate hairstyles disappeared almost overnight, replaced by simple white muslin dresses inspired by classical Greek and Roman clothing. The empire waistline, which sat just below the bust, became fashionable, creating a silhouette that was both elegant and practical. This neoclassical style wasn't just about looking good, it was about embodying Enlightenment values. The simple, flowing lines were supposed to suggest virtue, reason, and natural beauty. Everything the old aristocratic style was not. It was like wearing your political philosophy. Napoleon Bonaparte, never one to miss an opportunity for drama, turned fashion into a tool of empire building. He established a court at the Tuileries that was almost as elaborate as the old royal court, but with better marketing. Napoleonic fashion was designed to suggest both luxury and military efficiency. Think Roman emperor meets modern general. The Empire period gave us some of fashion's most enduring silhouettes. The high-waisted dress became a classic that would return again and again in later decades. The military influence in men's fashion, all those brass buttons, frogging and structured shoulders, established a template for masculine dress that we still see today in everything from military uniforms to business suits. But perhaps the most interesting development of this period was how fashion became international in a completely new way. Napoleon's conquests spread French fashion across Europe, but also brought new influences back to Paris. Spanish mantillas, Russian furs, Egyptian motifs, after Napoleon's campaigns there. European fashion became a fusion cuisine of styles from across the continent and beyond. The Industrial Revolution was beginning to change how clothes were made too. While most garments were still hand-sewn, new machines could produce fabrics faster and more cheaply than ever before. Cotton, in particular, became much more affordable and available, democratizing fashion in ways that would have been impossible in earlier centuries. This period also saw the rise of the fashion press as we know it today. Fashion magazines like Journal des Dames et des Modes provided detailed illustrations and descriptions of the latest styles, spreading fashion trends faster than ever before. It was the beginning of fashion media, though their Instagram followers were measured in hundreds rather than millions. The Romantic movement that emerged in the early 19th century brought yet another fashion revolution. Where neoclassical style had been about reason and simplicity, Romantic fashion celebrated emotion, individualism, and dramatic effect. Sleeves got bigger, skirts got fuller, and everything got more decorative. By the 1820s and 1830s, women's fashion had swung back toward complexity, though in new ways. The crinoline, a structured underskirt that created a bell-shaped silhouette, was the great innovation of the period. It was like wearing a small tent, but an incredibly fashionable tent that allowed women to move more freely than the restrictive clothing of earlier periods. This revolutionary period established many of the principles that would guide fashion for the next century. The idea that clothing should reflect contemporary values, that fashion could be both beautiful and practical, and that style should be accessible to more than just the wealthy elite. It was the beginning of modern fashion as we know it today, even if the clothes themselves look pretty foreign to modern eyes. The Victorian era, roughly 1837 to 1901, was like fashion's adolescent phase. Everything was dramatic, complicated, and slightly embarrassing in retrospect, but also kind of impressive in its sheer ambition. Queen Victoria's reign coincided with the Industrial Revolution hitting its stride, which meant that for the first time in human history, the middle class could afford to dress almost as elaborately as the wealthy. This was wonderful news for textile manufacturers and absolutely terrible news for anyone who valued simplicity in clothing. The Victorian silhouette for women was essentially an exercise in architectural engineering. The goal was to create an hourglass figure so dramatic that it defied anatomy. This required corsets that could literally reshape the human torso, bustles that could support several yards of fabric, and an undergarment system so complex it came with its own instruction manual. The crinoline reached its peak during this period, creating skirts that could measure up to 6 feet in diameter. Imagine trying to navigate a Victorian parlour, wearing what was essentially a fabric geodesic dome around your waist. Doorways became tactical challenges. Sitting required careful planning. Getting into a carriage was like solving a geometry problem. But here's what's really remarkable about Victorian fashion: the sheer amount of work that went into every garment. A typical Victorian dress might have hundreds of buttons, miles of trim, intricate pleating, elaborate embroidery, and enough fabric to upholster several chairs. Each dress was essentially a masterpiece of textile craftsmanship, even if the overall effect was sometimes like wearing a curtain from a very expensive hotel. Men's fashion during the Victorian era was more restrained but equally complex in its own way. The modern business suit was invented during this period, though Victorian men's suits had more pieces than a Swiss watch. There were different coats for different times of day, different trousers for different occasions, and enough accessories to stock a small store. The Victorian obsession with propriety meant that clothing had to cover everything. Women's dresses had sleeves that covered the arms completely, skirts that touched the ground, and necklines that barely showed the collarbone. The amount of skin showing in proper Victorian dress was roughly equivalent to what you might see in a modern business meeting, except with more fabric and better posture. But the Victorians also invented the concept of specialised clothing for specific activities. Before this period, you basically had everyday clothes and fancy clothes. The Victorians created riding habits for horseback riding, walking dresses for afternoon strolls, tea gowns for informal entertaining, and ball gowns for formal occasions. They essentially invented the modern concept of having different outfits for different parts of your life. The Industrial Revolution made all of this possible by creating new fabrics, new dyes, and new manufacturing techniques. Aniline dyes produced colours that were brighter and more stable than anything previously available. The sewing machine, invented in the 1840s, revolutionised garment construction. Ready-to-wear clothing began to appear in stores, though it was still considered inferior to custom-made garments. Children's fashion during the Victorian era deserves special mention because it was particularly elaborate and often fairly impractical. Victorian children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, complete with all the restrictive undergarments and complex layering systems. Little girls wore corsets, little boys wore elaborate suits with knee breeches, and everyone wore clothing that would make modern parents weep at the laundry implications. The Victorian era also gave us the concept of mourning dress, elaborate rules about what to wear and for how long after someone died. Queen Victoria herself, after the death of Prince Albert in 1861, wore mourning dress for the rest of her life, which was another 40 years. The fashion industry essentially created a whole subcategory of clothing for grief, complete with degrees of mourning that determined how much black you had to wear and when you could start adding other colours back into your wardrobe. By the end of the Victorian era, fashion had reached a level of complexity that was becoming unsustainable. Getting dressed took hours. Maintaining a proper wardrobe required significant staff. The physical restrictions of the clothing were beginning to conflict with new ideas about women's roles and activities. The stage was set for a fashion revolution that would sweep away much of this elaborate system and replace it with something more practical, more modern, and significantly easier to put on in the morning. But before that happened, the Victorian era gave us some of fashion's most memorable and most photographed moments, even if many of those photographs required the subjects to stand very still for very long periods of time. As the 19th century drew to a close and the 20th century began, fashion underwent one of its most dramatic transformations. It was as if the entire industry looked at Victorian clothing and collectively asked, but what if we could actually move while wearing our clothes? The changes began gradually in the 1890s with what was called the New Woman movement. These were women who wanted to ride bicycles, play tennis, work outside the home, and generally participate in life without requiring architectural support garments. The fashion industry, sensing an opportunity, began creating clothes that acknowledged that women might want to use their bodies for something other than standing gracefully in parlours. The S-curve corset became popular in the early 1900s, which created a silhouette that thrust the chest forward and the hips back. While this might not sound like progress, it actually represented a move away from the tightest waist restriction of the Victorian era. It was like fashion's version of glasnost, a gradual loosening of restrictions. Paul Poiret, a French designer, became the revolutionary leader of fashion liberation. In 1906, he introduced designs that completely eliminated the corset, replacing the structured Victorian silhouette with flowing columnar dresses inspired by ancient Greece and the Orient. It was as if he took a pair of scissors to 100 years of fashion tradition and said, let's start over. Poiret's designs were radical for their time. High waistlines, narrow skirts, and no corsets. Women could actually breathe while wearing them, which was a refreshing change from Victorian dress. His Oriental-inspired designs, with their rich colours and exotic patterns, introduced European women to a completely different aesthetic philosophy. The hobble skirt, one of Poiret's most famous innovations, was both liberating and restricting at the same time. While it freed women from corsets and crinolines, it was so narrow at the ankles that walking required small, careful steps. It was like trading one set of restrictions for another, but at least the new restrictions didn't require structural engineering. World War I accelerated these fashion changes dramatically. With men away at war and women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers, practical clothing became a necessity rather than a choice. The elaborate, time-consuming dress of the pre-war period was simply incompatible with working in factories, driving ambulances, or managing businesses. Hemlines began to rise, first just enough to show the ankle, then gradually higher. This might seem like a small change, but it was revolutionary. For the first time in Western fashion since ancient Greece, women's legs became visible in public. It was a seismic shift in social norms disguised as a fashion trend. The war also changed men's fashion, though more subtly. Military uniforms influenced civilian clothing, making men's suits more structured and functional. The three-piece suit became standardized during this period, establishing a template for men's business dress that would last for decades. Hair became shorter and simpler. The elaborate hairstyles of the Victorian era, which required hours of maintenance and multiple hairpieces, were replaced by more manageable styles. This was partly practical. Shorter hair was easier to maintain while working in factories or hospitals, but it was also symbolic of women's changing roles in society. The introduction of new synthetic fabrics during this period also revolutionized what people could wear. Rayon, the first commercially successful synthetic fibre, was developed in the early 1900s. While it wasn't perfect, early rayon had a tendency to shrink dramatically when washed. It offered an affordable alternative to silk and opened up new possibilities for garment design. By 1910, fashion magazines were already predicting that the new century would bring clothing that was more practical, more comfortable, and more suited to active lifestyles. They had no idea how right they were, or how dramatically the next decade would accelerate these changes. The period just before World War I represented a fascinating transition moment in fashion history. You could see both the old and the new existing simultaneously. Elaborate Edwardian gowns sharing space with Poiret's revolutionary designs, corseted ladies walking alongside the first women to embrace the new, natural silhouette. It was like watching fashion hold its breath before taking a giant leap into modernity. The restrictive, elaborate clothing of the past was still beautiful, still masterfully crafted, but it was beginning to look like a museum piece even as people were still wearing it. If the 1910s were about gradual liberation, the 1920s were about fashion doing the Charleston while wearing a headband and shouting "freedom" at the top of its lungs. The decade didn't just change what people wore, it completely revolutionized the relationship between clothing and identity. The flapper dress was the decade's signature achievement, and it was basically everything Victorian clothing wasn't. Short, straight, and shockingly simple, it hung loosely from the shoulders and ended daringly at the knee or even higher. Victorian ladies would have needed smelling salts just looking at it, which was precisely the point. What made the flapper dress so revolutionary wasn't just how it looked, but what it allowed women to do. You could dance in it, really dance, with energetic movements and spins. You could drive a car without your skirt getting caught in the door. You could cross your legs while sitting. These might seem like small freedoms, but they represented a complete transformation in how women could move through the world. The dropped waistline of 1920s dresses created a completely new silhouette that de-emphasized the female form in ways that would have shocked previous generations. Where Victorian fashion had been obsessed with creating an exaggerated hourglass figure, 1920s fashion celebrated a more boyish, androgynous look. It was as if fashion decided that women's bodies didn't need to be architectural projects after all. Hair got even shorter with the bob cut, which caused genuine social controversy. Women were literally receiving death threats for cutting their hair short. Imagine that. Getting violent mail because of your haircut. But the bob was more than just a hairstyle. It was a declaration of independence from the time-consuming beauty routines that had kept women tethered to their vanity tables for hours each day. Men's fashion during the 1920s became more relaxed and varied, though it was still more formal than what we consider normal today. The three-piece suit remained standard, but new fabrics and cuts made it more comfortable and practical. +4s for golf, sweater vests for casual wear, and the introduction of sportswear began to give men more options for different occasions. The 1920s also saw the rise of ready-to-wear fashion, becoming truly mainstream. Department stores expanded their clothing sections, and for the first time, middle-class people could buy fashionable clothing off the rack, rather than having everything custom-made. It was the democratization of fashion, though the truly wealthy still preferred their bespoke tailors. Coco Chanel emerged as one of the decade's most influential designers, and her philosophy was revolutionary. Fashion should be comfortable, practical and elegant all at the same time. She introduced the concept of casual chic, the idea that you could look sophisticated while wearing simple, well-cut clothing. Her little black dress, introduced in 1926, was like fashion's version of the Model T Ford. Simple, elegant and versatile enough to be appropriate for almost any occasion. Chanel also liberated women from the tyranny of decorative accessories. Where Victorian fashion had required elaborate jewellery, hair ornaments and trim, Chanel's designs were based on the radical idea that sometimes less really was more. She made simplicity sophisticated, which was perhaps the decade's greatest fashion innovation. The influence of jazz music on fashion can't be overstated. The energetic, improvisational nature of jazz translated directly into clothing that moved with the body, sparkled under dance hall lights, and celebrated individual expression over conformity. Fashion became performative in a completely new way. Clothes were designed to look good in motion, not just in formal portraits. Evening wear during the 1920s was particularly spectacular. Beaded dresses that caught and reflected light, fringe that moved with every step, and metallic fabrics that turned the wearer into a walking disco ball. It was fashion designed for artificial lighting and energetic dancing, the first truly modern party clothes. The decade also introduced the concept of fashion seasons as we know them today. Magazines began showing spring collections and fall collections, and the idea that your wardrobe should change with the calendar became entrenched. It was the beginning of planned obsolescence in fashion, the idea that last season's clothes were somehow inadequate for this season's activities. By the end of the 1920s, fashion had been completely transformed. The elaborate, restrictive clothing of the Victorian era looked as foreign as medieval armour. Women had gained the freedom to move, dance, work and play in ways that their grandmothers never could have imagined. but the party couldn't last forever. The stock market crash of 1929 was about to change everything, including what people wore and how they thought about fashion. The carefree extravagance of the 1920s was about to run headlong into the practical realities of economic depression. The Great Depression hit fashion like a bucket of cold water thrown on a very fashionable party. Suddenly, the carefree extravagance of the 1920s seemed not just outdated, but almost offensive. The new motto became, "Make it last, make it count, and make it work for everything." The 1930s ushered in what we might call elegant practicality. Designers had to create clothing that was beautiful enough to maintain morale during difficult times, but practical enough to be worn for years without replacement. It was like solving a very sophisticated math problem where the variables were style, durability and budget. Hemlines dropped back down to mid-calf, partly for modesty but mostly because longer skirts meant more fabric, which meant the garment would last longer and provide better value. The silhouette became more fitted and feminine again, but in a sleeker, more streamlined way than the Victorian era. It was as if fashion had learned to be curvaceous without being cumbersome. The bias cut became the signature technique of the decade, thanks largely to designer Madeleine Vionnet. Cutting fabric on the bias, at a 45-degree angle to the grain, created garments that draped beautifully and moved with the body, using the fabric's natural stretch rather than fighting against it. It was an ingenious solution that created elegant, figure-flattering clothes without requiring elaborate construction or expensive materials. Hollywood became a major influence on fashion during this period, partly because movies provided an escape from economic hardship, but also because film stars had the resources to wear beautiful clothes when most people couldn't afford them. Magazines featured pages of Hollywood style on a depression budget, showing readers how to achieve movie star glamour with ingenuity and thrift. The concept of separates became popular during the 1930s. Blouses, skirts and jackets that could be mixed and matched to create different outfits from fewer pieces. It was the beginning of the modern concept of a wardrobe, as a coordinated system rather than a collection of individual dresses. You could buy one skirt and 3 blouses and suddenly have multiple outfits, which was revolutionary for people on tight budgets. Daywear became more casual and practical. Shirtwaist dresses, essentially button-up shirts extended into dress length, became a staple because they were comfortable, easy to launder, and appropriate for both work and casual social occasions. It was clothing designed for real life rather than for making fashion statements. Then came World War II, and fashion faced challenges that made the Depression look like a minor budget adjustment. Rationing affected everything: fabric, leather, metal for buttons and zippers, even elastic. The fashion industry had to completely reimagine what clothing could be when you couldn't get the materials you needed. The utility clothing program in Britain and similar initiatives in other countries created standardized designs that used minimal materials while still being attractive and functional. It was fashion by committee, designed by government regulations, but somehow it worked. The clothes were simple, well-cut and practical, the fashion equivalent of wartime efficiency. Hemlines rose again during the war, but this time it wasn't about freedom or rebellion. It was about fabric conservation. Every inch of fabric saved was fabric that could be used for military purposes. Women's skirts became shorter and narrower, not as a fashion statement, but as a patriotic duty. The make-do and mend philosophy became a virtue rather than a necessity. Fashion magazines published articles on how to refresh old clothes, how to make children's clothes from adult garments that were too worn to repair, and how to create accessories from household items. Creativity became more valuable than money in fashion for perhaps the first time in history. Women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers needed clothes that could handle factory work, driving trucks, and operating machinery. This led to the widespread adoption of trousers for women, not as a fashion choice but as a practical necessity. Rosie the Riveter's uniform of practical pants and sensible shirts became an icon not just of women's capabilities, but of fashion's ability to adapt to changing social needs. Men's fashion was similarly affected by wartime needs. Civilian suits were simplified, no trouser cuffs, fewer pockets, narrower lapels to conserve fabric. The victory suit became a symbol of patriotic sacrifice, proving that even fashion could contribute to the war effort. But perhaps the most important development of this period was the psychological role that fashion played. During the darkest times of economic depression and global war, people still cared about looking good. Fashion became a form of resistance against despair, a way of maintaining dignity and hope when everything else was falling apart. The period also saw the rise of American fashion as a force independent of European influence. With Paris under German occupation, American designers had to develop their own aesthetic rather than copying French couture. This led to a distinctly American style that was more practical, more casual, and more democratic than traditional European fashion. By the mid-1940s, fashion had been tested by economic catastrophe and global war, and it had survived by becoming more practical, more creative, and more attuned to real people's needs. The stage was set for the post-war fashion explosion that would celebrate both the return of prosperity and the lessons learned during the lean years. In 1947, after years of fabric rationing, utility clothing, and making do with less, Christian Dior unveiled his new look, and fashion essentially fainted from sheer relief. Here finally was clothing that celebrated abundance, femininity, and the return of peacetime prosperity. The new look was everything wartime fashion wasn't. Full skirts that used yards and yards of fabric, tiny cinched waists that required foundational undergarments, and a silhouette that was unabashedly feminine and decorative. It was like fashion had been holding its breath for 6 years and finally exhaled in a whoosh of silk and satin. The reaction was immediate and intense. Women who had spent years in practical, simplified clothing fell in love with the romantic femininity of Dior's designs. But there was also controversy. Critics argued that the new look was a step backward for women's liberation, forcing them back into restrictive, impractical clothing just when they had proven they could do anything men could do. But the new look succeeded because it wasn't really about going backward. It was about having choices again. After years of being told what they couldn't wear due to rationing and wartime restrictions, women could choose to wear full skirts and fitted bodices if they wanted to. The key word was choose. The 1950s became the decade of the suburban dream, and fashion reflected this new lifestyle. Daywear was practical but pretty. Shirtwaist dresses, cardigans, and circle skirts that were perfect for driving to the grocery store, hosting coffee mornings, and chasing children around backyards. It was domestic fashion, but domestic with style. Evening wear during the 1950s was pure fantasy. Ball gowns with massive skirts that required crinolines or even small hoops, fitted bodices that showed off tiny waists, and enough fabric to upholster a sofa. It was clothing designed for a society that wanted to celebrate prosperity and femininity after years of austerity. The concept of teenage fashion emerged during this decade, driven by post-war prosperity and the new phenomenon of teenagers having their own spending money. For the first time in fashion history, young people had their own distinct style rather than just wearing simplified versions of adult clothing. Poodle skirts, saddle shoes, and letter sweaters became the uniform of American youth. Men's fashion during the 1950s was characterized by what we might call confident conformity. The grey flannel suit became the uniform of the suburban businessman, but it was worn with a confidence that reflected post-war optimism. Casual wear became more important as suburbs created more opportunities for relaxed socializing. Barbecues, lawn parties, and family gatherings that required clothing that was nice but not formal. The influence of Hollywood continued to grow during this period, but now it was supplemented by the new medium of television. Fashion became more immediately accessible as people could see the latest styles every week in their living rooms. TV stars influenced fashion in ways that movie stars never could because they appeared more regularly and seemed more accessible. Ready-to-wear fashion came into its own during the 1950s. Department stores expanded their fashion offerings, and the quality of mass-produced clothing improved dramatically. For the first time, you could buy clothes off the rack that were almost as well made as custom garments, and significantly less expensive. The decade also saw the beginning of fashion's relationship with technology. New synthetic fabrics like nylon, polyester, and acrylic offered properties that natural fibres couldn't match. Wrinkle resistance, easy care, and durability. The wash-and-wear garment became the holy grail of 1950s fashion, promising busy housewives that they could look good without spending hours on clothing maintenance. Youth culture began to challenge the adult fashion establishment during this period. The greaser style for young men, leather jackets, white t-shirts and jeans, was specifically designed to shock adults and declare independence from their values. It was the beginning of fashion as generational rebellion, a theme that would become central to fashion for decades to come. By the end of the 1950s, fashion had established many of the patterns that would define modern clothing. The importance of youth markets, the role of celebrity influence, the democratization of style through ready-to-wear, and the constant tension between practicality and fantasy. All of these became permanent features of the fashion landscape. But beneath the surface of 1950s conformity and prosperity, changes were brewing. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum. Women were beginning to question their prescribed roles, and young people were starting to challenge authority in ways that their clothing choices reflected. The stage was set for the fashion revolution of the 1960s. The 1960s didn't just change fashion, it grabbed fashion by the shoulders, spun it around 3 times, and sent it dancing off in directions nobody had ever imagined. It was the decade when fashion stopped being something that happened to you and became something you used to express exactly who you were, or at least who you wanted to be. The decade started innocently enough. Jackie Kennedy became First Lady in 1961, and her elegant, sophisticated style set the tone for early 1960s fashion. The pillbox hat, A-line dresses, and understated elegance of the Jackie look represented a refined evolution of 1950s style. It was fashion for grown-ups who wanted to look modern but not revolutionary. But then came the youth explosion. The baby boomers were reaching their teens and 20s, and they had money, attitudes, and absolutely no interest in dressing like their parents. Fashion suddenly had to serve 2 completely different markets: the adults who wanted sophisticated elegance, and the young people who wanted something entirely new. Mary Quant in London created the miniskirt around 1965, and it was like dropping a fashion bomb. Hemlines that had been creeping up gradually throughout the early 1960s suddenly jumped to mid-thigh, creating a silhouette that was shocking, liberating, and completely different from anything women had worn before. It wasn't just shorter. It was a completely different philosophy of what women's clothing could be. The miniskirt represented more than just a fashion choice. It was a declaration of independence. Young women were rejecting the idea that their clothing should be modest, practical, and approved by their elders. They wanted fashion that was fun, sexy, and expressive of their own values, rather than society's expectations. London became the fashion capital of the world for young people, overtaking Paris for the first time in centuries. Carnaby Street and the King's Road became pilgrimage destinations for anyone who wanted to be fashionable. British designers like Mary Quant, Twiggy, who was both model and designer, and later Zandra Rhodes created a distinctly British aesthetic that was playful, irreverent, and completely modern. The shift dress became the decade's signature garment, simple, straight, and perfect, for showing off legs in the new shorter lengths. It was the opposite of the fitted, structured dresses of the 1950s, where 1950s fashion had emphasised the waist and hips. 1960s fashion ignored traditional body shaping altogether in favour of a more geometric architectural approach. Mod fashion brought us geometric patterns, bold colours, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to come from another planet. Op art patterns that created optical illusions when the wearer moved, space-age silver and white colour schemes, and designs that looked like they belonged in a science fiction movie. Fashion became experimental in ways it had never been before. The influence of youth culture created entirely new categories of clothing. The poor boy sweater, go-go boots, and peasant dresses were all designed specifically for young people, rather than being adaptations of adult styles. It was the first time in fashion history that adults started copying young people's clothing rather than the other way around. Men's fashion underwent its own revolution during the 1960s. The conservative business suit remained standard for work, but casual wear became much more adventurous. The Peacock Revolution brought bright colours, bold patterns, and more fitted silhouettes to men's clothing. Hair got longer, pants got tighter, and for the first time since the 18th century, men's fashion became unabashedly decorative. The hippie movement that emerged in the mid to late 1960s brought yet another fashion revolution. Where mod fashion had been about the future, hippie fashion looked to the past and to other cultures for inspiration. Indian prints, peasant dresses, fringe, embroidery, and natural fabrics created a bohemian aesthetic that rejected both mainstream fashion and the space-age futurism of mod style. Hippie fashion also introduced the concept of vintage and second-hand clothing as fashion choices rather than economic necessities. Shopping at thrift stores and wearing your grandmother's clothes became ways of rejecting consumer culture, while creating individual style. It was fashion as philosophy, not just appearance. The decade also saw the rise of fashion as political statement. The miniskirt was feminist for some women and anti-feminist for others. Long hair on men was a rejection of military and corporate values. Dashikis and afros became expressions of black pride and cultural identity. What you wore became a way of announcing your politics to the world. Unisex fashion emerged as gender roles began to be questioned. The same jeans, t-shirts and work shirts could be worn by men or women, creating a shared fashion vocabulary that had never existed before. It was the beginning of the breakdown of strict gender distinctions in clothing that continues today. By 1970, fashion had been completely transformed. The idea that there was one correct way to dress for your age, class and gender had been shattered. Personal expression had become more important than social conformity. Fashion had become democratic, diverse and individual in ways that would have been impossible just 10 years earlier. If the 1960s had been about breaking the rules, the 1970s were about celebrating the fact that there were no rules left to break. Fashion entered its most experimental, diverse and frankly weird decade, where you could dress like a Victorian Gothic romantic, a disco dancing queen, or a back-to-the-land hippie, and all three looks were equally fashionable. The decade started with hippie fashion still going strong, but it quickly evolved into something more sophisticated and wearable. The peasant dress became the maxi dress, flowing and romantic but made in beautiful fabrics and elegant cuts. It was hippie philosophy dressed up for dinner parties. Bohemian style during the 1970s wasn't just about rejecting mainstream fashion, it was about creating an entirely alternative aesthetic. Flowing fabrics, earth tones, natural fibres, and handcrafted details created a look that celebrated individuality and artistic sensibility. It was fashion for people who saw themselves as creative souls rather than consumers. But the 1970s also gave us disco fashion, which was bohemian's glittery party-loving cousin. Metallics, sequins, tight pants, and shirts with enormous collars created a look that was specifically designed for dancing under flashing lights. Disco fashion was about transformation, putting on your sparkly clothes and becoming someone more glamorous, more exciting, more alive. The decade's silhouettes were revolutionary in their diversity. You could wear a flowing maxi dress that covered you from neck to ankle, or shorts so short they were barely there, or anything in between. Fashion had finally accepted that different people wanted to show different amounts of skin, and that was perfectly fine. Platform shoes became the decade's most distinctive accessory, and they were essentially architecture for your feet. Some platforms were 6 inches high or more, turning walking into a performance art piece, and making everyone several inches taller than nature intended. They were impractical, occasionally dangerous, and absolutely fabulous. The influence of different decades became a major theme in the 1970s fashion. There was a revival of 1930s and 1940s styles, flowing dresses, dramatic shoulders, and vintage glamour. But there was also a fascination with the Victorian era, high necklines, long sleeves, and romantic details. Fashion became historical, drawing inspiration from the past while creating something entirely new. Punk fashion emerged in the mid-1970s as a deliberate rejection of both mainstream fashion and hippie idealism. Ripped clothes, safety pins, aggressive makeup, and deliberately ugly combinations created a look that was designed to shock and challenge. Punk fashion was about anger, rebellion, and the rejection of beauty as a social value. But punk was also incredibly creative and influential. The DIY aesthetic, making your own clothes, customizing store-bought items, and creating unique looks from whatever materials you could find, introduced new ideas about what fashion could be. It didn't have to be expensive, professionally made, or even particularly attractive. It just had to express something authentic about the person wearing it. Men's fashion during the 1970s became more adventurous than it had been since the 18th century. Wide lapels, bright colours, bold patterns, and fitted silhouettes created a look that was unabashedly decorative. The three-piece suit remained standard for business, but casual wear became an opportunity for self-expression rather than conformity. The decade also saw the rise of designer jeans as a fashion category. What had been basic workwear became a luxury item, with different brands offering different cuts, washes, and styling details. It was the democratization of fashion through denim. Everyone could afford jeans, but designer jeans offered a way to be fashionable within that democratic framework. Athletic wear began to influence fashion during the 1970s, driven by new interest in fitness and health. Jogging suits, tennis dresses, and exercise clothes began appearing in non-athletic contexts. It was the beginning of the athleisure trend that would eventually take over casual fashion completely. The concept of lifestyle dressing became important during this decade. Instead of having one fashion identity, people could dress like surfers, executives, artists, or athletes depending on their mood or the occasion. Fashion became fluid and situational rather than fixed and hierarchical. By the end of the 1970s, fashion had become incredibly diverse and individualistic. The idea that everyone should dress alike had been completely abandoned in favour of a philosophy that celebrated personal expression and cultural diversity. It set the stage for the 1980s, which would take this individualism and turn it into performance art. The 1980s looked at fashion and said, "You know what this needs? More of everything. More colour, more texture, more volume, more accessories, more attitude." It was the decade when subtlety went into hiding and didn't emerge until sometime in the mid-1990s. Power dressing became the decade's signature concept, driven by women entering corporate environments in unprecedented numbers. The power suit, with massive shoulder pads that could double as small aircraft wings, was designed to help women compete in male-dominated workplaces by literally making them look bigger and more imposing. It was fashion as armour, designed for corporate warfare. The shoulder pads of the 1980s deserve their own chapter in fashion history. Starting as modest additions to create a more structured silhouette, they grew throughout the decade until they reached proportions that challenged doorway architecture. By the late 1980s, shoulder pads had become so enormous that they looked like fashion's interpretation of American football gear. But power dressing wasn't just about looking tough, it was about looking expensive. The 1980s celebrated wealth in ways that previous decades had considered vulgar. Designer labels became status symbols, worn prominently on the outside of clothing rather than hidden discreetly inside. It was the decade when fashion became about broadcasting your success to anyone within visual range. The influence of television, particularly shows like Dynasty and Dallas, created a fashion aesthetic that was pure fantasy. Evening wear featured massive quantities of sequins, beads and metallic fabrics. Hair got bigger, jewellery got more elaborate and makeup became more dramatic. It was fashion designed to be seen from the back row of a theatre, except people wore it to dinner. Casual wear during the 1980s was equally excessive. Athletic wear became street fashion, but not the simple athletic wear of previous decades. This was athletic wear designed by fashion designers who apparently thought that exercise clothes should be suitable for Las Vegas showrooms. Neon colours, metallic fabrics, and geometric patterns created workout clothes that were more about making fashion statements than actual working out. The decade also saw the rise of youth fashion as a commercial force independent of adult fashion. MTV launched in 1981, and suddenly young people had a visual reference for how musicians dressed. Fashion became faster, more immediate, and more tied to popular culture than ever before. What you wore became a way of showing which bands you liked, which movies you'd seen, and which cultural tribes you belonged to. Punk fashion evolved during the 1980s into new wave style, which took punk's rebellious aesthetic and made it more wearable and commercially viable. The result was fashion that was edgy and artistic but didn't require safety pins or deliberate ugliness. It was rebellion with better production values. The preppy look also became fashionable during the 1980s, driven partly by nostalgia for simpler times and partly by the popularity of films like The Breakfast Club. Preppy fashion represented security, tradition and belonging to established social institutions, everything that punk and new wave fashion rejected. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of 1980s fashion was how it embraced artificial materials and construction. Synthetic fabrics, structured silhouettes, and obviously manufactured looks became desirable rather than apologetic. It was the first decade when fashion celebrated the fact that clothes were human-made rather than trying to mimic natural forms and materials. Hair became a fashion accessory in its own right during the 1980s. The bigger, the more elaborate, the better. Hairspray became an essential fashion tool, and hairstyles required architecture and engineering to maintain their structural integrity. It was like wearing sculpture on your head, except the sculpture was made of your own hair and industrial-strength styling products. Colour during the 1980s was intense and often clashing. Electric blue, hot pink, acid green and metallic silver were combined in ways that would have been considered garish in any other decade. Fashion became fluorescent, glittery, and deliberately artificial. It was like wearing a neon sign, which was exactly the point. The decade also introduced the concept of mix and match dressing taken to extremes. Different patterns, textures, and colours were combined in ways that created visual chaos, but somehow worked because everyone was doing it. It was fashion democracy through excess. If everyone was wearing too much of everything, then no one looked out of place. By 1990, fashion had reached such heights of excess that the only possible response was a complete reaction in the opposite direction. The 1980s had been so much about more that the 1990s would inevitably be about less. But before that happened, the 1980s had established some important principles. Fashion could be fun, experimental, and completely divorced from practical. considerations while still being socially acceptable and commercially successful. As the 1990s dawned, fashion looked at the excess of the 1980s and said, you know what, maybe we went a little overboard with those shoulder pads. The decade began with what fashion historians call the minimalist reaction, a complete swing away from the more is more philosophy that had dominated the previous decade. Calvin Klein became the poster child for this new minimalism, creating clothes that were clean, simple, and almost architectural in their purity. His designs celebrated negative space, neutral colours, and the beauty of perfect proportions. It was fashion that whispered rather than shouted, and after a decade of shouting, whispering felt revolutionary. But the 1990s quickly proved that it wasn't going to settle for just one fashion philosophy. Grunge fashion emerged from the Pacific Northwest music scene, bringing thrift store aesthetics into mainstream fashion. Flannel shirts, ripped jeans, and the deliberate anti-fashion aesthetic of bands like Nirvana created a look that celebrated not caring about fashion, which paradoxically became a major fashion trend. Marc Ecko, Calvin Klein, and other designers took grunge influences and refined them into something more wearable for people who wanted to look casually rebellious without actually shopping at thrift stores. It was rebellion with better fit and higher quality fabrics, the gentrification of anti-fashion. The decade also saw the rise of streetwear as a legitimate fashion category, what people actually wore on the street, sneakers, hoodies, baseball caps, and athletic wear, became influences on high fashion rather than just copying high fashion. It was the democratization of fashion influence flowing from the bottom up rather than trickling down from the top. Hip-hop culture became a major influence on mainstream fashion during the 1990s, bringing oversized clothing, athletic wear, and bold logos into general fashion consciousness. The aesthetic celebrated comfort, movement, and cultural identity in ways that traditional fashion had never considered. It was fashion that acknowledged that people wanted to look good while actually living their lives. The supermodel phenomenon reached its peak during the 1990s, creating fashion celebrities who were famous for wearing clothes rather than for any other talent. Models like Naomi Campbell, Cindy Crawford, and Kate Moss became household names, and their personal styles influenced fashion as much as the designers they wore. Technology began to influence fashion in new ways during the 1990s. New synthetic fabrics offered performance characteristics that had never been available before: moisture wicking, UV protection, and temperature regulation. Fashion began to acknowledge that clothes could be both beautiful and functional in ways that previous generations had never imagined. The internet emerged as a fashion force during the mid to late 1990s, though its full impact wouldn't be felt until the following decade. Online shopping began to change how people bought clothes, and fashion websites started to influence how people thought about style and trends. As we moved into the 2000s, fashion became increasingly fast-paced and diverse. The concept of seasonal collections began to break down as designers offered more frequent releases. Fast fashion retailers could take a trend from the runway to the store in weeks rather than months, democratizing fashion but also accelerating its pace in ways that were sometimes overwhelming. The 2000s brought their own aesthetic revolutions: the rise of casual Friday that gradually expanded to casual everyday, the influence of reality television on fashion, and the beginning of social media's impact on how people thought about personal style. Looking back over this entire journey from animal skins to Instagram-worthy outfits, what's remarkable is how consistent certain human impulses have remained. People have always wanted to look good, express their identity through their appearance, and use clothing to navigate social situations. The materials, techniques, and social contexts have changed dramatically, but the fundamental human relationship with clothing has remained surprisingly constant. Fashion has always been about solving problems: protection from the elements, social signalling, personal expression, and cultural belonging. The solutions have evolved from mammoth hides to moisture-wicking synthetics, but the problems have remained recognizably human throughout history. So here you are, at the end of this journey through fashion history, probably wearing the culmination of 170,000 years of human creativity and ingenuity. That comfortable t-shirt you're wearing? It represents the development of cotton cultivation, textile manufacturing, the invention of knitting machines, the creation of synthetic dyes, and centuries of refinement in garment construction. Those jeans you might have on represent the California Gold Rush, the needs of working people for durable clothing, the influence of American casual culture on global fashion, and the transformation of workwear into fashion statements. Even your socks. Yes, your socks represent innovations in knitting, synthetic fibres and foot comfort that would have amazed our ancestors. The amazing thing is that you got dressed this morning in about 10 minutes, choosing from options that represent the best of human textile technology and fashion design, and you probably didn't think about any of this history. You just wanted to put on something comfortable, appropriate for your day, and maybe something that made you feel like yourself. That's the real triumph of fashion history. Not the elaborate court dress or the revolutionary designs, but the fact that good clothing has become so accessible and unremarkable that we take it for granted. Your closet contains options that would have been unimaginable luxuries to most humans throughout history. Fabrics that are soft, durable, and easy to care for. Colours that won't fade after one washing. Clothes that fit your body and your lifestyle. Seasonal options that keep you comfortable in any weather. The freedom to choose clothing that expresses your personality rather than just your social class or economic status. Even your most casual outfit represents solutions to problems that occupied human minds for millennia. How do you create fabric that breathes but also protects? How do you make colours that last? How do you construct garments that move with the body without falling apart? How do you mass-produce clothing while maintaining quality and individual choice? The fashion industry today grapples with new challenges that our ancestors never had to consider. Environmental sustainability, ethical manufacturing, the pace of trend cycles, and the psychological effects of constant fashion messaging through social media. But these are the kinds of problems that come with success, not failure. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your comfortable pyjamas, which, by the way, are a relatively recent invention that would have puzzled medieval people who slept in their day clothes, or nothing at all, you're participating in the latest chapter of this ongoing human story. Fashion continues to evolve. Sustainable materials are being developed from everything from mushroom roots to recycled ocean plastic. Smart fabrics can monitor your health, regulate your temperature, or even charge your phone. 3D printing is beginning to create custom-fitted garments. Virtual reality is changing how we shop for clothes. The same human creativity that turned animal skins into haute couture continues to push fashion into territories we can barely imagine. But whatever comes next in fashion, it will still be serving those same basic human needs that drove our ancestors to start wearing clothes in the first place. Protection, comfort, beauty, and the eternal desire to wake up in the morning and put on something that makes us feel like the best version of ourselves. Sweet dreams, and may you always have something wonderful to wear. Welcome to a time before memory, before witness, before any living thing existed to observe the world. You're settling into the story of Earth's early years, when the planet was simply becoming itself through processes so gradual they would be invisible to any single observer. Here, change happens across millions of years, and there is no urgency, only the steady work of rock and water and air finding their rhythms together. You wake on a planet that has been turning for hundreds of millions of years already, though nothing has ever woken here before. The sun rises over an ocean that covers most of the surface, and the light touches water that has never reflected a living eye. The day begins as it always has, with warmth spreading across the curve of the world. The early Earth rotates faster than it will in later ages. A full day passes in perhaps 18 hours, and the cycle of light and darkness moves quickly across the empty seas. You watch the sun climb, and you notice how the light changes the temperature of the rock beneath shallow water. The stone warms through the morning, holds that warmth through the brief afternoon, then releases it slowly as darkness returns. This happens every day. The pattern never breaks. Light arrives, warmth follows, darkness comes, and coolness settles in. No drama marks these transitions. The sun simply moves through its arc while the planet turns beneath it, and the temperature shifts in response, degree by degree, predictable and steady. Rain falls somewhere on Earth nearly all the time during these early ages. Clouds form over the warm ocean, drift with winds that follow their own consistent patterns, and release water that returns to the sea. You stand on a rocky shore and watch rain approach across the waves, a grey curtain moving steadily toward you, bringing coolness and the sound of water striking water. The rainfall here is not violent. It arrives, continues for hours or days, then passes, The clouds move on, the sky clears, and the sun returns to begin warming the surface again. This cycle repeats without fail, creating a rhythm you could set your breathing to if you needed to breathe. Tides rise and fall with the moon's pull, which is stronger now than it will be later because the moon orbits closer to Earth. Twice each day, water advances up the rocky slopes at the ocean's edge, then withdraws. You watch the waterline climb over familiar stones, pause at its height, then retreat to reveal the same stones again, darkened and dripping. The tidal rhythm connects to the moon's position overhead, and the moon's position connects to the time of day, and the time of day connects back to the sun's light. Everything moves in relation to everything else, creating patterns within patterns, all of them regular, all of them repeating at intervals you could learn to anticipate. At night the stars wheel overhead in their own slow circles, unchanging in their positions relative to one another. The same constellations that marked the sky 1,000,000 years ago mark it tonight. They will mark it 1,000,000 years from now. You lie on a warm rock and watch them turn, knowing they will return to these exact positions tomorrow night and the night after that. The volcanic vents scattered across the ocean floor pulse with heat on their own schedules, releasing warmth and minerals into the water in steady streams. Some vent continuously. Others follow cycles of activity and rest that span decades or centuries. But each vent maintains its particular rhythm, reliable in its pattern, even as the pattern differs from neighbour to neighbour. You notice how the cooling of lava follows its own predictable path. When molten rock meets seawater, it hardens from the outside inward, creating pillow shapes that stack and tumble according to the slope they flow down. The process happens the same way each time. The outcome varies in detail, but never in principle. Temperature differentials drive winds that circle the planet in bands, and these winds push surface water into currents that also circle in their own patterns. Warm water flows toward the poles, cools, and returns toward the equator. The circulation continues day and night, year after year, moving heat around the planet in a system that balances itself through its own motion. Lightning flashes somewhere over the ocean every few seconds during these ages, as storms build and release electricity through the atmosphere. Each bolt follows the path of least resistance between cloud and water, and though no two paths are identical, the principle remains constant. Charge builds, resistance breaks down, energy flows, and balance returns. You watch the sun set over the western horizon, and you know it will rise again in the east. You watch the tide retreat, and you know it will return. You watch clouds gather, and you know they will release their water and clear again. The early Earth operates through cycles that nest inside one another, each one completing itself before beginning again, none of them requiring intervention or adjustment from any outside force. The day ends as it began, with the planet turning toward darkness at the same rate it turned toward light. Nothing has changed in any way that you could measure from one day to the next. Everything has happened exactly as it should, in the order it should, at the pace it should. Tomorrow will be the same, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, for millions of years to come. You stand on rock that was once liquid and has only recently become solid. The Earth's crust is still forming its permanent features during these ages, but the process happens slowly, with each change building on the last in an orderly progression. The surface is taking shape, but it takes its time doing so. Water condenses from the atmosphere and collects in low places, and as it collects, it begins to define what is ocean and what is land. The distinction emerges gradually over millions of years. At first, water and rock share space in uncertain boundaries, with shallow seas covering platforms that are almost land and almost not. Then, as more water falls and more time passes, the deepest basins fill completely, and the highest platforms rise clear of the water, and the difference between sea and continent becomes real. The rock itself is cooling from the inside out, releasing heat that built up during the planet's formation. This cooling continued for hundreds of millions of years, and it continues still, though more slowly now. You can feel the warmth rising through the stone beneath your feet, steady and gentle, like standing on a surface that remembers being hot and is slowly forgetting. Continents form where lighter rock floats on denser material below, and these floating platforms drift with currents in the layer beneath them. The movement is extraordinarily slow, measured in fingernail widths per year, but it is continuous. A continent drifts northward or eastward or into collision with another continent, and the collision raises mountains, and the mountains rise at the same patient pace the continents drift. Erosion begins as soon as land rises above water. Rain falls on high ground and runs downward, carrying tiny particles of dissolved rock with it. The particles wash into streams, the streams carry them to rivers, and the rivers deliver them to the ocean. This process never stops, and over time it wears down mountains and fills in valleys, smoothing the landscape toward a gentler average. Minerals crystallize out of cooling rock in predictable sequences. First, the minerals that require the highest temperatures form and settle. Then, as cooling continues, minerals that form at lower temperatures crystallize and join them. The result is stone made of different components arranged in layers and pockets, each mineral in its proper place according to the temperature at which it solidified. The atmosphere is denser now than it will be later, thick with water vapour and carbon dioxide released from volcanic activity. This density holds heat close to the surface, keeping temperatures warm and stable even during the long nights. The air feels heavy when you breathe it, substantial, like something you could almost swim through. Chemical reactions happen constantly wherever water meets rock. Certain minerals dissolve more easily than others, and as water flows over and through stone, it preferentially removes these soluble minerals, leaving behind what does not dissolve. This creates gradual changes in the composition of both the water and the rock, with each becoming more defined in its character over time. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in layers that record the passage of time. Fine particles settle continuously, drifting down through the water column and coming to rest on top of what settled before them. Each layer is thin, sometimes representing only a few years of accumulation, but the layers stack into sequences that grow thick enough to compress their own lower portions into new stone. Island chains form where volcanic vents break through the ocean floor repeatedly as tectonic plates move over them. One volcano builds until it rises above the waterline, then the plate carries it away from the heat source and it goes dormant. Behind it, a new volcano begins building from the same deep source. The result is a line of islands, each one slightly older than the one behind it, all of them recording the plate's steady motion. The ocean's salinity increases gradually as rivers deliver dissolved minerals to the sea. The water evaporates and falls as rain again, but the minerals stay behind, concentrating slowly over millions of years. The ocean is becoming saltier, but the change happens so slowly that at any given moment the ocean tastes the same as it did 1,000 years before. Glaciers will form later in colder ages, but during these early times the poles are warm and ice-free. Water circulates from equator to pole without freezing, and the temperature difference between tropical and polar regions is smaller than it will become. The planet maintains warmth more evenly across its surface, creating less variation in climate from one latitude to another. Basalt and granite establish themselves as the primary rock types, with basalt forming the ocean floor and granite forming the continents. This division happens because basalt is denser and granite is lighter, and the denser material sinks while the lighter material rises. The arrangement is stable and self-maintaining, requiring no outside adjustment to preserve it. The landscape develops patterns of drainage, with water following the lowest available path downward until it reaches the sea. These drainage patterns organise themselves according to the slope and composition of the land, creating branching networks that look similar whether you view them at the scale of a small watershed or an entire continent. Minerals weather out of rock, dissolve in water, react with other dissolved substances, and precipitate out again as new minerals. The ocean floor is paved with these precipitates in places, forming deposits that will eventually become limestone and other sedimentary rocks. The process is chemical rather than biological, driven by concentration gradients and temperature changes rather than living activity. The crust thickens as lighter materials continue to separate from denser ones, and as the crust thickens, it becomes more stable. What was once a surface that shifted and reorganized frequently becomes a surface that shifts and reorganizes slowly. The change is not towards stillness, but toward a slower, more gradual kind of movement that allows features to persist for longer spans of time. You watch a river carry sediment to the sea, and you know that this river has been carrying sediment for millions of years, grain by grain, building a delta at its mouth that grows outward into the ocean. You watch rain dissolve minerals from a cliff face, and you know that this cliff has been dissolving for millions of years, retreating inland at a pace too slow for any single lifetime to measure. The surface is being built and maintained simultaneously, with construction and erosion balancing each other in a slow equilibrium. You notice how water connects everything to everything else. Rain that falls on high ground flows downward, carrying minerals that will nourish later life. Ocean water evaporates and forms clouds that will become that rain. The cycle links atmosphere to ocean to land and back again, moving material and energy through each component in turn. The atmosphere and ocean exchange heat continuously. When air moves over warm water, it absorbs warmth and carries it to cooler regions. When air cools, it releases that warmth to the water below or the land beneath. This exchange evens out temperature differences, preventing any part of the planet from becoming too hot or too cold relative to the rest. Carbon moves between air, water and rock in its own slow circulation. Carbon dioxide dissolves in ocean water, reacts with minerals, and eventually becomes part of sedimentary rock. Volcanic activity releases carbon from rock back into the atmosphere. The cycle takes millions of years to complete one full circuit, but it operates continuously, keeping carbon in motion rather than allowing it to concentrate in any single reservoir. Tectonic plates interact at their boundaries, and these interactions take different forms depending on what kind of plate meets what kind of plate. Where two plates move apart, new ocean floor forms between them. Where they move together, one plate slides beneath the other, or both crumple and rise into mountains. Each type of boundary creates its own characteristic landforms, and the boundaries collectively organize the surface into distinct sections. Energy from the sun drives winds, which drive ocean currents, which distribute heat, which affects where clouds form, which determines where rain falls, which shapes the land through erosion, which changes the patterns of drainage, which alters where sediment accumulates. Each process connects to the next in a chain that loops back on itself, so that the end state of one cycle becomes the starting condition for another. The ocean's temperature affects how much carbon dioxide it can hold in solution. Warmer water holds less. Colder water holds more. As currents circulate water between warm and cold regions, they also circulate carbon between surface and atmosphere, participating in the larger carbon cycle through this temperature-dependent exchange. Weathering of rock requires both water and time, and the rate of weathering depends on temperature and rainfall. In warm, wet regions, rock breaks down more quickly, releasing minerals into solution. In cool, dry regions, rock weathers more slowly, remaining intact for longer periods. This variation creates different kinds of soil in different climates, each one suited to the conditions that produced it. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that expand and contract rock, and this expansion and contraction contributes to mechanical weathering. The effect is small on any single day, but repeated millions of times over millions of years, it becomes significant. Rock fractures along lines of weakness, creating smaller pieces that weather chemically more quickly than solid stone. Volcanic gases feed the atmosphere, and the atmosphere feeds the ocean through rain, and the ocean feeds back to volcanism by carrying waters down into subduction zones, where it lowers the melting point of rock and enables magma to form. The system is circular, with each component supplying what another component needs, to continue its own processes. Seasonal variations develop as the Earth's tilted axis causes different parts of the planet to receive more or less direct sunlight at different times of year. The variation is subtle during these early ages when the climate is generally warm, but it exists. You can observe how rainfall patterns shift with the seasons, following the sun's apparent movement north and south. The formation of new ocean floor at spreading ridges pushes older floor outward toward the edges of ocean basins, and at those edges the old floor sinks back into the mantle. The ocean floor is therefore young near the ridges and old near the margins, and it exists in constant circulation, renewing itself completely every few 100 million years. Minerals transported by rivers accumulate in deltas and coastal areas, and these accumulations become resources for later processes. Iron settles in certain conditions, silica in others, and calcium carbonate in still others. Each mineral finds its preferred environment and concentrates there, creating variety across the landscape. The atmosphere shields the surface from harmful radiation while allowing visible light through, and this selective filtering creates conditions where chemistry can proceed at moderate temperatures without being disrupted by high-energy particles. The shield is not perfect, but it is sufficient, maintaining a protected space between the vacuum of space and the solid surface of the planet. Hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor create zones of chemical activity where hot, mineral-rich water meets cold seawater. Minerals precipitate out of solution, forming chimney-like structures around the vents. The chemicals released by these vents enrich the surrounding water, distributing elements that will later prove useful to living systems. The gravitational pull of the moon and sun together creates tidal forces that flex the Earth's crust slightly, and this flexing generates a small amount of heat through friction. The heat is minor compared to the heat from radioactive decay in the planet's interior, but it contributes to the total energy budget, adding one more source to the mix of energy that keeps the planet active. Ocean currents transport not just heat, but also dissolved minerals distributing resources around the planet. Water that rises from the deep ocean in upwelling zones brings nutrients to the surface. Water that sinks in downwelling zones carries oxygen to depth. The circulation ensures that the ocean does not stratify into permanently separate layers, but remains mixed and accessible. The land surface channels water into rivers, and the rivers carve valleys that channel water more efficiently, and the improved drainage allows the land to dry out between rains, and the drying and wetting cycles weather the rock more effectively. Each change enables the next change, so that the landscape gradually becomes more organised, more defined in its features, and more distinctly itself. You stand at the edge of the ocean and watch waves arrive from far out at sea, their energy delivered by winds that gathered force over hundreds of miles of open water. The waves break on the shore, and their energy goes into moving sand and grinding rock, contributing to the ongoing reshaping of the coastline. Nothing is wasted. Every bit of energy does work, and the work accumulates into lasting changes. You notice that the Earth settles into long periods where little seems to change. After the initial cooling and the formation of the first permanent oceans, the planet enters stretches of time measured in tens of millions of years where conditions remain remarkably steady. The temperature holds within a narrow range. The ocean stays at roughly the same level. The composition of the atmosphere shifts, but slowly without sudden transitions. These periods are not stillness. Erosion continues, tectonic plates continue drifting, and volcanic activity continues adding material to the surface. But the rate of change is slow enough that the planet at the end of a 10 million year span looks much like it did at the beginning. The changes are real but gradual, creating a sense of deep stability, even while nothing actually stops moving. The ocean reaches an equilibrium where the rate of evaporation matches the rate of precipitation, and where the rate of sediment washing into the sea matches the rate of sediment being subducted and returned to the mantle. Water enters and leaves the ocean constantly, but the total volume remains stable, with the same amount present year after year, millennium after millennium. Temperature fluctuations even out over time. Early in Earth's history, volcanic activity was more intense and less predictable, creating periods of unusual warmth followed by relative cooling. As the planet ages, volcanic activity becomes more regular and more distributed across the surface, and less prone to clustering in ways that would create climate extremes. The result is a more stable climate, one that varies from season to season but not drastically from age to age. You observe how the day-night cycle provides a built-in rhythm of activity and rest. During the day, solar energy warms the surface, evaporates water, drives winds, and powers photochemical reactions in the atmosphere. During the night, the surface cools, winds calm, and chemical processes that require darkness or cooler temperatures take their turn. The alternation creates a natural pacing, a rhythm that prevents any one process from running continuously without pause. Tides provide another rhythm, independent of daylight but equally regular. The rise and fall of water at the ocean's edge creates alternating periods of exposure and submersion for the intertidal zone. Rock that is underwater during high tide is exposed to air during low tide, and this alternation creates conditions that will later prove useful for organisms transitioning between aquatic and terrestrial life. The seasons, even though mild during these warm ages, create their own rhythms of variation and return. Rainfall patterns shift with the sun's position, creating wetter and drier periods that alternate in predictable ways. These variations are gentle, never extreme, but they add texture to the passing of time, making one part of the year distinguishable from another. Volcanic cycles follow longer rhythms, with periods of increased activity separated by periods of relative quiet. These cycles are irregular, not tied to any particular schedule, but they average out over time into a background level of activity that feeds the atmosphere and ocean without overwhelming them. The planet has time to process what each eruption releases before the next eruption arrives. Continental drift proceeds at its unhurried pace, moving land masses across the surface over millions of years. A continent that begins near the equator will eventually drift toward a pole, and then perhaps back toward the equator again. The movement is slow enough that climate zones shift gradually, allowing the surface to adjust to new conditions without sudden disruptions. The carbon cycle maintains a rough balance between carbon stored in rocks, carbon dissolved in the ocean, and carbon present in the atmosphere. The balance is not perfect. Carbon concentrations shift over time, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing, but the shifts happen slowly, and the system has mechanisms that prevent carbon from accumulating entirely in one reservoir at the expense of the others. Between periods of mountain building, the land has time to erode back towards sea level. Mountains rise when continents collide, creating highlands that stand well above the surrounding plains. Then, over the following tens of millions of years, erosion wears those mountains down, grain by grain, returning the material to the ocean. The land surface rises and falls in long cycles, never remaining at one elevation permanently. You notice how the ocean floor records these rhythms in its sediments. Layers of fine clay alternate with layers of coarser material, recording changes in the strength of ocean currents. The layers stack in regular patterns, each one representing a particular set of conditions that repeated at intervals too long for any single observer to witness, but clear enough in the geological record to show that they happened regularly. The atmosphere's composition stabilizes as the initial outgassing from volcanism slows, and the various chemical reactions reach a kind of working balance. The air still contains more carbon dioxide than it will in later ages, but the amount is not increasing as rapidly as it did earlier. The atmosphere is finding its functional composition, the mix of gases that will support the chemistry of the surface, without requiring constant adjustment. Hydrothermal circulation at mid-ocean ridges provides a rhythm of water heating and cooling. Cold seawater seeps into cracks in the ocean floor, circulates through hot rock, and emerges heated and enriched with minerals. The cycle takes years to decades to complete, depending on the path the water follows, but it operates continuously at spreading centres around the planet, providing a slow, steady flow of chemical energy to the ocean. The planet's rotation is slowing due to tidal friction, and this slowing adds a few seconds to the length of the day every few million years. The change is imperceptible on human timescales, but real over geological time. The Earth is settling into a rhythm that will eventually stabilise at a 24-hour day, though it is not there yet. You stand on a coast and watch the same waves arrive day after day, year after year. The waves are driven by wind, the wind is driven by temperature differences, and the temperature differences are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is long but unbroken, and it operates continuously, creating patterns that repeat without requiring intervention. The ocean rises and falls with the tides, the surface temperature varies with the time of day, and the planet turns beneath the sun, all of it happening in rhythms that nest inside one another like the gears of a vast patient clock. You notice that the planet is preparing conditions that will later support living things, though nothing is alive yet during most of these early ages. The preparation happens without intention, simply as a consequence of chemistry and physics, playing out according to their rules. Water accumulates in places where it will be accessible. Minerals dissolve and precipitate in forms that will be useful. Energy flows through the system in ways that will later be captured and used. Water is everywhere. It fills the ocean basins, saturates the atmosphere as vapour, falls as rain, flows through rivers and seeps into rock. This abundance means that when chemistry begins producing the first simple organic molecules, those molecules will have a medium to interact in. Water is the universal solvent, capable of dissolving a wide range of substances and bringing them into contact with one another. The ocean contains iron, sulfur, phosphorus, nitrogen, and other elements that will become essential to living chemistry. These elements wash into the sea from weathering rock, or emerge from hydrothermal vents, or arrive in volcanic gases that dissolve in seawater. They are present in small concentrations but in reliable supply, distributed throughout the ocean rather than concentrated in a few inaccessible locations. Energy is available in multiple forms. Sunlight reaches the surface, providing a constant input of energy that drives photochemical reactions. Lightning adds brief bursts of high energy, capable of forging chemical bonds that would not form otherwise. Hydrothermal vents provide thermal energy and chemical gradients. Radioactivity in rocks provides a slow, steady background of energy. The planet offers many sources, ensuring that chemistry has options to draw from. The atmosphere contains the building blocks of organic chemistry. Carbon in the form of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and hydrogen in water vapour. These simple molecules can combine into more complex ones given the right conditions and enough time. The atmosphere is like a cupboard stocked with ingredients, waiting for the right recipe to emerge from trial and error. Tidal pools form in rocky coastal areas, and these pools provide natural laboratories where concentrated solutions can undergo chemical reactions. When the tide is high, seawater fills the pools, bringing fresh minerals. When the tide is low, evaporation concentrates whatever is dissolved in the water, increasing the chances that molecules will encounter one another and react. The pools fill and empty on a regular schedule, creating a rhythm that repeats the experiment over and over. Clay minerals form from the weathering of volcanic rock, and these clays have useful properties. They provide surfaces where molecules can adsorb and be held in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of reaction. They can also catalyze certain reactions, speeding them up without being consumed themselves. The ocean floor and coastal areas are rich in clays, offering countless microscopic reaction chambers. The temperature of the early Earth is warm but not too hot, cool but not too cold. Water remains liquid over most of the surface, maintaining the range where chemistry proceeds at useful rates. If the planet were hotter, water would evaporate and chemistry would slow. If it were colder, water would freeze and chemistry would stop. The temperature is in the range where things can happen. Cycles of wet and dry provide opportunities for molecules to form in solution, and then concentrate as water evaporates. Some chemical reactions proceed better in concentrated solutions, and others proceed better in dilute ones. The alternation between wet and dry periods allows both types of reactions to occur in sequence, creating pathways to complexity that would not be available if conditions were always the same. Volcanic activity continues to add fresh material to the surface, replacing what erosion removes and ensuring that the supply of minerals does not run out. Each volcanic eruption brings rock from the mantle to the surface, rock that has never been weathered before, rich in elements that dissolve readily once exposed to water and air. The planet is not running down but renewing itself, maintaining the conditions that support chemical activity. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that can drive chemical processes. Some reactions proceed better in warmth, others in coolness. The alternation between day and night provides a natural cycling between conditions, allowing different types of chemistry to take turns using the same space. Rivers deliver nutrients from the continents to the ocean, concentrating minerals in deltas and estuaries. These transition zones between fresh water and salt water provide gradients in salinity, temperature, and mineral content, creating diverse chemical environments in close proximity. What does not react in one environment may react in the next. The ocean circulation ensures that no part of the water becomes permanently isolated. Surface water eventually sinks, deep water eventually rises, and the mixing distributes whatever forms in one location to other locations. This circulation prevents resources from becoming trapped and unavailable, keeping them in motion and accessible. Phosphorus, crucial for later biochemistry, weathers out of rock and accumulates in sediments. It is not abundant, but it is present, and the processes that concentrate it in particular locations are slow and reliable. The planet is gathering phosphorus in places where it will be available when needed. The magnetic field generated by the Earth's molten core shields the surface from solar wind, preventing the atmosphere from being stripped away over time. This protection ensures that the atmosphere remains thick enough to support chemistry at the surface, maintaining pressure and retaining water vapor. The shield is invisible but essential, preserving the conditions that make everything else possible. You stand at the edge of a warm, shallow sea and observe how gentle waves stir the sediment, keeping particles suspended and in contact with dissolved nutrients. The water is rich with potential, holding everything that will be needed but not yet assembled into the forms that will use it. The planet is ready, stocked with materials and energy, maintaining stable conditions and simply waiting for chemistry to find its way to the patterns that will eventually become life. You notice that the Earth is entering longer periods of predictable calm. The initial intensity of planetary formation has passed. The atmosphere is thick and stable. The ocean has reached its long-term volume. The continents have taken shape and are drifting slowly, no longer reorganizing dramatically from one age to the next. The planet is settling into a mature rhythm, like an evening after a day of activity. The sun's light is gentler now than it was billions of years ago, slightly dimmer as the star ages, but still sufficient to warm the surface and drive the water cycle. The light arrives each morning at the same angle for any given location and season, creating patterns of warmth and shadow that repeat with comforting regularity. Temperatures across the planet fall within a moderate range. The equator is warm, the poles are cool, but the difference is less extreme than it will become in later ages. The atmosphere and ocean currents distribute heat effectively, preventing any region from becoming too hot or too cold. The climate is mild and stable, without the swings that will characterize later periods when ice ages develop. Volcanic activity has decreased from the intense levels of the planet's youth. Eruptions still occur, but they are less frequent and less massive. The crust has thickened and cooled, making it harder for magma to reach the surface. What volcanism remains is spread across many small vents, rather than concentrated in a few large ones, creating a background level of activity that is steady rather than punctuated. The ocean's chemistry has stabilized. The salinity is set. The pH is buffered by dissolved minerals, and the concentration of various elements remains roughly constant over long periods. The water is clear in the open ocean, allowing sunlight to penetrate to significant depths. Near the coast, sediment clouds the water, but even this is a regular feature, not a disruption. Coastlines have taken on familiar shapes. Bays and headlands repeat patterns determined by the underlying geology, with resistant rock forming promontories and softer rock eroding into embayments. The shapes are not permanent, but they are persistent, lasting for millions of years before erosion significantly alters them. River systems have carved their valleys and established their courses. The rivers flow in the same channels year after year, moving water and sediment from highlands to sea. The drainage patterns are mature, efficiently moving water without the frequent flooding and channel changes that characterize younger river systems. The atmosphere's transparency allows you to see the stars at night without obstruction. The sky is clear more often than not, with clouds forming and dispersing in predictable patterns. You can observe the full moon rising over the ocean, its light reflecting off calm water, creating a path of silver that reaches from horizon to shore. Tides continue their rhythmic rise and fall, but the moon is slightly farther from Earth now, and the tides are slightly less extreme than they were earlier. The change is gradual, a slow lessening of the moon's gravitational grip as orbital mechanics carry it farther away over millions of years. The tides remain strong enough to mix coastal waters and shape shorelines, but gentle enough not to cause disruption. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in regular layers, each one recording a particular interval of time. The layers are undisturbed in the deep ocean, far from the turbulence of currents and storms. They lie flat and parallel, like pages in a book, waiting to be read by anyone who learns to interpret them. The land surface has been weathered into soil in many places, with rock broken down into particles that can hold water and support the chemical processes that will later nourish plants. The soil is thin during these early ages, but it is present, a transitional layer between solid bedrock and open air. Clouds form in the same regions day after day, driven by reliable patterns of heating and evaporation. You can look at the sky in the afternoon and predict where rain will fall by evening, based on where clouds are building. The patterns are not rigid, but they are consistent enough to learn. The ocean's surface is calm between storms. Waves rise and fall with the wind, but when the wind drops, the water smooths into gentle swells that travel for hundreds of miles without breaking. The swells are regular, spaced evenly, and the product of distant weather systems that have already passed. The ocean carries memory in its motion, reflecting events that happened far away in time and space. Sunsets paint the sky in shades of orange and pink as dust and water vapour scatter the sun's light. The colours are vivid during these ages when the atmosphere is thick and volcanic. Dust adds particles to scatter light. You watch the sun descend toward the horizon, the colours shifting as the angle changes, until the sun slips below the edge of the world and twilight takes over. The transition from day to night is gradual, not abrupt. The sky remains bright for some time after the sun sets, then slowly darkens as the last light fades. Stars appear one by one, the brightest first, then the dimmer ones, until the full array is visible. The transition is gentle, giving the surface time to release the day's heat before the coolness of night fully settles in. You stand on a hillside as evening arrives, watching the landscape soften in the fading light. The temperature is dropping, but slowly, and the air is still. Below you, a river reflects the last of the daylight, a ribbon of silver winding through darker land. The planet is calm and settled, at rest in the way that a system at equilibrium can be said to rest, while still maintaining all its processes in perfect balance. You settle into the planet's darkness and discover that night is not absence but another kind of presence. The sun's light is gone, but other rhythms continue. The Earth turns eastward through its own shadow, and as it turns, the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, unchanging markers of the planet's rotation. The surface cools after sunset, releasing the warmth it accumulated during the day. The cooling is gradual, a slow return toward equilibrium with the surrounding air. Rock that was hot to the touch at midday becomes merely warm by midnight and will be cool by dawn. The heat does not disappear but radiates outward into the atmosphere, then upward into space, continuing the energy flow that began when sunlight first struck the surface. The atmosphere remains active at night. Winds continue blowing, though they often calm as temperature differences even out. Air that rose during the day now sinks, completing convection cycles that span 12 hours or more. The movement is invisible in darkness but no less real, redistributing heat and moisture across the landscape. Clouds that form during the afternoon may linger into the night, or they may dissolve as cooling air loses its ability to hold water vapour. When they dissolve, the moisture falls as dew or light rain, wetting surfaces that dried during the day. The water cycle continues in darkness, just operating through different mechanisms than it does in daylight. The ocean remains warmer than the land after sunset because water holds heat longer than rock. This temperature difference drives coastal winds that blow from land to sea at night, the reverse of the pattern that prevails during the day. The winds are gentle, but they persist through the dark hours, part of the daily rhythm that ties land and sea together. Stars provide a small amount of light, enough to distinguish sea from sky, enough to navigate by if you know their positions. The light is steady, unlike the flickering of flames, because stars are so distant that their light arrives as parallel rays, unaffected by any turbulence close to Earth. The starlight has travelled for years to reach this surface, and it arrives softly, without fanfare. The moon, when it's above the horizon, provides brighter light than the stars. During a full moon, you can see clearly enough to walk without stumbling, to watch waves break on the shore, and to observe the texture of rock beneath your feet. The moonlight is reflected sunlight, arriving second-hand but sufficient for the night's purposes. Tides continue to rise and fall regardless of whether the sun is up. The gravitational pull that drives tides does not depend on light, only on the positions of the moon and sun relative to Earth. A high tide arrives at midnight as reliably as one arrives at noon, bringing water up the shore and then withdrawing it, keeping the coastal zone in motion even while the rest of the landscape rests. Temperature-dependent chemical reactions slow at night as the surface cools, but other reactions proceed more readily in darkness or cooler conditions. The chemistry of the surface shifts in character from day to night, not stopping but changing its emphasis, allowing processes that cannot occur in heat or light to take their turn. The absence of sunlight provides a respite from ultraviolet radiation, which is more intense during these early ages before oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere and forms an ozone layer. Night offers protection from this radiation, a daily reprieve that allows chemical processes sensitive to UV light to proceed without disruption. Darkness creates gradients between surfaces that face the open sky and those that are sheltered. Surfaces that radiate heat freely to the night sky cool more than surfaces protected by overhangs or surrounded by other rocks. These temperature variations create microclimates at small scales, diversifying the conditions available for chemistry across the landscape. The planet's rotation ensures that night is temporary. No part of the surface remains in darkness permanently. Every location that experiences night will experience day again after a few hours, and the alternation continues without interruption, creating a rhythm that divides time into manageable intervals and provides both activity and rest in regular succession. You notice that sounds carry differently at night. Without the sun's heating creating turbulent air currents, the atmosphere becomes more stratified, and sound waves travel farther before dissipating. The crash of waves on a distant shore reaches you clearly. The rumble of a far-off volcanic vent carries across miles of open water. The night is not silent, but filled with the quiet sounds of ongoing processes. The stars move across the sky as the Earth rotates, rising in the east and setting in the west. Their motion is steady and predictable, completing one full circuit in approximately 18 hours during these early ages, when the day is shorter than it will later become. You can use their positions to track the passage of time, to know how much of the night has elapsed and how much remains. The ocean glows faintly in places where certain chemical reactions occur, producing light without heat. The glow is subtle, a pale shimmer on the water's surface, visible only in complete darkness. It is not biological yet, just chemistry that happens to emit photons as a byproduct, but it adds a gentle luminescence to the night sea. Cooling rock contracts slightly, and the contraction sometimes produces small cracking sounds, like the ticking of cooling metal. The sounds are occasional, not constant, but they remind you that the landscape is active even in stillness, that motion continues at scales too small to see but large enough to hear. The night sky is perfectly dark between the stars, unaffected by any artificial light, and clear enough to see the Milky Way as a band of concentrated starlight across the heavens. The darkness is complete and clean, offering contrast that makes the stars seem brighter by comparison. You lie on warm rock and feel the stored heat of the day rising through stone into your body. The sky above is vast and scattered with stars. The ocean murmurs at the shore. The planet turns eastward, carrying you with it, bringing the dawn that will arrive in a few hours when the rotation carries this location back into the sun's light. Night is balance, part of the rhythm that prevents the surface from overheating or overcooling, providing the alternation that makes stability possible. You watch the Earth maintain itself across millions of years through simple repetition. The same processes that operated yesterday operate today and will operate tomorrow. Water evaporates, condenses and falls. Rock erodes, sediment accumulates, and new rock forms. The planet does not innovate or adjust or intervene in its own cycles. It simply continues, letting physics and chemistry follow their rules without guidance. The reliability of these processes creates a kind of predictability that extends across deep time. The sun will rise tomorrow because the Earth will continue rotating. Rain will fall somewhere because the water cycle will continue operating. Tides will rise because the moon will continue orbiting. None of these outcomes requires any special conditions to be maintained, or any external input beyond what is already present. Erosion will eventually wear down every mountain that rises, returning the material to the ocean, where it will accumulate as sediment, be subducted, melt, and potentially rise again as new mountains millions of years later. The cycle is long, but it is reliable, and it ensures that the surface is constantly being renewed rather than wearing out. The atmosphere will continue to exist as long as gravity holds it in place, and volcanic activity continues to replace gases that react or escape. These conditions are stable, built into the planet's structure and composition, and not dependent on anything that might cease unexpectedly. The ocean will continue to exist as long as the temperature remains within the range where water is liquid. The Earth orbits the Sun at a distance where this condition is met, and the orbit is stable, maintained by the same gravitational forces that have held it for billions of years, and will hold it for billions more. Living organisms will eventually emerge from the chemistry that is already occurring in tidal pools and hydrothermal vents. When they emerge, they will find a planet that is ready for them, with water, minerals, energy, and stable conditions all available. The planet did not create these conditions for life's benefit, but simply by following its own processes, which happen to produce a habitable environment as a side effect. Life, once it begins, will participate in the cycles that already exist. Organisms will take in water and release it, take in minerals and incorporate them into structures, and capture energy and use it to build complexity. These are extensions of processes that already occur in non-living chemistry, just organised in ways that can reproduce and persist. The carbon cycle will incorporate living chemistry once life appears, but the cycle itself will continue operating on the same principles as before. Carbon will still move between atmosphere, ocean and rock, just with an additional pathway through organisms. The cycle will become more complex but not fundamentally different. The planet's ability to maintain habitable conditions does not depend on life. The conditions existed before life appeared and will continue if life ever ends. Habitability is a product of size, distance from the sun, geological activity and atmospheric composition, none of which require biology to maintain. You notice that the Earth's stability comes from having multiple overlapping cycles, each one buffering variations in the others. If one process speeds up, another compensates by slowing down. If one reservoir fills, another empties. The system self-regulates through feedback loops that are built into the physics and chemistry, not added on as separate control mechanisms. Temperature stability comes from the ocean's thermal inertia, the atmosphere's ability to redistribute heat, and the planet's distance from the sun. These factors work together to keep surface temperature within a range that allows water to remain liquid, which in turn allows all the other processes to continue. Chemical stability comes from the buffering capacity of the ocean, which can absorb excess acids or bases without large pH changes, and from the slow cycling of elements through rock, which prevents any element from accumulating to toxic levels or depleting entirely. Energy balance comes from the match between incoming solar radiation and outgoing thermal radiation. The planet absorbs sunlight and re-radiates it as infrared, and the balance between these flows determines the surface temperature. The balance is not perfect at every moment, but it averages out over time to a stable state. The Earth does not rest, but it does not hurry either. It operates at the pace that its processes require, some fast like lightning, some slow like continental drift, all of them finding their natural rates without external pressure to speed up or slow down. The pace is suited to the scale, with fast processes handling small-scale variations and slow processes handling large-scale changes. You stand on a beach at dawn and watch the sun rise over the ocean, knowing that this same scene has played out every day for hundreds of millions of years and will continue for hundreds of millions more. The waves that break at your feet are driven by winds that are driven by temperature differences that are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is clear, unbroken, and will continue operating as long as the sun shines and the Earth turns. The habitability of Earth is not a gift or an accident, but a consequence of how matter behaves under these particular conditions of size, composition, and solar distance. The planet became habitable by being what it is and where it is, and it remains habitable by continuing to be those things. There is no mystery in it, only physics and chemistry playing out across time, creating complexity through repetition, maintaining balance through circulation, and offering stability through the simple persistence of its cycles. You breathe the air, feel the warmth of the sun on your face, and listen to the waves, and you know that these experiences are possible because the Earth has spent billions of years preparing conditions where they can occur. The planet has done this work without awareness or intention, just by following the rules that govern matter and energy, and those same rules will keep it habitable as long as the fundamental conditions remain in place. The Earth continues, quiet and reliable, turning through its days and nights, cycling its materials, maintaining its temperature, simply being itself across the vast stretches of time. Imagine New England in late February 1717, back when Boston was still a collection of wooden buildings huddled around a harbour, and the entire population of Massachusetts numbered fewer people than a modern suburban shopping mall on a Saturday afternoon. You're living in a world lit by candles and warmed by fireplaces, where your entertainment options consist of reading the same books you've read 20 times, doing needlework until your fingers cramp, or staring out the window and wondering if spring will ever arrive. Colonial New Englanders had a complicated relationship with winter. On one hand, they'd chosen to live in a place where winter lasted roughly from October to May, so clearly they weren't entirely opposed to cold weather. On the other hand, their diaries and letters from this period read like extended complaints to a landlord who refuses to fix the heating. Winter was something you endured, prepared for obsessively, and then complained about with the satisfaction of someone who's earned the right to grumble. By late February 1717, most New Englanders thought they'd already survived the worst of winter. February in colonial times was what we'd call late winter. The snow was old and crusty, the firewood pile was getting concerningly low, and everyone was starting to think longingly about mud season, which tells you something about how tired they were of snow. Children had already had months of what passed for snow days, though in their case it meant more chores rather than sleeping in and hot chocolate. The typical colonial household in 1717 was preparing for early spring with the optimism of people who really should have known better. You'd be checking your seed stores, planning your garden, and perhaps doing some early maple sugaring if the weather cooperated. Your house, and let's be honest about colonial architecture, was essentially a wooden box with a fireplace, some small windows that let in drafts more effectively than light, and enough gaps in the walls that you could almost see your breath indoors on particularly cold mornings. Daily life revolved around staying warm and fed, which took approximately all your waking hours. Your morning began before dawn, when someone had to revive the banked fire from the night before, a process that involved poking at barely glowing coals and praying they'd cooperate. Water had to be fetched from the well, assuming it wasn't frozen solid. Breakfast needed cooking, animals needed tending, and all of this happened in the dark because the sun had the courtesy to arrive fashionably late in winter. Women spent their days in an endless cycle of cooking, spinning, weaving, sewing, and trying to keep children from either burning themselves on the fireplace or dying of boredom. Men worked outside when weather permitted, doing repairs, chopping wood, and checking on livestock that had the good sense to look miserable about the whole situation. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, spent a significant portion of their day simply trying to stay warm enough to function. The landscape itself in late February was what we might charitably call tired. Snow that had fallen in December was now grey and crusty, pockmarked with soot from chimneys and various other evidence of human habitation that we won't detail before bedtime. The forests were skeletal black lines against grey skies, and the ocean was a cold, dark presence that occasionally reminded everyone of its existence by freezing at the edges. But there was a rhythm to this life that modern people might find almost appealing in its simplicity. You knew what needed doing because it was the same thing that needed doing yesterday and would need doing tomorrow. Your neighbours were facing identical challenges, which created a sense of community born from shared suffering. When the sun set, which happened depressingly early, you gathered around the fire with your family and whoever else was staying the night, and you made the best of it. Late February weather in New England has always been unpredictable, a meteorological coin flip between maybe spring is coming and, surprise, here's more winter. Colonists watched the sky with the intensity of people whose lives depended on weather prediction, which they did. A storm could mean being trapped indoors for days, unable to work, unable to travel, and possibly running dangerously low on supplies. The barns and outbuildings were stocked with hay for the animals, though by late February those supplies were running low, and the hay that remained was probably not the highest quality. Cows, horses, oxen, pigs and chickens all depended on human care to survive the winter, and all complained about their circumstances in their own ways. The chickens probably had the most to complain about, actually, since they'd stopped laying eggs weeks ago and were just eating resources while providing nothing but the occasional egg that felt like winning the lottery. Your root cellar would be carefully organised with the remaining stores of preserved food, apples getting softer by the day, root vegetables beginning to sprout, barrels of salted meat, crocks of butter preserved under salt, and whatever else you'd managed to preserve from last year's harvest. Every meal required a calculation. Is this worth using now, or should we save it for later? How much later? What if spring doesn't come for another 6 weeks? The social fabric of colonial New England was tight-knit by necessity. Your nearest neighbour might be a quarter-mile away, but you knew their business almost as well as your own because survival often depended on cooperation. If someone's barn caught fire, everyone came to help. If a family ran short of food, neighbours shared what they could. If someone got sick or injured, the community rallied around them because there was no other option. Religious life provided structure and community in ways that modern people might find either comforting or suffocating, depending on their perspective. Sunday meeting at the church was mandatory, both legally and socially. You sat in an unheated building for hours listening to sermons that were theologically complex, and often focused on sin and redemption, with an intensity that made Game of Thrones seem light-hearted. But church was also where you saw everyone, heard news from other towns, and felt part of something larger than your individual struggle to stay alive through winter. Children in 1717 had childhoods that would seem impossibly harsh by modern standards. They worked from the time they could walk, learned to read using the Bible and whatever few books the family owned, and had responsibilities that included genuinely dangerous tasks like managing fires and handling large animals. But they were still children. They played when they could, created games from nothing, and found joy in simple pleasures like a successful sled ride or the discovery of icicles in interesting shapes. The elderly held a respected position in colonial society, partly because surviving to old age was an achievement in itself. If you made it to 60 or 70, you'd survive diseases, accidents, harsh weather, and periodic conflicts with indigenous peoples or other colonial powers. Your experience and knowledge were valuable resources, and you were often consulted on everything from weather prediction to medical treatment, whether or not you actually knew what you were talking about. As February 1717 progressed toward its end, New Englanders had no idea they were standing at the edge of one of the most remarkable weather events in American history. They went about their routines, complained about the cold with the dedication of people who took complaining seriously, and looked forward to March with the hope that it might bring slightly less terrible weather. The sky that late February showed no particular warning signs that we know of. Colonial weather prediction was based on folklore, careful observation of animal behaviour, and a general sense of what the sky looked like before trouble arrived. If your bones ached more than usual, rain or snow was probably coming. If the chickens acted strange, though defining strange for chickens is admittedly difficult, weather might be changing. If the sunset looked particularly vivid, make sure you had extra firewood handy. But nothing in anyone's experience prepared them for what was about to happen. New Englanders were tough and resourceful, and had survived plenty of harsh winters. They'd seen big snowstorms before. They thought they knew what winter could throw at them. They were about to discover they'd been underestimating winter's ambitions. Picture yourself in your colonial home on February 27th, 1717. You wake before dawn, as usual, to coax the fire back to life. The house is cold enough that you can see your breath, which is so normal you barely notice anymore. You pull on your warmest clothes, and in colonial times this meant layers of wool, linen and leather that made you look like a medieval knight made of fabric, and begin the day's endless round of chores. But something feels different this morning. The air has that peculiar weight it gets before a significant storm, a pressure that makes your ears feel slightly odd and gives the world a muted quality. The wind, which has been a constant companion all winter, has gone still in a way that feels less peaceful and more like nature holding its breath. By midday, the first flakes begin to fall. Nothing dramatic initially, just a gentle dusting that looks almost pretty against the grey sky. You've seen this hundreds of times before. Snow in February is about as surprising as finding out water is wet. You note it, make sure you have enough firewood close to the house, and continue with your day. But the snow doesn't stop. Hour after hour, it continues with a steadiness that begins to seem almost purposeful. By evening, you've got several inches of fresh accumulation, and the snow is still falling with no sign of letting up. You bank the fire carefully before bed, make sure everyone is under enough blankets, and think that tomorrow you'll need to do some shoveling. When you wake the next morning, your first clue that something unusual is happening comes from the quality of light in the house. It's too bright for dawn, a strange diffused glow that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. When you finally manage to open your door, and this takes effort pushing against resistance that shouldn't be there, you discover why. The snow has piled against your door in drifts that reach past your knees. The world outside has been transformed into an alien landscape of white, where familiar shapes have become strange, rounded lumps, and the horizon has disappeared into a curtain of falling snow. The storm that started yesterday hasn't stopped. If anything, it's intensified. This is the beginning of what contemporary accounts would call the Great Snow of 1717, though people living through it probably had other, less polite names for it. What New Englanders couldn't have known was that they were experiencing something meteorologically extraordinary. A series of 4 massive storms that would arrive in waves over the next 3 weeks, each adding to accumulations that were already unprecedented. The snow fell with a relentlessness that began to feel almost personal. Not in violent gusts and dramatic blizzard conditions, though there were certainly periods of that, but with a steady, implacable determination. It was as if the sky had decided that New England needed a really thorough covering and wasn't going to stop until the job was done properly. You can imagine the progression of reactions among colonial families. Day 1. Well, this is a significant snowfall. Day 2. This is quite unusual. Day 3. This is becoming concerning. Day 4. This is absolutely unprecedented and possibly the end of the world. Day 5. If I have to spend one more day trapped in this house with these people, I'm going to lose my mind. The practical challenges began immediately. Your daily routine, which was already demanding, suddenly required 3 times as much effort. Every trip to the barn to feed animals meant wading through snow that reached your thighs, then higher, then eventually to your chest. Paths that you shoveled one day were filled in by the next morning. The livestock, trapped in their shelters, needed constant attention to prevent them from panicking or worse, freezing. Firewood, which you'd carefully stacked within easy reach of the house, became buried under drifts. Digging it out was exhausting work in the best of times. Doing it while snow continued to fall and wind created drifts that seemed to appear out of nowhere was like some kind of very cold, very tiring meditation on futility. Yet it had to be done, because without fire your family would freeze. The mathematics of survival became starkly simple: dig or die. The psychological impact of being trapped indoors during an endless snowstorm is something modern people with heated homes, electricity and streaming services can barely imagine. You're confined to a space roughly the size of a modern living room and kitchen combined, with your entire family, with no entertainment beyond conversation, handwork and staring at the fire. The walls seem to close in. Small irritations become major grievances. That thing your spouse does when they chew, which you've tolerated for years, suddenly becomes unbearable. Children, bless them, handled confinement with all the grace and patience that children have possessed throughout human history, which is to say, none at all. They were restless, bored, fighting with siblings, and asking approximately every 10 minutes when they could go outside. Parents responded with the timeless patience of people who were also losing their minds, but had to pretend they weren't because civilization depended on maintaining standards. The storms came in waves, each separated by just enough time for people to think maybe it was over, only to watch the sky darken again and the snow resume. Contemporary accounts describe the snow as coming in 4 great storms over the course of about 3 weeks. But the distinction between separate storms probably felt academic when you were living through what seemed like one continuous siege by winter. Between storms, the sun might break through, illuminating a transformed landscape. Everything familiar had been reshaped by snow into strange flowing forms. Fences disappeared entirely under drifts. Trees bent under the weight of snow until their branches touched the ground, creating natural tunnels. Houses all but vanished, with only their chimneys protruding above the white expanse like stone fingers reaching for the sky. The drifts were what made this snowfall truly extraordinary. Wind had sculpted the snow into formations that defied logic. 10 feet deep in some places, bare ground in others, and waves and curves that looked like a frozen ocean. You could walk across the top of some drifts while sinking to your armpits in others just a few feet away. The surface would sometimes support your weight and sometimes not, and there was no reliable way to tell which would happen until you tested it. Animals suffered terribly during these storms. Cows trapped in barns needed constant care to prevent them from overheating in their confined space, while simultaneously ensuring they didn't freeze. Chickens stopped laying entirely and seemed personally affronted by the weather, as if someone had promised them spring and then welched on the deal. Horses and oxen, usually stoic about weather, showed clear signs of distress at being confined for days on end. Wild animals fared even worse. Deer, trapped by snow too deep to navigate, either starved or became easy prey for wolves and other predators that could travel on top of the crusted snow. Birds that hadn't migrated found food scarce and shelter hard to come by. The forest went silent in a way that was eerie. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, just the whisper of falling snow and the occasional crack of a branch breaking under accumulated weight. The harbour in Boston froze solid, something that happened occasionally but always felt ominous. Ships were trapped in ice, their masts visible above the white expanse like a bare forest. The ice was thick enough to walk on, though only the foolhardy or desperate tried it. The ocean, that vast presence that defined so much of New England life, temporarily became just another snowfield. Food stores that had seemed adequate in January began to look alarmingly insufficient by mid-March. You were burning through firewood faster than planned because you needed to keep the fire going constantly. Animals were eating hay at their normal rate, but the hay was getting harder to reach. Every meal required careful calculation, and families began to worry about what would happen if the snow didn't stop soon. Yet there was also a strange beauty to it all. On clear nights between storms, the moonlight on endless snow created a luminescence that turned the world into something magical. The silence was profound. No wagon wheels on roads, no church bells carrying from distant towns, just a hush so complete it almost rang in your ears. The stars seemed brighter somehow, as if the snow reflected light back to the sky. Some people found the experience almost meditative, forced as they were to slow down and exist in the immediate moment. There were no trips to town, no visits with neighbours, and no church meetings. Life contracted to the essentials: keep the fire burning, feed your family, care for your animals, and wait. In a world normally filled with constant labour and social obligations, this enforced pause had an odd appeal, at least for the first week or so. But as the snow continued, as drifts grew higher and supplies grew lower, as the novelty wore off and the reality of the situation set in, that initial sense of wonder gave way to something closer to anxiety. This wasn't just a big snowstorm anymore. This was something different, something that was rewriting what New Englanders thought possible. The snow had been falling for over 2 weeks. The drifts in some places were measuring 15, 18, or even 20 feet deep. Houses were buried to their second stories, and the snow was still falling. By the time March arrived, New England had been transformed into an alien landscape that bore little resemblance to the world colonists had known. Imagine stepping out your door, assuming you could open it, and finding yourself standing on top of what used to be your roof. This wasn't an exaggeration for many families. The snow had piled so high that second-story windows were at ground level, and chimneys required constant attention to prevent them from being completely buried. Daily life had become a series of adaptations to absurd circumstances. You didn't walk anywhere, you tunneled. Families created networks of passages through the snow connecting their houses to barns, wells, and wood piles. These tunnels were engineering projects worthy of miners, requiring constant maintenance as snow shifted and settled. Some colonists described their tunnels collapsing while they were in them, leading to panicked digging and a newfound appreciation for open spaces. The tunnels created a strange new architecture of necessity. You descend from your door into a passage whose walls were compressed snow, dimly lit by whatever sunlight penetrated from above. The tunnel would branch, one direction to the barn, another to the well, and a third to the woodpile. Walking through these passages felt like being a very cold mole, and the disorientation of being surrounded by snow on all sides took some getting used to. Feeding animals became an expedition. You'd suit up in every piece of warm clothing you owned, grab whatever tools you needed, light a lantern, and descend into your tunnel system. The trip to the barn that normally took 30 seconds now took 15 minutes. Once there, you'd need to deal with animals that were restless from confinement, nervous from the strange muffled quality of sound through snow, and generally unhappy about their circumstances. Getting water was perhaps the most challenging daily task. Wells that weren't buried had to be accessed through tunnels, and hauling water back through narrow passages while trying not to spill was an exercise in patience and balance. Some families resorted to melting snow, which sounds simple until you realise how much snow you need to melt to get a usable amount of water, and how much firewood that requires, and how your firewood supplies are already stretched thin. Food preparation became creative out of necessity. Your variety had been limited before the storms. Now it was approaching monotonous. Root vegetables, salted meat, dried beans, and perhaps some preserved fruit if you were lucky. Every meal was a variation on the theme of things that can be boiled or roasted near the fire. The bright spot was that at least you didn't have to worry about food spoiling. You could just stick it in a snowbank, which was basically a giant natural freezer that covered everything you owned. Children's education, such as it was, continued sporadically. Parents who could read would work with their children on basic literacy and arithmetic, using the Bible, almanacs, and whatever other books the family owned. But concentration was difficult when everyone was cold, irritable, and worried about their increasingly precarious situation. Lessons often devolved into storytelling, which at least passed the time and didn't require anyone to sit still and focus. The psychological strain of prolonged confinement manifested in various ways. Some people became withdrawn and quiet, staring into the fire for hours. Others became manic in their activity, finding endless small tasks to occupy themselves. Family dynamics that had been stable for years suddenly became fraught. The colonial period didn't have therapists or self-help books, so people just had to cope using prayer, alcohol, or sheer stubbornness. Interestingly, the forced isolation seemed to reduce religious attendance anxieties. Getting to church was physically impossible for most families, which meant missing services without any guilt. The Puritan ministers, who usually took a dim view of absence, were presumably too busy dealing with their own snow-related problems to worry much about who wasn't showing up. It was possibly the first time in colonial New England history that you could skip church without social consequences. Neighbours who could see each other's chimneys through the snow, often the only indication that other humans were nearby, developed signalling systems. Smoke patterns could convey basic information. We're okay, we need help, and does anyone have any spare candles because we're running out, and staring into darkness for 12 hours a night is making us strange. These smoke signals were probably not terribly sophisticated, but they provided reassurance that you weren't completely alone in the white wilderness. The mail, such as it existed in 1717, completely stopped. There were no postal workers brave or foolish enough to attempt delivery through 20-foot snowdrifts. This meant that communities became isolated not just physically, but also informationally. You had no idea what was happening in the next town, let alone in Boston or other major settlements. For all you knew, you were the only people left alive, and the rest of New England had been consumed by snow. Animals developed their own coping strategies. Chickens trapped in coops established new pecking orders based on who could commandeer the warmest spots. Cows adapted to their confinement with bovine stoicism, though their milk production dropped significantly. Horses seemed to understand the gravity of the situation and became unusually cooperative, perhaps sensing that everyone needed to work together to survive. The few people who attempted travel during this period left accounts that sound like expeditions to the Arctic. One man described walking to his neighbour's house, a journey of perhaps a quarter mile that took him 3 hours. He had to navigate drifts, break through crusted snow, backtrack when he encountered impassable barriers, and generally experience an adventure worthy of a polar explorer. His neighbour, apparently surprised to see anyone, greeted him like he'd returned from a voyage to the moon. Some enterprising colonists discovered that the hard-packed surface of the drifts could support considerable weight if approached correctly. You could walk on top of snow that in other spots would swallow you completely. This led to a strange new form of travel where you'd move cautiously across the surface, testing each step, moving like someone walking on thin ice because, in essence, you were. The technique required practice, patience, and acceptance that you'd occasionally fall through and need to be pulled out. The soundscape of life under the drifts was distinctive. Normal outdoor sounds were muffled by the snow, creating an eerie quiet broken only by the occasional crack of breaking branches, the muffled lowing of cattle, or the scrape of shovels as people fought to maintain their tunnel systems. Inside homes, every sound seemed amplified, the pop of the fire, the creak of floorboards, and the breathing of family members. Some people found the quiet soothing, others found it oppressive. Lighting became a precious commodity. Candles, which were already expensive and time-consuming to make, burned down steadily while the snow showed no signs of stopping. Families rationed light carefully, often going to bed shortly after sunset to conserve candles for when they were truly necessary. Evenings were spent in semi-darkness, with perhaps one candle or the firelight to see by, creating shadows that danced on walls and made familiar rooms seem strange. The creativity of desperate people manifested in unexpected ways. Some families organised indoor festivals to maintain morale, singing, storytelling, crafts, anything to break the monotony. Children created elaborate games using household objects. Adults told stories from memory, embellishing with each retelling until they became local legends. One family reportedly performed an entire week's worth of evening entertainments using nothing but shadow puppets and ingenuity. Health concerns added another layer of anxiety. If someone got sick or injured during the snowstorm, there was no way to fetch a doctor, no way to get help from neighbours, and no options except to deal with it yourself using whatever folk remedies and herbal knowledge you possessed. Every cough made parents nervous. Every complaint of feeling unwell triggered calculations about supplies of medicinal herbs and whether the situation might become serious. Surprisingly, the death rate during the Great Snow, at least among humans, was relatively low. New Englanders were tough, resourceful, and experienced in dealing with harsh conditions. They knew how to ration food, maintain heat efficiently, and keep themselves occupied during long periods of confinement. The bigger casualties were livestock, particularly those in less sturdy shelters or with inadequate food stores. As March progressed and the snow finally stopped falling, colonists began to reckon with the full extent of what had happened. The accumulation in most places measured between 10 and 20 feet, with drifts in exposed areas reaching 25 feet or more. Houses were buried. Roads had ceased to exist as recognisable features. The landscape looked like someone had taken a giant white blanket and just dropped it over everything, smoothing out all the familiar contours into alien curves and slopes. The silence when the snow stopped was somehow more profound than the silence during the storms. For weeks there had been at least the soft whisper of falling flakes and the occasional gust of wind. Now there was nothing. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. Birds that had survived began to tentatively explore, their calls sounding impossibly loud in the stillness. The sun emerged from behind clouds, making the snow surface sparkle so brightly it hurt to look at directly. When the snow finally stopped falling in mid-March, New Englanders faced a new problem. They were living under approximately 20 feet of frozen water that showed no immediate interest in going anywhere. Spring in New England typically involves a gradual thaw, with melting during the day and refreezing at night, a slow transition from winter to mud season. But the Great Snow wasn't interested in following typical patterns. The sheer volume of snow created its own microclimate. Even as temperatures rose above freezing during the day, the vast mass of snow stayed cold, reflecting sunlight and keeping air temperatures lower than they might otherwise be. It was like living inside a massive ice cube that was very slowly warming from the outside in. The process of melting this much snow would take weeks, possibly months, and would create its own set of challenges. Initial attempts at clearing paths were almost comically futile. You'd shovel for hours, creating a narrow passage that represented significant effort and exhaustion, only to realise you'd made a barely visible dent in drifts that stretched in every direction. It was like trying to empty a lake with a teacup. Some colonists gave up on clearing entirely and just focused on maintaining their tunnel systems, figuring the snow would melt eventually and there was no point in fighting it. But isolation was becoming a serious problem. Communities had been cut off from each other for over 3 weeks. Food supplies were running critically low. Firewood that had seemed adequate in February was nearly exhausted. People needed to reconnect, needed to trade goods, and needed to know if the rest of the world still existed. This necessity drove remarkable efforts to create pathways through the snow. The solution that emerged was essentially a combination of tunnelling and tramping. Groups of men would work together to create packed-down trails, walking the same path repeatedly until it was compressed enough to support regular traffic. It was exhausting work. Imagine hiking through deep snow for hours while carrying tools. But gradually, slowly, paths began to connect to neighbouring farms and eventually link to main roads. These early pathways were more like trenches than roads. You'd walk along the bottom of a corridor whose walls were snow, sometimes 15 feet high on either side, unable to see anything but the sky above and the path ahead. It was disorienting and slightly claustrophobic, but it was better than complete isolation. Travellers met in these trenches with the relief of survivors finding other humans after a disaster, exchanging news and supplies and reassurances that they weren't alone. Boston, being a port city with more resources and manpower, organised more systematic clearing efforts. Teams of workers attacked the snow with a determination born of economic necessity. The city's commerce depended on ship traffic, and ships couldn't move while the harbour was frozen and streets were impassable. The work was brutal, shoveling snow all day in conditions that ranged from barely tolerable to actively hostile. But wages were good by colonial standards, and desperation made many willing to take on the task. The clearing efforts in Boston created mountains of snow that had to go somewhere. Without modern snow removal equipment, the only option was to pile it up. These artificial hills of ploughed snow grew taller than buildings, creating a strange new cityscape where snow mountains loomed over streets. Children found these mountains irresistible for sledding, despite parental warnings about the dangers. Some of these snow piles would remain visible well into summer, slowly shrinking but stubbornly refusing to disappear entirely. Rural areas relied more on nature to do the work. As temperatures gradually warmed, the snow began to settle and compress under its own weight. Paths that had been impassable slowly became navigable as the surface hardened and lowered. It was still difficult travel. You'd sink to your knees or thighs with regularity, but it was at least possible to move around your property and reach nearby neighbours. The livestock situation was becoming critical. Animals that had survived this long-needed fresh air, exercise and grazing as soon as possible. But releasing them into deep snow risked losing them in drifts or having them injure themselves trying to navigate impossible terrain. Farmers had to create enclosed areas near barns, where snow was compressed enough for animals to move safely. Horses and oxen were particularly valuable and received the most careful attention, while chickens were basically left to fend for themselves, which they did with their usual combination of luck and spite. As communication resumed, people discovered that the Great Snow had affected all of New England with varying degrees of severity. Some coastal areas had received less accumulation, while inland regions and higher elevations were buried even deeper than most places. Stories began to circulate, tales of whole houses being lost until spring, of travellers who perished attempting to cross impossible distances, of creative solutions to unprecedented problems. One story that made the rounds involved a family whose chimney became so packed with snow that smoke couldn't escape. Rather than suffocate, they carefully extinguished their fire and spent several days in bitter cold while working to clear the chimney from inside. When they finally succeeded and relit the fire, the sudden draft nearly blew the roof off. The family survived, the house survived, and they became local celebrities for their ordeal. Another account described a man who'd been visiting neighbours when the worst of the storms hit. Unable to return home, he was trapped for nearly 3 weeks. His wife, assuming he'd taken shelter somewhere, wasn't particularly worried until he finally made it back, half-starved and with a beard that had grown wild. She reportedly greeted him with relief, then immediately put him to work on clearing their paths, because priorities. The gradual reconnection of communities brought news both good and troubling. The death toll, while lower than might be expected given the severity of the storms, was still significant. Mostly elderly people who couldn't handle the cold, a few travellers caught between destinations, and some children who wandered from safety. Livestock losses were substantial. Estimates suggested that hundreds of cattle, sheep, and other animals had died from cold, starvation, or injuries sustained in panicked attempts to escape their shelters. But there was also remarkable news of resilience and survival. Families who had been certain they wouldn't make it through had found ways to endure. Communities that had seemed on the brink of crisis discovered they had more resources and creativity than they'd realised. The shared experience of surviving something unprecedented created bonds between neighbours that would last for generations. Religious leaders interpreted the Great Snow according to their theological frameworks. Some saw it as divine punishment for colonial sins, though there was considerable debate about which specific sins had angered God enough to warrant 20 feet of snow. Others viewed it as a test of faith, a trial that would strengthen the community's relationship with the divine. A few practical-minded ministers suggested it was simply weather, and perhaps they should focus on helping each other rather than debating its spiritual significance. As March gave way to April, the pace of melting accelerated. Warmer temperatures and longer days finally began to make a visible dent in the snow accumulation. Roofs emerged from under their white burden. Fences reappeared. Trees that had been bent double slowly straightened as their load of snow melted. The landscape began to remember its original shape, though it would be weeks before it fully returned to normal. The melting created its own set of problems. All that snow had to go somewhere, and where it went was everywhere. Rivers and streams swelled to flood stage. Roads turned into muddy rivers. Basements flooded. The spring runoff, typically a manageable annual event, became a deluge that overwhelmed normal drainage and created temporary lakes in low-lying areas. It was like watching winter turn directly into a very wet, very muddy version of spring, skipping all the pleasant parts. But with the melting came hope. Every day the world looked a little more familiar. Every day travel became a little easier. Every day brought them closer to the farming season, when they could begin to recover from winter's assault. Gardens could be planned, animals could graze, and normal life could resume. The first flowers to emerge, crocuses and snowdrops ironically, became objects of celebration disproportionate to their size or beauty. After months of nothing but white and grey and brown, the sight of actual colour in the landscape felt like a miracle. Children brought handfuls of early flowers to their mothers, who placed them in whatever containers could hold water, treating them like precious treasures. Birds returned in force, and their songs seemed louder and more enthusiastic than anyone remembered. Or perhaps it was just that after weeks of muffled silence under snow, any sound felt remarkable. The geese flying overhead in their V formations, the robins hunting for worms in newly exposed soil, the hawks circling above looking for prey, all of it signalled that the world was returning to its normal rhythms. As spring truly arrived, and life returned to something approaching normal, New Englanders began to reckon with what the Great Snow had done to their world. The physical impacts were obvious: damaged buildings, lost livestock, and depleted supplies. But the psychological and social impacts would resonate for much longer. The Great Snow became the defining event against which all other weather was measured for generations. Grandparents would tell their grandchildren about the winter when the snow reached the second-story windows, and the children would roll their eyes the way children always do when elderly relatives start talking about how much harder things were in their day. Except in this case, the elderly relatives were actually telling the truth, even if they embellished the details with each retelling. Diaries and letters from 1717 provide glimpses into how people processed their experience. Cotton Mather, the famous Puritan minister, wrote extensively about the storms, interpreting them through a religious lens while also providing detailed meteorological observations. His accounts describe snow depths, drift patterns, and the challenges of daily life with the precision of someone who understood this was historically significant. Other written records are more personal and immediate. One woman wrote about the strange intimacy of being confined with her family for weeks, how they learned things about each other that years of normal life had never revealed. Another described the terror of hearing the roof creak under the weight of snow, wondering if each creak might be the one that preceded collapse. A farmer catalogued his livestock losses with the resignation of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant accepting things you couldn't control. The economic impact of the great snow rippled through New England for months. Spring planting was delayed, which meant smaller harvests in the fall. Lost livestock had to be replaced, a significant expense for families whose margins were already thin. Buildings needed repairs. Gardens that had been carefully established over years were damaged or destroyed and needed to be started from scratch. The snow had essentially reset progress for many families, forcing them to rebuild what had been lost. But there were unexpected benefits as well. The deep snowpack meant exceptional water availability through the summer. Wells that sometimes ran low stayed full. Streams that occasionally dried up kept flowing. The moisture in the soil produced crops that, despite the late start, grew with unusual vigour. Nature, having delivered an unprecedented winter, apparently decided to compensate with an uncommonly productive growing season. The shared experience of surviving the great snow created social bonds that transcended previous divisions. Disputes between neighbours seemed petty in light of what everyone had endured together. Communities that had been fractious found new unity. People who had survived the same ordeal developed a kinship that came from understanding what it meant to face nature at its most imposing and come through the other side. Children who lived through the great snow would carry its memory for the rest of their lives. For them, it became the dividing line between before and after, the event that marked their transition from childhood innocence to an understanding that the world could be both beautiful and dangerous. Some would develop a lifelong wariness of winter, always preparing more than necessary, always worried that another such storm might arrive. Others would remember it with a strange nostalgia, recalling the adventure and excitement of living through something extraordinary. The physical evidence of the great snow lasted surprisingly long. Those massive piles of ploughed snow in Boston melted slowly through the summer, creating muddy pools that became unofficial swimming holes for children and nuisances for everyone else. Some snow remained in deep, shaded valleys well into June, stubborn patches of winter refusing to admit that spring had won. Trees that had been damaged by the weight of snow bore scars visible for years afterward. Bent trunks, missing branches, and growth patterns that marked where they'd been broken and healed. Architecture changed subtly in response to the great snow. New buildings were constructed with steeper roofs to shed snow more effectively. Barns were reinforced with additional supports. Storage buildings were designed with better access during high snow conditions. These weren't dramatic changes, but they reflected a recalibration of what New Englanders understood winter could do. They'd been reminded that nature could exceed their expectations, and they adjusted their plans accordingly. The great snow entered folklore almost immediately. Stories began to circulate that probably had some basis in truth, but grew more elaborate with each telling. Tales of people walking over houses without realizing they were there. Accounts of deer being found frozen in standing positions, preserved in ice like statues. Stories of tunnels collapsing and miraculous rescues, of supplies running out just as a thaw allowed resupply, of providential interventions that saved families from disaster. Some stories focused on human ingenuity and creativity under pressure. The man who fashioned snowshoes from barrel staves and managed to walk across drifts that swallowed everyone else. The family that rationed their food so carefully they ended the ordeal with supplies to spare. The woman who kept her family's spirits up through the darkest days with nothing but stories and songs. These tales celebrated the resilience and resourcefulness that had allowed the community to survive. Other stories had a darker tone, acknowledging the losses and the moments of despair. the traveller was found frozen halfway between settlements, his final thoughts unknown. The elderly couple who simply didn't have the strength to endure another month of cold and hardship. The animals that died despite their owners' best efforts. These stories served as reminders that survival had come at a cost, and that luck played as much a role as preparation or strength. The Great Snow also entered religious discourse in ways that reflected the theological debates of the era. Some ministers used it as evidence of divine displeasure, pointing to specific sins they believed had triggered God's judgment. Others saw it as a test that the community had passed, evidence of their faith and righteousness. Still others argued it was simply weather, remarkable but natural, and that attributing moral significance to meteorology was perhaps missing the point. These debates probably mattered less to the average colonist than the practical question of whether their chickens would start laying again. Scientific observation in the early 18th century was informal and often mixed with folklore, but the Great Snow prompted some genuine attempts to understand what had happened. People compared experiences, trying to establish patterns in snowfall and drift formation. They noticed that certain areas consistently received more or less snow, that wind patterns created predictable drift locations, and that temperature fluctuations influenced snow quality. This informal meteorology wouldn't impress modern scientists, but it represented colonists trying to make sense of their world through observation and reason. The Great Snow's legacy extended beyond New England. News of the extraordinary winter spread to other colonies and eventually to England, where it was received with a mixture of sympathy and scepticism. English readers, accustomed to milder winters, struggled to imagine 20 feet of snow. Some assumed the accounts were exaggerated. Surely the colonists were embellishing for effect. This scepticism frustrated New Englanders, who knew exactly how extraordinary their experience had been and resented having it questioned by people who'd never seen snow that deep. In the decades that followed, the Great Snow became a benchmark. Other harsh winters were compared to it and found wanting. Bad, but not 1717 bad, became a common refrain. The event established a ceiling for what winter could do, a worst-case scenario that seemed unlikely to be repeated. And indeed, while New England has experienced many harsh winters since 1717, none have quite matched that remarkable season when the sky opened and didn't close for nearly a month. As you sit here in your climate-controlled comfort, perhaps with a warm drink and a soft blanket, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Snow can teach us about resilience, community, and the human relationship with nature. We're separated from those colonial New Englanders by over 3 centuries, countless technological advances, and such dramatic changes in daily life that they'd barely recognise our world. Yet their experience speaks to something timeless about how people cope with circumstances beyond their control. The colonists of 1717 didn't have weather forecasting, climate control, instant communication, or any of the technologies we consider essential for dealing with harsh weather. What they had was knowledge passed down through generations, strong community bonds, a remarkable tolerance for discomfort, and an understanding that survival sometimes meant simply enduring. When faced with unprecedented circumstances, they adapted, improvised, and supported each other through the crisis. There's something almost enviable about the simplicity of their challenges. Not enviable in the sense that we'd want to experience what they did, spending weeks trapped in a cold house with inadequate food, while buried under 20 feet of snow sounds terrible no matter how you frame it, but enviable in its directness. The problems were clear: stay warm, stay fed, keep animals alive, and wait for spring. The solutions, while difficult, were equally clear. There was no ambiguity about what needed doing. Modern life rarely offers such clarity. Our challenges are often abstract, long-term, and difficult to define precisely. Climate change, economic uncertainty, social division, these are the storms we face now, and they don't have the simple directness of too much snow. We can't tunnel through them or wait for them to melt. The colonists who survived the Great Snow had the advantage of knowing their ordeal had a definite endpoint. Eventually spring would arrive and the snow would melt. They just had to last until then, but perhaps we can learn something from how they approached their crisis. They didn't waste energy complaining about the injustice of their situation, or debating whether the snow was really that deep, or speculating about whether better leadership could have prevented it. They accepted the reality they faced and focused on what they could control, their own actions, their family's welfare, and their neighbours' needs. There's wisdom in that acceptance, in choosing to work with reality rather than arguing with it. The community bonds strengthened by the Great Snow offer another lesson. Modern society often prioritises individual achievement and self-sufficiency in ways that colonial New Englanders would find both bizarre and dangerous. They understood that survival depended on community, on neighbours helping each other, and on sharing resources and knowledge and labour. The Great Snow reinforced these bonds by making their importance undeniable. You survived not just through your own efforts, but through the web of relationships that connected you to others. We've built a world where such interdependence is less visible. Your heat comes from distant power plants or gas lines. Your food comes from industrial farms hundreds or thousands of miles away. Your water arrives through underground pipes from treatment facilities you've never seen. This system is remarkably efficient, but it obscures the reality that we're just as dependent on others as those colonial families were. We've just outsourced that dependence to systems so large and complex that we forget they're there until they fail. The Great Snow also reminds us of nature's power and indifference. The storms didn't care about human plans or needs or survival. They weren't punishment or tests or lessons. They were weather, operating according to atmospheric physics that has no concern for whether humans find the results convenient. Colonial New Englanders understood this at a visceral level that modern people often don't. They lived much closer to nature's raw power and had fewer buffers between themselves and its effects. Our technology has given us unprecedented ability to predict, prepare for, and protect ourselves from natural events. We have weather satellites, climate models, building codes, emergency services, and infrastructure designed to handle extreme conditions. These are real advantages that save countless lives. But they can also create an illusion of control that doesn't match reality. Nature retains the ability to overwhelm our preparations as hurricanes, floods, wildfires, and yes, occasionally severe winter storms continue to demonstrate. There's also something to be said about the pace of life the Great Snow enforced. For weeks, colonists had nothing to do but exist with their families, maintain basic necessities, and wait. No rushing to appointments, no checking devices, no consuming media, no busy work that creates the illusion of productivity. Just being in the most fundamental sense. Many people who've experienced similar forced slowing, whether through illness, isolation, or circumstance, report that while difficult, it provided unexpected insights and a recalibration of priorities. The stories that emerge from the Great Snow highlight humanity's need to make meaning from experience. People didn't just survive the storms, they needed to understand them, to fit them into narratives that made sense of their world. Some narratives were religious, others practical, and still others focused on human heroism or failure. What matters isn't which interpretation was correct, but that creating these stories helped people process their experience and pass its lessons to future generations. In our own era of rapid change and uncertainty, we're creating similar stories to make sense of our experiences. We argue about their meaning, their implications, and their lessons. Like those colonial New Englanders, we're trying to understand events that exceed our previous frameworks for comprehension. Their arguments about whether the Great Snow was divine judgment or natural weather mirror, our debates about current challenges. We're all just trying to make sense of things that don't fit comfortably into our existing understanding. The Great Snow's eventual end offers perhaps the most important lesson. Hard times do end. Spring did arrive. The snow did melt. Life did return to normal, or at least to a new normal shaped by the experience. For people in the midst of crisis, this can be hard to believe. When you're trapped under 20 feet of snow with dwindling supplies and no certain end date, It's difficult to maintain faith that better days are coming, but they came anyway, as they generally do. This isn't empty optimism or toxic positivity. It's simply an observation based on history. Humans are remarkably good at surviving difficult circumstances, adapting to new realities, and rebuilding after disasters. We've done it countless times, in countless places, facing challenges that seemed insurmountable until they were surmounted. The colonists who survived the Great Snow didn't have any special abilities we lack. They were ordinary people who found themselves in extraordinary circumstances and did what needed doing until the circumstances changed. As we come to the end of our journey through that remarkable winter, it's time to settle deeper into your comfortable spot and let the story find its resting place in your mind. The Great Snow of 1717 happened over 3 centuries ago, but its lessons remain as relevant as fresh snowfall. Those colonial families, living through week after week of isolation and uncertainty, probably didn't feel particularly heroic. They felt cold, tired, worried, and thoroughly sick of being trapped indoors with the same people eating the same food and having the same conversations. Heroism, like most important human qualities, is usually just ordinary people doing what needs doing without much thought about how it looks to others or history. The physical evidence of the Great Snow has long since melted away. The drifts that seemed permanent proved as temporary as all snow eventually must be. The damage was repaired, the losses mourned and moved past, and the extraordinary slowly absorbed into ordinary life's continuing flow. What remains are the stories, passed down and reshaped with each generation, and the quiet knowledge that humans can endure remarkably difficult circumstances when necessary. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep in your warm bed, you might spare a thought for those colonial families huddled around their fires, waiting for a winter that seemed endless to finally release its grip. They made it through, spring arrived, life continued. The snow, despite its overwhelming presence, was ultimately just weather, and weather always changes eventually. There's comfort in that persistence, in the knowledge that difficult times pass and seasons change, and life finds ways to continue. The Great Snow was exceptional, but what's truly remarkable is how people lived through it, not through any special magic or supernatural intervention, but through the ordinary magic of human resilience, community support, and simple, stubborn refusal to give up. Sleep well, knowing that whatever storms we face in our own lives, spring does eventually arrive. The snow does melt. The world does return to green and growth and warmth. And the stories we tell about how we survived become part of the continuous human narrative that stretches from those colonial families to us, and from us to whoever will listen to these tales in centuries to come. The Great Snow of 1717 is waiting for you in dreams, if you want to visit. All that white silence, all that forced stillness, all those small human moments of survival and community and endurance. But you're experiencing it from the warm side of history, which is exactly where you should be. Rest easy. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, bringing whatever weather it brings. And if you wake to find snow outside your own window, you can smile knowing it probably won't reach the second story. Probably. We're starting off with the veteran and the sacred spring, Republic 2nd century BC. Marcus Licinius let out a pained breath as he lowered his battle-scarred body into the steaming stone basin. The midday sun filtered through olive trees around the rustic bathhouse, turning the rising vapours golden. For a man who had spent years rinsing in frigid camp rivers, this languid heat was a luxury. He closed his eyes, feeling old javelin wounds in his shoulder and thighs for the first time since the wars against Carthage. Standing nearby, the Greek physician Philon watched and smiled knowingly, ladling scented warm water over the veteran's back. These Greek contrivances, Marcus began to grumble, but his voice softened into a sigh as warmth seeped into his bones. Bathing was a custom introduced to Italy from Greece only recently, and traditional Romans like him still met it with equal parts curiosity and skepticism. Yet pain had a way of overcoming pride. Philon recalled how Marcus had limped into the grove that morning leaning on a staff and refusing help. Now the soothing aromas of lavender and laurel in the water softened the soldier's hard expression. Philon had come to Rome as a captive Greek healer and earned his freedom through medical skill. Back home, healers understood the power of balneum, the bath, as a place of cure. He had learned illness came from imbalances within and believed water and heat could help restore harmony. The physician gently helped Marcus lean against the pool's edge and, with a bronze strigil, began scraping sweat and oil from the skin, removing grime as well as what he called bad humours. Marcus did not fully grasp the theory of the four humours, but he understood one thing. The ritual felt cleansing and oddly renewing. They were not alone in this modest bathhouse by the sacred spring. Nearby, a pair of villagers quietly soaked their aching limbs and inhaled herbal steam for stubborn coughs. The atmosphere was hushed and reverent. This place wasn't a grand public thermae, but a simple balneae beside an ancient spring long believed to be touched by the gods. Marcus recalled tales of miraculous waters curing the afflicted. The spring fed a small hot bath chamber and a cold pool downstream, and its reputation had spread after soldiers claimed wounds healed faster here than elsewhere. As Marcus's body grew acclimated to the heat, Philon guided him to the next step of the regimen. Now for the cold plunge, the physician said. Marcus grimaced but complied, hobbling to the frigidarium, a circular stone pool under the open sky. He braced himself and descended. The cold water gripped his skin like an icy fist drawing a sharp gasp. Every instinct screamed to leap out, but Marcus stayed, recalling Philon's counsel that the sudden change in temperature would stimulate his blood and invigorate the body. After a few breaths, the ache in his leg dulled to a manageable throb. The shock of cold following the deep warmth left him breathless yet strangely revitalized. Shivering but smiling, Marcus emerged and wrapped himself in a woolen towel offered by an attendant. He rolled his shoulder and found it looser, the usual stabbing pain notably diminished. Perhaps there is something to these baths after all, he admitted, meeting Philon's eyes. The Greek patted his arm. Not magic, friend, nature's gift. Heat and water can do more than any salve. Marcus had to agree. At the edge of the spring-fed pool stood a small altar covered in thank offerings, clay votives shaped like limbs and tablets etched with words of gratitude. Despite years of battle-hardened skepticism, Marcus felt compelled to step over. He murmured a few words to Aesculapius, the god of healing, giving quiet thanks in the old way. A breeze rustled the olive branches overhead as if in gentle approval. Marcus stood taller. The weight of his armour was gone, replaced by a lightness he hadn't felt in decades. In the silence, broken only by trickling water, a battle-weary Roman discovered a new kind of victory, the healing power of water and rest. With Philon's help, Marcus donned his tunic. The veteran's scars would remain, but he felt that a piece of the war's burden had been lifted from him, left behind in those sacred waters. As they departed the grove, Marcus glanced back at the spring one last time. In that tranquil refuge of warmth and faith, he had found hope that even the deepest wounds might one day mend. A day at Agrippa's Thermae, between 27 BC and 12 BC, early empire. Steam swirled through the cavernous caldarium as Lucius adjusted a bronze pipe, redirecting hot air beneath the marble floor. He was a servus balnearius, bath attendant, in the magnificent baths of Agrippa, starting work before dawn in the furnace room. Face flushed from stoking the wood-fired hippocaust, Lucius finally climbed out into the main halls carrying baskets of fresh olive oil and folded linens. The baths were already coming alive. Aristocrats in elegant togas, weathered legionaries, merchants from afar, and even freedmen and slaves scraped together the tiny fee for entry, all arriving in the morning light. Social distinctions melted away once inside. Senators, merchants, soldiers, and even slaves mingled freely here on common ground. By mid-morning they stationed Lucius in the apoditerium, a changing room filled with cubbyholes for clothes. A kindly senator pressed a quadrans, the customary fee, into Lucius's palm as a gratuity. Since Agrippa's death, the magnificent Thermae were left free to the people, so any payment now was a personal gift. Lucius smiled gratefully and tucked the coin away. Suddenly, a shout at the far side signalled that a bather's cloak had gone missing. Lucius's stomach dropped. Theft in the crowded baths was unfortunately common, and he knew the gods would receive another bitter prayer against a thief before nightfall. As the rush of bathers slowed, Lucius took a moment to breathe. He wandered through the tepidarium, the warm room where clusters of men reclined on heated benches. Two scholars soaked and debated in Greek about Aristotle. Nearby, a poet declaimed new verses to an appreciative circle. He often saw philosophers and poets here, sharing wisdom with anyone who would listen. Though he dared not interject, Lucius felt proud to work in a place where knowledge flowed as freely as water. His reprieve was brief. A call from the palestra, exercise yard, sent him running. One of the wrestling trainers needed more oil for athletes to anoint themselves. Lucius fetched a jug of scented oil and marvelled at the surroundings as he trotted through a colonnade. Agrippa's complex was not only baths and gyms, but also gardens and promenades. Through arched doorways he glimpsed manicured courtyards and colonnades, like the Greek gymnasia, but even more sumptuous. Patrons strolled those paths to cool down, surrounded by statues and greenery, a carefully crafted landscape of leisure and health. Back in the main bath hall, Lucius carefully poured oil into the hands of a burly veteran, preparing for a massage. The man nodded in thanks, scars crisscrossing his back. He mentioned that his old war wounds pained him less after a hot soak. Lucius offered a polite smile and moved on, but inside he felt a spark of satisfaction. He saw daily how much relief the baths brought to weary bodies. People left these halls walking taller than when they entered. By late afternoon the crowds thinned. Lucius helped sweep the now empty frigidarium, the cold plunge room shivering a bit in the clammy air left behind. He gathered stray strigils and tidied shelves of oils. At last, as dusk approached, the thermi closed for cleaning. Sore and exhausted, Lucius crept to a quiet corner of the caldarium. With no patrons around, he finally dared to slip into the warm bath himself. The embrace of hot water was immediate bliss to his aching muscles. Eyes closed, he floated for a minute, letting healing warmth wash over him. In that brief moment, the grand bath he served each day became his sanctuary too. Lamplight flickered in the corridors as he finished his duties. Before leaving, he paused by the small altar where patrons offered thanks to the goddess of health, Salus, and bowed his head. He had witnessed both nobles and workers find solace, cleanliness, and companionship beneath these vaulted ceilings. Lucius locked the massive bronze doors from outside. In the amber glow of sundown, the baths of Agrippa stood silent and steamy behind him, an enduring gift to Rome. Tomorrow at dawn he would return to ignite its fires anew, knowing that within those walls the aches of rich and poor alike were soothed by the same healing waters. In the sacred waters of Sulis, Aquae Sulis, Britannia, 2nd century AD. Eberacca lifted her hands above the steaming pool as dawn's first light crept through the open roof. As a priestess of Sulis Minerva, she began each day in prayer by the sacred spring. Tendrils of mist curled around her, and the lone Roman veteran who stood shivering in the cool morning air. Marcus Julius, a retired centurion, had travelled hundreds of miles to Aquae Sulis in hopes these famous thermal waters might ease the agonizing pain in his joints. He watched with cautious reverence as the priestess invoked the goddess. "Sulis Minerva, healer of ills, bless us," she intoned. Sulis was venerated as a healing divinity whose sacred hot springs could cure physical and spiritual suffering, and Eberacca felt the goddess's presence in the rising steam. At her nod, Marcus disrobed his tall, scar-scored frame and gingerly descended the stone steps into the great bath. He inhaled sharply. The water was near scalding, rich with sulphur and minerals that tinged it a translucent green. Every day, Eberacca saw newcomers react the same way, a gasp at the heat, then a sigh as the warmth penetrated aching bones. Marcus settled neck deep, his muscles gradually unclenching. Eberacca took up a shallow pewter bowl, dipped it, and slowly poured the hot mineral water over the veteran's shoulders. This act was part of the healing ritual. The water trickling off his body was thought to carry the spring's healing essence into him. The centurion closed his eyes while the priestess gently poured the shimmering water again and again, murmuring prayers in both Latin and the ancient Brittonic tongue of this land. All around them the baths of Sulis were stirring awake. Fellow pilgrims and local townsfolk began to arrive, their footsteps echoing under the portico. Families with sick children and elderly farmers with crutches came seeking relief. Eberacca greeted each quietly. Though Rome governed Britannia now, in this complex the goddess welcomed all with healing waters. Within the adjacent temple, acolytes prepared offerings of food and carved plaques to present at Sulis Minerva's altar. The air smelled of moist stone, burning incense, and the metallic tang of the spring. For a moment, Eberaka glanced toward the temple's inner sanctum, where a gilded bronze statue of the goddess caught the light. She whispered a promise under her breath that Sulis's power would never be forsaken here, even as foreign customs swirled around her. Marcus roused her from her thoughts with a quiet groan. He had been soaking for a while, eyes half closed as the thermal heat worked on him. The priestess stepped to the water's edge. "How do you feel?" she asked softly. The soldier rolled his shoulder experimentally beneath the green surface. "Better, I think," he replied, a note of wonder in his voice. He moved his knee that had been stiff with arthritis. It was still inflexible, but the stabbing pain had lessened. "The goddess smiles on you," Eberaka said with a gentle smile. She offered him a cup of the spring water. Many believed drinking it cleansed one from within as well. Marcus drank the warm, metallic-tasting water and managed a grin. It was the first time Eberaka had seen the stern man smile that morning. By midday, Marcus, now wrapped in a woolen cloak, joined Eberaka and other supplicants at the circular spring for a communal ritual. One by one, they placed tokens in the bubbling water in thanks or petition. Marcus dropped a worn legion pendant into the depths as an offering, while others tossed coins that glinted beneath the ripples. The group then chanted a hymn of healing in unison, their Latin and Brittonic prayers intermingling under the high roof. Eberaka's voice rose strong and clear, invoking Sulis as a nourishing mother and vigilant Minerva all at once. When the rites concluded, Eberaka noticed tears in the centurion's eyes. "I feel new again," Marcus whispered, amazed. He flexed his hands, finding the usual morning stiffness gone. Despite his scars from war and age, the hot waters had restored his vitality. Eberaka helped him to his feet and guided him to give thanks at the altar. Marcus bowed deeply and left his old crutch propped against a pillar, a silent testimony that he hoped not to need it again. That evening, as the last devotees departed, Eberaka lingered to thank the goddess. She sprinkled rose petals into the steaming pool and fed the altar fire until it glowed. Many would depart Aquae Sulis carrying tales of relief and healing back to their homes. Priestess Eberaka offered one final prayer that these sacred springs would remain a sanctuary of healing for all who truly needed it. The Physicians' Council, Rome ca. 180 AD, Julius Frontinus, arrived at the Baths of Trajan at dawn. A trained physician, he often met patients here amid the marble halls and healing waters. This morning he had invited his friend Fabius for a private consultation in the bath's soothing environment. Fabius had been listless and sorrowful since losing his wife last winter, a classic melancholia as Julius saw it. Julius believed the baths could succeed where months of mourning had failed, to restore his friend's body and spirit by rebalancing the humours thrown off by grief. They found a quiet corner of the tepidarium, where gentle warmth emanated from the floors and walls. Julius encouraged Fabius to recline on a heated bench. "We will begin here to warm your blood," he explained. In the soft light, mosaics of Hygeia looked down as if supervising the therapy. Julius mixed a few drops of eucalyptus oil into Fabius's palm, a trick he had learned to open the lungs and lift the mood. As Fabius inhaled the sharp scent, Julius noted his friend's posture change. The philosopher's shoulders, long tense, began to relax. Gradual warmth was known to purge unwholesome vapours and prepare the body to release its burdens, and indeed, Fabius's chest seemed to lighten with each breath. Next, Julius led his friend into the caldarium, the hot steam chamber. A wave of moist heat enveloped them. Fabius frowned at the discomfort, but Julius sat him by the hot fountain and urged him to breathe deeply. Soon sweat was streaming down Fabius's body. Julius gently scraped it away with a bronze strudel, as if peeling off a layer of sorrow along with the sweat. The intense heat began to loosen his stiff muscles and even ease his tight chest. Fabius's breathing, shallow at first, grew deeper and more rhythmic. After a thorough sweat, Julius guided the trembling philosopher toward the domed frigidarium. A circular pool of cold, clear water awaited. Fabius balked on the edge, eyeing the chilly basin with dread. "Trust me," Julius said. With a supportive arm, he helped Fabius step down. The cold hit him with a brutal shock. Fabius gasped and almost bolted out, but Julius held him a moment until the panic passed. His heart pounded and his skin tingled. Such a sudden change in temperature was believed to stimulate circulation and sharpen the senses, and indeed Fabius felt more alert than he had in ages. He waded out of the pool on his own, a look of astonishment on his face. "I feel awake," he marvelled through chattering teeth. Julius briskly rubbed him down with a coarse towel, restoring warmth to his skin. Colour returned to Fabius's cheeks and a light to his eyes. They rested in a sunlit courtyard, wrapped in fresh linen robes and sipping watered wine. Fabius's limbs were loose and his mind clear. He grasped Julius's hand gratefully. Grief had driven his humours to imbalance, but nature, aided by hot water and cold, had helped restore what was lost. Julius gently reminded him that regular bathing purifies the body of toxins and can uplift the spirit. As they prepared to depart, Julius observed a cluster of men by the colonnade engaged in a lively debate on Aristotle's ethics. The physician smiled. Bathhouses often served as informal forums for scholars and physicians alike. He himself had exchanged remedies and insights in these halls many times, knowledge flowing freely among those dedicated to wellness. Indeed, this place cared for the spirit just as much as the body. He noted that Fabius now sat upright, calmly watching the morning bustle, the haunted look gone from his face. Before departing, Julius gave Fabius a small vial of soothing herbal oil, instructing him to use it each night. Fabius thanked him, and promised to return to the bath soon, not as a patient, but as a friend. For Julius, this was the true reward of medicine, easing an ailment and seeing hope rekindled. In the vaulted halls of the baths, a soul weighed down by sorrow had truly been lightened. Healing had come through hot and cold water, medicine and friendship, all in harmony together. In Rome, 217 AD, a merchant at Caracalla's baths named Lysander of Tyre stepped through the towering entrance of the baths of Caracalla and felt his breath catch in his throat. He had travelled across half the empire but never seen a monument to leisure as magnificent as this. A vast hall stretched before him, its vaulted ceiling held aloft by dozens of columns. Everywhere stood marble statues of gods and heroes. Colossal Hercules leaning on his club dominated the scene. The complex was renowned for its unparalleled lavish decoration. The merchant passed bronze fountains tinkling gently, their water music echoing off the high walls. Clad only in a simple loincloth provided at the entrance, Lysander moved from the grand atrium into the bustling apoditerium. Here, garments of rich and poor hung side by side in the wall niches. Two young bath attendants helped Lysander stow his belongings. He cast a cautious eye toward his satchel of precious spices, until an attendant assured him it would be safe. With a nod of thanks, Lysander stepped gingerly onward, the smooth marble floor warm under his bare feet thanks to the hypercaust fires below. He first entered the tepidarium, a warm chamber where an inviting heat caressed his travel-weary muscles. Golden light filtered through high windows, illuminating mosaics of sea creatures across the floor. Groups of men reclined on heated benches along the walls, chatting in a dozen tongues: Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Aramaic, and even his native Syriac. Despite differences in speech and status, here all were simply bathers at ease. A portly Roman negotiator struck up a friendly conversation about caravan routes and even offered Lysander a dab of citrus-scented oil from his flask. The merchant graciously accepted, rubbing it into his skin as the tension of months on the road began to melt from his shoulders. Next, he followed the flow of bathers into the caldarium, the enormous hot room. At one end of this cavernous hall roared a circular pool of steaming water flanked by enormous marble tubs. The air was thick and steamy, muffling every sound to a murmur. Lysander eased himself into the central hot pool. The water embraced him, almost too hot at first, but he slowly sank up to his chest. Waves of heat unfurled through his limbs, dissolving the stiffness in his spine from weeks of jostling in a camel-drawn wagon. Nearby, a pair of off-duty legionaries sighed with relief as they submerged themselves. Lysander closed his eyes and let sweat bead on his brow. A bath attendant appeared with a bronze strigil, and Lysander allowed the young man to briskly scrape the perspiration and oil from his skin. He marvelled at the sight of even this humble task in the Palace of Well-Being. Properly steamed and scrubbed, Lysander was ready for the final trial, the frigidarium. He braced himself as he stepped into the next chamber, an airy hall with a vast cold swimming pool, natatio, open to the sky. The sun had climbed higher now, its rays dancing on the turquoise water. With a hearty exhale, Lysander plunged forward. The cold shocked him to his core. He gasped as the chill enveloped his overheated skin. When he surfaced invigorated, he was glad for it. He laughed out loud in surprise. Some nearby bathers chuckled at his shocked face, and he grinned back. The sudden contrast from hot to cold sent new energy coursing through his veins, leaving him alert and renewed. After swimming, Lysander wandered into a landscaped garden adjoining the natatorium. Clipped hedges and fruit trees offered dappled shade. He strolled along a portico where others lounged, cooling off, some enjoying a light snack. In one corner stood a small shrine to Aesculapius, the god of healing. Though not a devout man, Lysander paused to bow his head and offer a silent thanks to the powers watching over weary travellers. Only that morning he had arrived in Rome bone-tired and sore in every joint. Now he felt practically reborn. As he prepared to leave, Lysander felt the day's burdens completely lifted. Stepping back out through the grand doors into the bustling streets, the Syrian merchant carried with him a newfound vigour. The baths of Caracalla had cleansed the dust from his skin and washed away the weariness of his long journey. Refreshed and optimistic, Lysander hefted his satchel of spices, surprisingly lighter on his shoulders now, and set off to conclude his business in the capital, rejuvenated by the restorative powers of Rome's grandest baths. The Saint of the Baths, Rome c. 420 AD. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the half-empty baths of Titus, illuminating motes of dust swirling above the tepidarium pool. Flavia, a middle-aged deaconess of the Christian church, wrung out a linen cloth in warm water and gently laid it over an old woman's arthritic knees. Around them, a handful of the sick and poor soaked quietly in the small bath hall. This once grand facility had seen better days. Mosaics missing tiles, a dry fountain niche where a statue of Apollo had stood. Yet to Flavia, it was a sacred place of healing. In the corner, where a fresco of nymphs was fading, a simple wooden cross hung on the wall. She offered a silent prayer as she worked, not to pagan nymphs or gods, but asking Christ to bless these waters as he once did the pool of Bethesda. The city's elite now shunned public baths, preferring private tubs or avoiding them on moral grounds. Church leaders condemned bathhouses as dens of sin, outlawing mixed bathing and segregating men and women by hours. Many once great bath complexes were closing due to neglect, but Flavia saw opportunity in the decline. With few pleasure seekers left, one wing of the baths of Titus now served as an unofficial infirmary. Its warm rooms and water comforted those too poor or ill to bathe at home. Her patients this day included Septimius, a feverish stonemason, Nereus, a retired legionary with a festering leg wound, and old Livia, whose knees throbbed with arthritis. One by one, Flavia guided them through a gentle bathing regimen. In the tepidarium's mild warmth, stiff joints loosened and fevers began to break. She crushed a bit of rosemary and eucalyptus into hot water, filling the air with sharp, cleansing vapours that drew a weak smile from feverish Septimius. Next, with help from a few volunteers, former bath attendants now serving as Christian helpers, Flavia brought them into the small caldarium. In the hazy steam she softly sang a hymn. Nereus, the old soldier, closed his eyes and joined in between deep breaths of hot air. "This beats the army camps," he murmured with a faint grin. "Even if we sing to a different god now," Flavia chuckled. Even as times changed, the enduring practice of soothing weary bodies with heat remained. After the steam bath, Flavia led the group to the frigidarium. Only a trickle of cold water still flowed, but it was enough. Livia gasped as Flavia poured a bowl of the cool water over her swollen knees. "Easy," Flavia soothed. The brief cold shock brought relief. Livia sighed as the inflammation in her joints eased. Flavia thought of how ancient physicians praised the contrast of hot and cold to stimulate healing, and how even a Christian bishop had urged the use of God-given remedies like baths. Their circuit complete, Flavia helped the weakened bathers dry off and rest along the courtyard colonnade for fresh air. Twilight approached, a breeze carrying in the scent of olive trees outside. She ladled out cups of warm broth from a pot simmering, where perfumed oils were once heated. In the fading light, the group murmured prayers of thanks. Septimius's fever had broken. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes were clear. Nereus flexed his leg and found the wound clean. The pain abated. Livia squeezed Flavia's hand in gratitude, and for the first time in weeks, Livia felt her pain ease. As Flavia packed away her supplies, a young acolyte lit a few oil lamps along the walls. Their gentle glow fell on faded paintings of Roman gods and the simple crosses scratched by the faithful. The old and new converged here. These baths once echoed with pagan odes and idle gossip. Now they heard prayers and hymns. The water that Romans once dedicated to Aesculapius was now blessed in Christ's name. Different prayers led to the same healing waters. Before closing for the night, Flavia knelt by the pool and dipped her hand into the warm water, whispering a final prayer of thanks. This derelict bathhouse turned infirmary felt as holy to her as any chapel, a place where suffering was eased and dignity restored. With that thought warming her heart, Flavia shuttered the doors. The baths of Titus fell into quiet darkness, save for the gleam of the wooden cross on the wall, a reminder that even as empires fade, the call to care for the sick endures. Under a leaden winter sky, Marcus pushed open the heavy doors of the baths of Diocletian in our final story of the twilight of the Thermae, Rome, 537 AD. A sharp wind followed him in, swirling fallen leaves across the floor. Only a dozen patrons huddled in the vast complex. The bath's emptiness was palpable. Marcus had served as curator aquarum, a water engineer for over 30 years, tending Rome's aqueducts and bathhouses. He remembered when these halls echoed with laughter each afternoon. Now many pools sat dry or lukewarm. Still he made his rounds, determined to offer what comfort he could to those few Romans who clung to the old ways. In the tepidarium, only 2 loyal patrons lingered in the lukewarm pool. Marcus checked the water with his hand, cooler than it should be. The furnaces had barely any fuel left, wood being scarce during the siege. He fed the last bits of charcoal into the boiler, coaxing a meagre flame. Moving on, he passed through the empty palestra, now strewn with dust. In a corner, weeds sprouted between cracked marble tiles where athletes once wrestled. He sighed and entered the caldarium. Only one pool here was still in use, fed by a trickle of warm water. A gaunt mother bathed her young son in the shallows of the one remaining warm pool. The same need for warmth and water, which had sustained so many before them, drew them here. The mother looked up at Marcus and gave a polite, hopeful smile. Marcus mustered a nod in return, even as his heart clenched with the knowledge he bore. At dawn, Marcus had scouted the aqueduct outside the city and discovered the grim truth. Gothic soldiers had cut the Aqua Marcia, toppling its arches to choke off Rome's water. The lifeblood of the baths was severed. What little water remained in the pools was all there would ever be. By tomorrow, the baths of Diocletian would fall silent. He made his way to the frigidarium, a cavernous hall that once housed a cold swimming pool larger than a forum. Now it was dry, the mosaic of Neptune on its floor exposed and dull. Marcus ran a hand along a cracked column. How many generations had cooled their brows here after the steam? He could almost hear ghostly splashes and youthful shouts from centuries past. Returning to the tepidarium, Marcus gently informed the few remaining bathers that the baths would likely close after today. The old men bowed their heads in resigned understanding, and the young mother's eyes brimmed with tears as she held her son closer. A patron placed a rolled parchment into Marcus's hand as a token of appreciation for his years of service, causing Marcus to swallow a lump in his throat. He promised the mother he would direct her to a nearby church offering heated rooms for refugees, a small solace. As twilight fell and the last bathers departed, Marcus remained alone in the cooling caldarium, the hiss of water gone. He sat by an empty basin. An old saying echoed, "While the baths remain, Rome remains." But Rome had changed, its people scattered, its aqueducts broken. Communal bathing, once the pride of Roman life, was now slipping into memory. Yet in the gathering darkness, Marcus felt a measure of peace. The legacy of the Thermae would not vanish. In the Eastern Empire, massive baths still thrived, and in country villages, people still sought natural hot springs for relief, just as they always had. Rome had introduced the world to the benefits of bathing, and subsequent generations would continue this legacy. Perhaps future generations in better times would build new bathhouses, or find new ways to use water's healing touch. Marcus rose and made his final rounds, snuffing out lamps and securing doors. He took one last look at the silent halls. This chapter was closing, but he did not feel despair. Water's soothing power was eternal, and he believed that someday its fountains would flow again for those in need. With that hope, Marcus Valens left the baths of Diocletian and shut its doors behind him. In the fading light, the great complex stood dark and still, a sleeping giant awaiting a new dawn in some distant future.